Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Demon Slayer. The Arrow of Destruction, piercing Muzan with a single arrow. Part 1. Kai. Kai. Your dad has called you 3 times already. Kayano Kai was shaken awake. A dark, tanned face leaned into his vision. Did you drink moonshine last night? You can sleep standing up. Kai's brain was a mess of mush. After a severe headache, countless fragments of memories flooded into his mind. His name was Kayano Kai. 16 years old. His mother passed away from illness when he was 8. His father, Kayano Tadao, was the most skilled hunter in the village and also the most stubborn. Yesterday, he went into the mountains with his father to chase a roe deer, slipped, rolled down a slope, and hit the back of his head on a rock. And then he died. But he lived again. A modern soul had fallen into the body of this hunter boy. His father thought Kai was just careless. In reality, he had been scared. There was something blurry in the distance, something that didn't look like a human. Kai stared at the face in front of him, processing for 3 seconds. Kenta. Get up now that you're awake. Kenta grabbed Kai's arm and pulled him up. Your dad found prey up ahead and wants you over there immediately. Don't dawdle. Kai stood up shakily, his head still buzzing. He subconsciously looked down at himself. An old wooden bow, with 3 arrows stuck in the quiver. A pair of straw sandals on his feet, with his big toes exposed. A tattered hemp short coat on his body, with patches on the shoulders. The corners of Kai's mouth twitched. When others transmigrated, they had overpowered talents, either the bloodline of Yorichi or were Muzan's own son. Yet, he was just a regular hunter's son. Kenta. He tried to speak. Can we not hunt today? My head is still spinning. Kenta widened his eyes. Your dad said if we don't catch anything today, we'll just have to go hungry. Images of his home floated into Kai's memory. A rice jar half a person's height beside the stove, empty. His stomach cramped violently. In this place, if you don't have food, you just wait to starve to death. Let's go, let's go. Kenta grabbed Kai's sleeve and dragged him forward. Don't you know what your dad's temper is like? If you say that again, he'll yell you to death. Kai felt helpless. He glanced at the broken bow in his hand, then at his own thin, weak arms. He felt like he couldn't even pull the bow. Kayano Tadao was crouching beside a bush, 2 deep laugh lines on his face. He didn't look up, instead pointing his finger at a few small hoof prints on the muddy ground. Rabbit. Kai and Kenta approached, crouching low. Tadao pointed at the low bushes ahead, his voice very low. Kenta, you go around to the right and block its retreat. Kai, you stay here. When it bolts out from the left, you shoot. Kai's heart constricted violently. Shoot me. He opened his mouth. Wanting to say he probably couldn't do it. But the moment Tadao's gaze swept over, he felt that if he said even half a word of refusal, he would be swallowed alive on the spot. Kenta crouched and slipped into the bushes. Tadao also quietly moved to the left. Kai was left in place, holding the broken bow, his palms starting to sweat. He took a deep breath. It's fine, the original body was a hunter's son, so his body should have muscle memory. He closed his eyes and tried to recall. Feet apart, turned sideways, left hand pushes the bow, right hand pulls the string. He pulled an arrow from the quiver and knocked it onto the bowstring. Pull. The bowstring didn't budge. Kai was stunned. That's not right, the original owner could pull this, so why couldn't he? He tried again, gritting his teeth, holding his breath, his face turning bright red. The bowstring finally moved a little, but it was pulled back less than 30%. Moreover, his arms were trembling violently, and he couldn't aim at anything at all. Rustle, rustle. A wild rabbit hopped out. It had been flushed out by Kenta and was running in Kai's direction. The rabbit wasn't running fast, getting closer and closer to Kai. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Shoot. Kenta shouted anxiously from afar. Kai gritted his teeth and used every ounce of strength he had to pull the string again. He barely pulled the string halfway, aiming the arrowhead in the direction of the wild rabbit. But his hands were shaking badly. Maybe it'll work. 5 meters. Release. Kai released his grip. Twang. With a dull thud, the arrow flew out crookedly. The arrow traced a weird arc in the air, flying less than 5 meters before plunging straight into the mud. It was miles away from the rabbit. The rabbit was startled by the sound, kicked its hind legs, and scurried into the deeper bushes, disappearing. The bushes went quiet. The wind blew through the forest, and the leaves rustled. Kenta crawled out of the bushes, his face clearly expressing 5 words. Are you fooling kidding me? Tadao walked over from the left, took a look at the arrow stuck in the mud, then at Kai's still shaking hands, but said nothing. Kai wished he could bury his face in the mud. He was ready to receive a harsh scolding. But Tadao just walked up to him, paused for a moment. You wait here. Kenta, you too. I'm going to search that hollow up ahead again. After saying that, he turned and walked deep into the dense forest. Kenta leaned in, lowering his voice. Is your dad angry? Kai shook his head. He plopped down on the ground, threw the broken bow aside, and looked up at the sky. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the canopy, stinging his eyes and making him squint. Kenta crouched next to him, also not speaking. The two of them just waited there. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Kenta suddenly spoke. Kai, do you think, if your dad goes to the hollow alone, he might run into that? Which one? You know, a bear. Kenta's voice was extremely low, as if he were telling some incredible secret. Last month, a hunter from the next village saw a bear paw print over by the hollow, this big. He gestured with his hands, spreading them out wider than a washbasin. The village chief said that bear usually stays deeper in the mountains, but this year, who knows why, it came this way. Kai's heart skipped a beat. A bear. A bear in the deep forests of this era is a true apex predator. One slap can crush a person's head, one bite can snap ribs. If a hunter encounters a bear, 9 times out of 10, it's a death sentence. Kenta swallowed hard. It's too dangerous. Should we go call him back? Kai opened his mouth, wanting to say yes, but swallowed the words back. He won't come back. If we don't catch prey, there's no food at home. Both of them stopped talking, just staring in the direction where Tadao had disappeared. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from the depths of the mountain forest in the distance. The sound was like thunder, shaking the gravel on the ground so that it vibrated slightly. Kenta's face turned pale instantly. A bear. It really is a bear. A chill ran down Kai's spine. The direction the sound came from was exactly the hollow where Tadao went. The roaring sounded again. This time it was closer, mixed with the crisp sound of breaking branches, as if some massive creature was crashing through the bushes. Kenta stood up abruptly. Your dad didn't run into it, did he? Kai's heart almost skipped a beat. He subconsciously wanted to stand up and rush forward, but his legs went weak, and he almost fell. Then he realized a cruel reality. He didn't know how to do anything. He couldn't pull the bow, couldn't shoot an arrow. What could he do if he rushed over? Become a snack for the bear. Kenta also thought of this, his face turning alternating shades of green and white. Should we go find the village chief? Call for help. It's too late. Kai gritted his teeth. He looked down at his own hands. His brain was a chaotic mess. What can I do? Just at this moment. A cold, clear female voice sounded in his mind. Kikyo system binding. Binding complete. Kai froze completely. The voice continued, carrying an ancient calmness. I am Kikyo, a priestess from the Sengoku era. I once used the exorcism arrow to exterminate countless demons and purify evil spirits. Now, I assist you in the form of a system. Kai was stunned. Exorcism arrow. Kikyo. Kikyo from Inuyasha, the anime he followed in his past life. That tragic priestess in white and red, holding a longbow, who pierced demons with a single arrow. The system ignored Kai's shock and projected a translucent panel directly into his field of vision. Host. Kayano Kai. Bow proficiency E, 0/20. Spiritual power E. Skills. None. The roaring in the distance sounded again. This time it was closer. Kenta beside him was so anxious he was about to cry. Kai. The sound is getting closer and closer. What do we do? Kai gritted his teeth and grabbed the bow from the ground. He tentatively asked Kikyo. Can you kill a bear? I am here to kill demons. Kai felt a glimmer of confidence. Then killing a bear should be very simple. He gripped the bow tight and turned to look at Kenta. I'm going to the hollow. I'm going too. Kenta interrupted him, his voice still tearful, but his eyes surprisingly determined. You're going to get yourself killed going alone. Two people can at least drag your dad back. Kai nodded. Let's go. The two of them ran wildly toward the direction of the hollow, one after the other. Tadao walked along the mountain path, a stone weighing on his heart. That arrow Kai shot just now. His son couldn't shoot a bow at all. Something wasn't right. Kai had rolled down the hillside yesterday, hit the back of his head on a rock, and had been unconscious all night. He had only felt the bump on the child's head. He thought it was fine, the kid was tough. He dragged him into the mountains to hunt today just like always. Thinking about it now, that fall might have damaged his brain. Tadao sighed. Once they caught some game this time, he would let his son have a good rest. Tadao gritted his teeth, pushing the thought away. If he was lucky, he could catch a big one. He quickened his pace. They reached the hollow. This was a meadow, low-lying and damp all year round. Tadao had been here many times. This was the place beasts loved to frequent. There was water, shelter, and plenty of prey. He squatted down and began to examine the tracks on the ground. Wild boar tracks, roe deer hoofprints. Then he saw another set of tracks. Tadao's fingers froze. It was a huge claw print, deeply embedded in the mud. He compared it with his own palm. The paw print was several times larger than his entire hand. Tadao's face changed. It was a bear, and a big one at that. He stood up and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. The hollow was unnaturally quiet. A strange smell permeated the air. His intuition told him to retreat. Taking on a bear alone was too risky. But, he looked at the paw print again. A bear this big, if he could kill it, the fur could be sold for money, the meat could feed them for half a month, and the bear gall bladder could be traded for quite a bit of rice. He gritted his teeth and didn't leave. He took out an arrow, knocked it on the bow, drew the string loosely, lightened his footsteps, and moved forward in the direction of the tracks. He had walked less than 50 steps. Something in the bushes was startled and charged out violently. Tadao's breathing stopped for a moment. A huge black bear stood less than 15 meters in front of him. Its shoulder height was over 3 meters. Standing there, it looked like a black mountain of meat. It stared at Tadao, baring its yellowish fangs, and let out a low growl. The sound made Tadao's chest resonate. Tadao's heart hammered, adrenaline instantly rushing to his head. In this uneven hollow, a human couldn't outrun a bear. Running meant death. He gritted his teeth, raised his bow, and aimed the arrowhead at the bear's chest. Left hand pushed the bow, right hand pulled the string. The string was pulled taut. Shoot! The arrow pierced the air and struck the bear squarely in the chest. But the arrowhead only went in less than 2 fingers deep. The bear looked down at the arrow in its chest, roared, and swatted the arrow, snapping it. The broken arrow flew off with traces of blood. The blood oozing from the wound enraged it. The bear roared and charged over. Tadao threw away the bow, drew his hatchet, and dodged to the side. The bear's giant paw swept past his ear, the wind it brought scraping his face painfully. He seized the opportunity and slashed at the bear's shoulder. The blade parted the mane, left a shallow white mark on the skin, and then slid off. The hatchet couldn't cut in at all. The bear's hide was too thick. Tadao's heart sank to the bottom. The bear didn't give him a second chance. It turned around and swatted at him. Tadao couldn't dodge in time. He was hit on the left shoulder, flew through the air, and crashed into a fallen tree. Intense pain washed over him. He groaned, his vision went black, and he tasted blood in his mouth. He struggled to stand up, but his shoulder had been pierced by a jagged stump of the fallen tree, and a bright red stain spread across his clothes. The bear took a step toward him. Tadao leaned against the fallen tree, gasping for air, watching helplessly as the behemoth approached step by step. It was over. He thought of Kai. At least he was still alive. The bear opened its mouth, its fangs gleaming coldly. Dad! Tadao turned his head abruptly. The bushes at the edge of the hollow were pushed aside, and 2 figures rushed out. Running in front was Kai, his face flushed red. Following behind was Kenta, holding a tree branch he had picked up from somewhere. Tadao's face turned deathly pale instantly. Run! What are you two doing here? Run! But the two of them rushed to Tadao's side like they had gone mad. Kai squatted down to look at the wound on Tadao's shoulder. Blood had already soaked through half of his clothes. His lips trembled. Kenta's legs were shaking as he stood in front of Tadao, holding the tree branch toward the bear. Facing three prey, the bear let out a satisfied low growl. In its eyes, these three people were already meat on its plate. Tadao panicked and used his remaining strength to grab the corner of Kai's clothes. Take Kenta and go. Do you hear me? Kai shook his head. He pried his father's hand off his clothes, pushed Kenta back, and then took a step forward. Kai raised the bow. Tadao watched Kai knock an arrow, raise the bow, and aim. It's useless. He roared anxiously. I shot it with an arrow. The arrow couldn't even pierce it. You take Kenta and run. Kai took a deep breath. His hand was still shaking a little, but much better than the first time. Combat state detected. Spiritual power assistance activated. A warm current surged from his chest, flowing to his arms, and to his fingertips. Kai could feel his body being awakened by a strange power. His shoulders dropped naturally, and his grip on the bow was just right. He pulled the string. This time, he only used 70% of his strength to pull it back. Then he pulled the bowstring to full draw, inch by inch. Even Kai was stunned for a moment. I can do it. Spiritual power is not directly related to proficiency. E-grade proficiency only means you don't yet know true archery techniques, but spiritual power can assist you in completing basic drawing actions. Do not be surprised. Spiritual power has been infused into the arrow. The arrowhead glowed with a purple light. Kenta's exclamation came from afar. The bear opened its mouth and crushed toward Kai. Its massive body was like a truck, and every step made the ground tremble. Tadao roared from behind. Run! The bear's shadow blocked the light in front of Kai's eyes. He could even see every fang in the bear's mouth and smell that pungent, fishy stench. Release. As the words fell, his fingertips released the bowstring. A purple stream of light shot out suddenly, cutting through the air like lightning. The arrow dragged a long, thin trail of light in midair, its speed so fast the naked eye could barely keep up. The arrow pierced accurately into the giant bear's left eye, its powerful force undiminished, directly penetrating the thick skull and coming out completely from the back of the head. The huge impact force exploded along the arrow shaft, and the bear's massive body was directly flipped several meters away. Boom! With a muffled thud, the giant bear fell heavily to the ground and stopped moving completely. The entire hollow fell silent. Kenta froze completely. Tadao looked at Kai, then at the bear lying not far away. He had been hunting for 20 years. This bear, he had slashed with a hatchet and only left a white mark, and his arrow had only gone in 2 fingers deep. And his son, with one arrow, had pierced the bear's head through the eye socket. Kai still maintained the archery posture, the bowstring still vibrating slightly. He was also stunned, looking down at his own hands. Kill. Ordinary beast bear. Bow proficiency +5. Current proficiency, 5/20. Kenta was the first to react. He rushed to Kai and grabbed his shoulders, shaking him hard. You. How did you do that? Kenta's eyes were red, he didn't know if it was from fear or excitement. What was that purple light? Why was the arrow glowing? Were you possessed by the mountain god? Kai was shaken dizzy. Maybe it's awakening of talent. Awakening of talent your head. Kenta pointed at the bear lying not far away. That rabbit just now was only 5 meters away from you. And you shot it into the ground. Now you tell me you awakened your talent. Kai felt guilty as he was called out, shifting his gaze away. Even the best archer misses. Kai didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say, I have a warring states shrine maiden in my head helping me aim, could he? Tadao covered his left shoulder and slowly stood up, walking to the bear's corpse. He squatted down and looked carefully at the wound. The arrow had pierced accurately into the left eye socket, straight into the skull from the eye socket, without the slightest deviation. This didn't look like luck. This was precise calculation, it was some kind of, he couldn't find the words to describe it. The path down the mountain was easier to traverse than the climb up, yet all three moved very slowly. A front leg of the bear pressed against Kai's shoulder, while Kenta carried one of the hind legs, and Tadao dragged the bear by its ear with his one remaining functional hand. It was too heavy. The three used every ounce of their strength to finally drag the entire bear out of the depression. If they brought the whole bear back, they could peel the hide off intact and sell it for a good price. The meat would last a few more days, so there was no rush to cure it. Kenta's mouth didn't stop. Such a huge bear. Kai, that arrow of yours went straight through its eye. That was amazing. Jinbei has been hunting for 10 years, and the biggest thing he's ever caught was a wild boar, yet he's been bragging about it for years. This bear of yours is 3 times the size of that boar. Bear meat stewed with radishes. Roasted bear meat soup. Bear fat pancakes. I heard the village chief say that steamed bear paw is a delicacy that only the big shots in the city can afford to eat. As he spoke, Kai's stomach let out a rumble. Kenta laughed out loud. Your stomach is truly honest. Kai also smiled and nodded. Indeed, forget about the system, the demons, or the proficiency, let's just eat our fill first. He walked in front to scout the path, his mind happily dwelling on the taste of bear meat. Then, Kikyo spoke up. Her voice was a few degrees colder than usual. Do you think this is enough? Kai's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. What do you mean? Reminder to host. This is a world of demons. It is not a hunting game. What you just killed was only a bear. But real demons are 100 times stronger than this. Kai remembered the bear. A mere ordinary bear had already proven impenetrable to his father's arrows, resistant to firewood axes, and capable of batting a person away with a single swipe. What about a real demon? Your proficiency with the bow is still at E rank. If a real demon appears tonight, you, your father, and your friend will all die. A chill ran down Kai's spine. He subconsciously looked back. Tadao was walking with his head down, and Kenta was still chattering away about how to prepare the bear meat. They didn't yet know that demons existed in this world. The true danger was not the wild beasts in the mountains and forests. Kai turned back around and took a deep breath. You're right. I almost forgot what kind of world this is. Kikyo seemed to pause slightly. You are more clear-headed than I imagined. Kai smiled bitterly. Clear-headed. He had just been jolted awake by reality. In the world of Demon Slayer, what was a bear? Then, what do you intend to do? Kai gritted his teeth. He already had a plan in mind. Dad, Kenta, you two go back first. Tadao's steps stopped. He looked up at Kai. What did you say? Kai took a deep breath. He looked into his father's eyes. It seems like something within my body has awakened. After that arrow earlier, I feel different. I want to go practice some more while it's not completely dark yet. This time, he didn't make up an outrageous excuse. The awakening of spiritual power was real, and the changes in his body were also real. He just omitted the system and the demons. I'll just practice for a little while and return before it gets dark. Kenta's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Your dad is still injured. Who's going to take care of him if you don't go back? His wounds need medicine, need bandaging, and dinner needs to be cooked. You aren't going to leave me to do all that alone, are you? Kai looked at the bear on the ground, then at Tadao's shoulder, and finally let his gaze land on Kenta. Kenta, you guys take the bear back. I'm leaving my dad to you. Kenta was stunned. Help me take care of my dad. Remember to apply the medicine, don't let the wound get infected. Go ahead and eat the bear meat, don't wait for me. I remember what I owe you, I keep my word. Kenta's mouth opened and closed. Who do you think you are? You're nobody to me. You've lost your mind. But meeting Kai's eyes, those words all got stuck in his throat, he couldn't squeeze out a single syllable. There was something in Kai's eyes that he had never seen before. Tadao didn't speak. He stared at Kai for a long time. But in the end, he didn't ask anything. He only said 2 words. Be careful. Kenta became anxious. Uncle Tadao, are you really letting him stay in the mountains alone? It's almost dark. It's too dangerous. Tadao did not change his mind. He bent down, grabbed one of the bear's ears, and jerked his chin toward Kenta. Let's go. Kenta stomped his feet in place, looked at Tadao, then at Kai, then at the bear on the ground, and finally cursed. You people of the Kayano family are all lunatics. Then he bent down, grabbed the other ear of the bear, hoisted a hind leg, gritted his teeth, and followed Tadao down the mountain. After walking a few steps, he turned back and roared. If you get gored by a wild boar, I'm not collecting your corpse. Kai smiled. Got it. He stood under a tree, watching the two walk away until they completely melted into the twilight. Kai took a deep breath. Alone now. He hadn't been afraid of the dark before. Back in the modern age, night was just turning off the lights and drawing the curtains, with the light from a phone screen bright enough to last until 3 in the morning. But the darkness here was different. The darkness here had thickness and weight, like layers of curtains falling from the sky, draining away the light and sound bit by bit. He took stock. 1 bow, 3 arrows, spiritual power at E, proficiency at 5/20ths, and the skill slot was completely empty. No teammates by his side. Kikyo, do you think I can do it? Spiritual power has recovered to the maximum of E. You may begin. Kai smiled bitterly. Fine, this was his teammate. He took his first step. The dense forest opened up a dark, gloomy entrance before him. He walked for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, encountering nothing. The sound of birds became increasingly sparse, and the mountain forest fell into an eerie silence. He had never walked alone in these mountains before. The original owner's memories told him that the mountain forest after dark was another world. Hunters called it the time of the beasts. But now, it wasn't beasts he was afraid of. Beasts had shapes, sounds, and scents. He was afraid of that which had no shape. In the distance, there was the gurgling sound of a stream. The leaves of a bush on the left were trembling slightly. Kai stopped. He crouched down and held his breath. His eyes fixed on the bush, slowly, inch by inch, he saw a pair of upright ears. Gray and furry, appearing and disappearing behind the fern leaves. A rabbit. His heart gave a sudden leap. The last time he shot at a rabbit, his arrow flew off, missing the target by a country mile. What about now? He slowly pulled an arrow from his quiver. He turned his body and raised the bow. He had been holding the bow for an entire day, and it was no longer unfamiliar. He knocked the arrow shaft onto the bowstring, clamped the knock between his index and middle fingers, and began to draw the string. Spiritual power assistance activated. A warm current surged from his chest. A purple light lit up on the arrowhead. It wasn't blinding. In the dim forest, it looked more like a small lamp, dyeing the surrounding 2 feet of fern leaves a pale purple. Kai stared in the direction of the rabbit. The rabbit seemed to sense something, and its ears twitched. The system marked a crosshair in his field of vision, locking it onto the rabbit. The crosshair swayed slightly, but the range of motion was getting smaller and smaller. Kai's hand was becoming steady. Distance. About 20 meters. Wind speed. Almost none. Light. Dim, but the rabbit's outline was clear. You may fire. Kai took a deep breath. As he inhaled, the crosshair drifted upward a little. He held his breath, the crosshair fell back, and it steadily locked onto the rabbit's head. The arrow shot through the air. Thwip. The arrow buried itself into the bushes. A short, sharp squeak, and then it was quiet. Kai lowered his bow, stumbled over, and pushed aside the fern leaves and bushes. The gray rabbit lay in the grass, its body still twitching slightly. Kai crouched down and looked at the rabbit. The arrow had pierced through from its neck to its chest, and blood had dyed the surrounding grass leaves a dark red. The panel in his field of vision jumped. Kill. Ordinary animal, rabbit. Proficiency plus 0.5. Current proficiency. 5.520. The corner of Kai's mouth twitched. Only 0.5. Kai stared at the 5.520 inches on the panel and was stunned for 3 seconds. Then he exploded. 0.5. Are you kidding me? Killing a rabbit only gives 0.5. Then how many do I need to kill to level up? 30. Killing ordinary animals grants low proficiency. Those are the rules. Why so little? A bear gave 5. Why does a rabbit only get 0.5? A rabbit is a life too. It has parents too. If you want to level up faster, you can go look for demons directly. The corner of Kai's mouth twitched. Look for demons. He didn't even know what demons looked like yet. He had just learned how to draw a bow, wasn't looking for demons, just asking for death. Kai took a deep breath. He swallowed back the words, if you can do it, you go. Kikyo really could do it. She was the strongest shrine maiden of the Warring States period, and the exorcism arrow cured all kinds of defiance. Kai crouched down and silently pulled the arrow from the rabbit. The blood on the arrowhead had already started to congeal. He wiped it with the rabbit's fur and stuck the arrow back into the quiver. Kikyo, if I hunt until dawn tonight, can I reach D? It depends on how much prey you can hunt. Kai gripped his bow tighter and looked into the deepening darkness of the mountain forest. Let's pick up the pace. Kai saw a pheasant beside a creek. It was perched on a low branch of a dwarf pine, its feathers almost blending in with the branches. The distance was about 25 meters. He turned sideways, raised the bow, and nocked an arrow. Spiritual power infused. A purple light lit up. This time he didn't aim for too long. The moment the sight locked onto the pheasant, he released it. The arrow pierced the air, the pheasant flapped its wings twice before being pinned to the tree trunk behind it by the arrow. Kill. Ordinary animal pheasant. Proficiency plus 0.5. Current proficiency, 6/20. The third one. A rabbit. Driven out from between some rocks, hit with one arrow from 30 meters away. Proficiency, 6.520. The fourth one. A raccoon dog. Kenta said raccoon dog meat didn't taste good, but now wasn't the time for that. He crouched behind a fallen log for a short while, waiting for that fat raccoon dog to poke its head out of the hole. When the purple light lit up, the raccoon dog seemed to sense something and flinched, but the arrow was already out. Proficiency, 7/20. He didn't dare waste a single arrow. There were always 3 in the quiver. Shoot it out, find it, then shoot it out again. The purple light kept lighting up and extinguishing in the forest. Kai's arm grew increasingly sore. His right arm, used for drawing the bow, felt like it was filled with lead. Every time he drew the string, a dull pain shot through his shoulder. Spiritual power was also being consumed. That warm current surging from his chest had turned from warm to tepid, and from tepid to a sour, aching fatigue. But his archery was improving visibly. He had aimed at the first rabbit for 5 seconds. The second one for 3 seconds. By the fifth one, he was almost shooting as soon as he raised the bow. Your shooting stability is improving. Spiritual power consumption efficiency is also being optimized. Village entrance. The twilight had already faded away. Kenta and Tadao dragged that huge bear and finally arrived at the village entrance. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Kenta's clothes were covered in mud and blood, and he was limping. Tadao's left arm hung by his side. He frowned with every step, his wound still oozing blood. 7 or 8 people had gathered at the village entrance. The light of the torches flickered in the night wind. Kenta's mother, Setsu, was the first to rush over. She hadn't even untied her apron, and she grabbed Kenta by the ear. Where the hell have you been? It's completely dark. Setsu's eyes were red. I thought you'd been carried off by a bear. I was just about to call people to go up the mountain to look for you. Mom. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kenta grimaced, tilting his head, one hand patting his mother's arm. Look what we hunted. A bear. Such a big bear. Let go. Let go first. Setsu let go. She looked down, and her whole body froze in place as if struck by lightning. The torchlight shone on that giant black bear. The bear's carcass lay on the ground like a small mountain. Is this what you hunted? Setsu's voice went out of tune. Just the two of you. Several villagers nearby also crowded around. The village chief crouched down to examine the arrow wound on the bear's eye socket, a black-red hole with clean edges, pierced straight through by an arrow. He gasped. Pierced the eye with one arrow. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over Kenta and landing on Tadao. Who shot this? Kenta blurted out. Kai. The air went quiet for a moment. Everyone looked at Tadao in unison. Tadao leaned against a stone at the village entrance, panting heavily. Tadao, your son hunted this. Tadao spoke. His voice was low and hoarse. Yes, he is my proud son. Kenta was stunned. He had known Tadao for so many years. This taciturn old hunter who never praised anyone. Actually praised his own son. Setsu looked at the bear, then looked at the crowd where Kai was missing, and frowned. Wait, where is Kai? You've returned, so where did Kai go? Kenta didn't know what to say. Tadao said it for him. In the mountains. He still has things to do. Setsu's eyes widened. It's dark. What kind of business is there in the mountains? Tadao didn't answer. Leaning on a thick tree branch, he limped in the direction of home. After walking a few steps, he stopped. Save a bowl of meat for Kai. Setsu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Tadao's thin, tough back, she swallowed her words. She turned her head and glanced at the mountains. It was pitch black, she couldn't see anything. This child. She shouted at Kenta. Go back and boil some water. Your Uncle Tadao's wound needs to be washed. Kenta answered, dragged the bear's hind legs, and followed behind his mother. In the mountain forest, Kai didn't know how long he had been walking. His world was left with only three things: finding prey, shooting arrows, and pulling out arrows. The numbers on the panel were slowly climbing. Proficiency, 9/20. Proficiency, 9.520. Proficiency, 10/20. An hour ago, he had raked together a small pile of fire, so that animals would see the light, freeze, and give him that second or two of aiming time. The pheasant's wings burst into a spray of feathers when the arrow hit. The raccoon dog's injured body ran a few steps and then collapsed. Your stamina is about to reach its limit. Rest is recommended. Rest for what? I still need the last few points of proficiency. He gritted his teeth, dragged his exhausted body, and continued deeper into the dense forest. The 18th prey. A rabbit dashed out from a grass nest, and Kai raised his hand and fired an arrow. Proficiency, 18.520. The 19th one. A pheasant. It stood on a rock, tilting its head to look at him. Kai drew an arrow from the quiver, knocked the string, drew the bow, aimed, and released. It was done in one smooth motion. Proficiency, 19/20. Still 1 point short. Calculating at 0.5 per animal, he needed 2 more prey. Kai took a deep breath, wiped the sweat off his face, and continued walking forward. But after walking for a short while, he stopped. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. It was a kind of silence suppressed by something. No insect chirping, no bird calls. The treetops didn't sway, the grass leaves didn't move, and the air felt as if it had solidified, pressing against his skin, making it hard to breathe. A chill ran down Kai's spine. He stood in place, turned 360 degrees, and scanned his surroundings. He could see the outline of every tree. But he couldn't see any living creature. Kai's palms began to sweat. Kikyo, what is going on? Animal behavior is abnormal. They may have sensed some kind of threat. There may be a higher level predator. A higher level predator. In the mountains, what else could it be besides a bear? He thought of that word, but dared not say it aloud. Demon. Kai's heart constricted violently. His legs moved half a step backward unconsciously. Run. This was his first thought. Run back to the village, run home, run to where there were people. He looked down at the panel. Proficiency 19/20. Just 1 point left. He took a deep breath and cheered himself on in his heart. It might not be a demon. Wolves. Yes, it could be a wolf pack. Animals run when wolves come. Kai gripped his bow tighter. Leveling up is more important. Get 2, then retreat immediately. Whether it's a wolf or something else, hit it and run. He forced himself to take a step, not towards that darkness in the northwest, but along the stream heading downstream. The sound of the water could mask his footsteps, and the terrain downstream was more open. Kai walked along the stream for about 200 steps. The sound of the water gradually grew louder, from a babble to a splash, and the creek bed widened. He stepped on the slippery pebbles, every step cautious, afraid of slipping, afraid of making too much noise. Then he heard a sound. Rustling, like something being torn apart. Mixed with a low growl. Kai crouched down, hiding behind a large rock. He held his breath and peeked out half his head. The moonlight couldn't reach that rocky beach. But Kai's eyes had already adjusted to the darkness. He could see the general outline, could see the reflection on the water. Then he saw a wild rabbit. But it was caught by something and was still twitching slightly. The rabbit's hind legs kicked twice, kicking at the air, then slowly drooped. Then he saw a hand. Not a human hand. Too big. Several times larger than a normal adult's hand. The skin was grayish-white, like a corpse soaked in water for a long time. Fingers long and thin, joints protruding, nails black. The rabbit was lifted into midair. Kai held his breath. He couldn't see the owner of the hand. That thing was hidden in the shadows, only the arm exposed to the moonlight. That thing brought the rabbit to its mouth, and then Kai heard the sound of chewing. Crunch, crunch. It was the sound of bones being crushed. Kai's stomach churned violently. Then that thing shook its head violently. Gah! Roar. An irritable roar exploded in the quiet forest. The rabbit was thrown out, hitting the rock on the opposite side with a dull thud, then rolled into the stream. The thing roared again, this time louder, carrying an indescribable emotion. Like a picky child eating something they didn't like and smashing the bowl. Kai's teeth were chattering, and he couldn't stop them even by clenching his jaw. Finally, that thing walked out of the shadows. Moonlight shone on it. Kai saw it clearly. It was a demon. That thing was twice as tall as a normal person, skin grayish-white, thin like a mummified corpse. It had no nose on its face, only 2 holes. The demon lowered its head and looked at the rabbit floating away in the stream. It let out a low growl. Then it raised its head, the 2 holes where the nose should be twitched, as if sniffing something. The wind blew from Kai's direction. The demon's movement stopped. It turned its head. Its eyes stared straight at the large rock where Kai was hiding. Kai's blood froze at that moment. Run! A voice screamed in his mind. Run, 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 run. The demon tilted its head. Snap! Its neck made a crisp sound, and its head tilted to an angle a normal person could never reach. Then it split its mouth open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and let out a piercing roar. Roar! Kai turned and ran. He ran at the fastest speed of his life. But after running less than 50 steps, he stopped. If he ran back, the demon would follow him. The demon could smell his scent and follow him all the way down the mountain. The village was right at the foot of the mountain, less than an hour's journey away. There were old people in the village, children, Kenta's mother Asetsu, and his father waiting for him to come home. They didn't know there were demons in the world and had no defenses. If he ran back, he would be the person who brought the demon back. Then, Kai stood there, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes. His hands were shaking, his legs were weak, and his teeth were still chattering. His thoughts were fighting each other. Finally, he gritted his teeth and turned around. The demon had already chased after him. It was crouching, moving on all fours, like a giant spider. It stopped less than 20 meters away, crouched on a large rock, tilting its head and looking at him. Kai's hands stopped shaking. Fear reached its extreme, and instead, he became cold. Kikyo, are you there? Always. Can I beat this demon? When he asked this question, he actually already knew the answer. With your current proficiency E, spirit power nearly exhausted. Kikyo paused, a pause longer than usual. No. Kai took a deep breath. Then heard it. Heard it until it dared not follow. He raised his bow, drew an arrow from the quiver, and knocked it on the string. The demon saw his action and paused. It had probably never seen prey raise a tree branch at it, never seen that kind of branch glow. Kikyo, help me. Always helping. A purple light lit up. The purple light of this arrow was dark purple, like charcoal fire about to go out being blown back to life, flickering twice before stabilizing. Kai's spirit power was almost exhausted. This arrow was the last bit he could squeeze out. He drew the bow fully. Release. The arrow pierced the air. A dark purple, slender trajectory with a faint glow traced a curved arc in the darkness. It hit the demon square in the chest. Kai's heartbeat skipped a beat at that moment. Hit. But the next second, his heart went cold. The arrow hit the demon's chest, making a ding sound. That layer of skin was as hard as iron. The arrowhead only pierced in a little bit and got stuck there. The demon looked down at the arrow stuck in its chest, reached out a finger, and flicked it lightly. The arrow fell off. Not a single wound. The demon raised its head and looked at Kai. Gururu. It was laughing. Kai stood in place, still holding the bow. His arrows were enough to deal with ordinary wild beasts. But dealing with a real demon, it couldn't even scratch the skin. His mind was blank. I can't hurt it. Your proficiency E, spirit power E, the damage dealt to the demon is approximately 0. Although this demon is low tier, its body hardness already exceeds that of ordinary animal bones by several times. Is there any other way? Yes. Level up to D. Unlock exorcism arrow. Then your arrow can hurt it. How do I level up now? All the animals have run away. Where to find the last prey? There are still fish in the stream. Kai was stunned. Stream. Fish. He looked down at the stream by his feet. Moonlight shone on the water surface, the water was very shallow, and he could see the stones and sand at the bottom. In the crevices of the stones, the backs of a few palm-sized fish were faintly visible. The fish were still there. Kai's heart jumped violently. He looked at the demon. The demon was walking towards him, as if it had him in the bag. The distance from the demon to him was about 15 meters. The distance from the fish to him was about 2 steps. He looked at the bow and quiver in his hands again. There were still 2 arrows in the quiver. From drawing the bow to shooting the arrow, how long does it take at the fastest? 1 second. If you don't aim, can I hit the fish without aiming? You can use spirit power to guide it. Spirit power doesn't need aiming, it only needs your intent. Kai gritted his teeth. Are you sure? Kikyo did not answer immediately. Who are you talking to? Kai was stunned. Then he smiled. He lowered his head, looked at the fish still swimming slowly in the stream, then raised his head and looked at the demon walking towards him 15 meters away. Then he crouched down. The demon tilted its head, not understanding what this human was doing. Kai drew an arrow from the quiver, knocked it on the string, and aimed at the water surface. The demon took another step. 10 meters. Kai raised the bow. The purple light lit up, darker than the previous arrow, almost invisible. He was waiting. Waiting for the fish to swim to that position. Waiting. Now. Kai released. The arrow entered the water. With a pop, the water splashed open. The first fish pierced through. The second fish also pierced through. The 2 fish were skewered on the arrow shaft, their tails still thrashing, looking like a candied hawthorn skewer. Kai was stunned. 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 2 fish with 1 arrow. In his previous life, he couldn't even hit a target at the archery range, and now, crouched in a mountain ditch with a demon about to eat him from behind, he had just performed a 2 fish with 1 arrow trick. The panel exploded with notifications. Kill. Common animal fish times 2. Proficiency plus 0.5 plus 0.5. Current proficiency, 2020. Bow proficiency, 2020. Conditions met, proficiency upgrading. Current proficiency, D0 100ths. Before he could react, another notification flashed out. Skill unlocked. Exorcism arrow passive. Effect. Damage dealt to demons increased by 200%. Arrows are automatically imbued with exorcism spiritual power. Note. No Nichiren sword required. This skill is born specifically for exterminating demons. Then, his chest exploded. A surge of heat gushed out from his chest. The pathetic bit of spiritual power he had before, like a drying creek, now turned into a flood. His spiritual power went from E straight to full. The demon had already pounced in front of Kai. Its mouth was open wide enough to stuff a watermelon inside, and rabbit meat hung from its fangs. It swiped a claw toward Kai's neck. The arrow skewering the 2 fish didn't stop. The fading purple light on the arrowhead flared up, and it suddenly changed direction. The arrow broke out of the water, dragging a tail of purple light, and flew toward the demon's face. An arrow appeared before the demon's eyes. A purple, glowing arrow that had flown out of the water. The demon's eyes widened sharply. It tried to dodge, its body tilting to the side. But it was too late. The distance was too close, and the arrow was too fast. Pop! The arrow struck its left eye directly. The arrow pierced straight through, entering through the eye socket and exiting through the back of the skull. The purple light exploded inside its head. The demon froze. Its claws stopped in midair, barely 2 feet from Kai's neck, its mouth still open, saliva hanging from its fangs. But it couldn't move a single inch closer. Cracks began to spread from its eye socket. Like shattered glass, they crawled line by line from its face to its neck, from its neck to its chest, and from its chest to its limbs. Purple light shone through every crack. The demon began to scream, a desperate wail filled with tears. The sound didn't seem like a beast's, it sounded more like a human. A person who had been trapped inside the demon's body for a very, very long time, finally able to make their own sound at the very last moment. Then it began to turn to ash. Starting from the eyes, the grayish-white skin turned into black powder. That pair of yellow, murky eyes suddenly became clear at the very last moment. They turned into brown, bloodshot, ordinary human eyes. Kai saw a strange man inside them. Gaunt, unshaven, with weary eyes. The man looked at Kai, his lips moving as if wanting to say something. Then he too turned to ash. Nothing remained. The rocky beach was quiet. Kai knelt on the stones, panting heavily. He looked down at his empty quiver, then at his still trembling hands. I killed a demon. The panel flickered. Kill. Demon, low tier. Proficiency plus 20. Current proficiency, D 2100s. He stared at the number. I can exterminate a demon without a Nichiren sword. I specialize in treating demons. Kai was stunned for a second. Then he laughed. He slumped on the stones. He was still alive. He hadn't used a Nichiren sword, and killed a demon. That arrow, if it hadn't hit. You hit. I know I hit. I mean if. There is no if. He looked up at the moon. At the moment he released the string, he truly believed. Spiritual power burned on the arrow, the exorcism arrow passive was in effect, and Kikyo's crosshair was marked there. He took a deep breath. Kikyo, thank you. Don't thank me. You shot it yourself. Kikyo was still the same Kikyo, aloof, never praising anyone. He stood up, his knees cracking, making him wince in pain. He'd picked up the bow, the crack on the bow body had widened, and the hemp rope had loosened, so he bit it to tighten it again. He picked up the arrow from the ground and put it back into the quiver. Better than nothing. Then he saw a rabbit. He didn't know when, but the animals had returned. Perhaps because the demon was dead, they felt safe. A gray rabbit poked its head out from the grass, ears erect, nose twitching. Kai drew that arrow. The arrow flew out, fast enough and powerful enough, striking the rabbit directly in the chest. Kill. Common animal, rabbit. After reaching proficiency level D, killing non-demons no longer provides proficiency. What the hell? It doesn't add any more. That is the rule. Level E to level D is the foundation stage. After level D, the training value of common animals is 0. So I don't get proficiency from hunting anymore. Correct. Only by killing demons or creatures contaminated by demonic energy can you continue to improve. Kai took a deep breath. He looked at the D2100s on the panel, then looked at the distant mountain forest. What is this? Is the newbie protection period over? You can understand it that way. Kai smiled bitterly. He bent down to pick up the rabbit. If it doesn't add proficiency, so be it, the meat is still edible. Kai tried his best to retrieve all the prey scattered around. 7 rabbits, 4 pheasants, 2 raccoon dogs, 1 mountain chicken, plus the 2 fish. A dozen or so pieces of prey piled on the ground like a small hill. He tied them up with vines and hoisted them onto his shoulder. He couldn't stand up on the first try. It was too heavy, his knees buckled, and the prey slid off. On the second try, he gritted his teeth, wedged his shoulder blades under the prey, straightened one leg first, then the other, and lifted it up like weightlifting. The road down the mountain was bright under the moon. He walked on the boundary between moonlight and dawn, his shadow blurring in the skylight. He began to mutter to himself. So much prey, enough meat to last for several months. With every step, the prey swayed. The corners of Kai's mouth curled up. He remembered Kenta's mother, Setsu, who had a loud voice, walked with a gust of wind, and never minced her words when scolding her son. But her pheasant soup was the best tasting in the village. I'll send her 2 pheasants. 1 for stew, 1 for braising. The old lady at the village chief's house has bad teeth. Stewed raccoon dog meat will be just right when it's soft. I'll send a raccoon dog over. The village chief even gave my father half a bag of rice last time. The widowed old lady next door lives alone. I'll send her 2 rabbits. Her legs are bad, and she can't go up the mountain to hunt. And that hunter's family at the foot of the mountain, they have 3 children and are struggling to make ends meet. I'll send a pheasant and a rabbit. He thought of those children, skinny, with big eyes, always standing at the village entrance watching other people's children eat meat. And guests came to Kayano's courtyard. Tadao carried some meat tied with straw rope and shoved it directly into the village chief's hands. The village chief pushed back twice, then accepted it. The old lady's eyes were slightly red. That child Joe has grown up. If his mother were still here, she would be so happy. Now he could hunt. She was happy for him, yet felt a pang of sorrow. Jinbei also came. His loud voice could be heard from half a street away. Tadao, I heard your boy killed a bear. His tone was clearly skeptical. Tadao handed him a piece of bear meat directly. The fact was right before his eyes. Jinbei took it, weighed it in his hand, and his face flushed slightly. Well, has Joe returned yet? I want to ask him what archery technique he used. He had been hunting for 10 years, and the biggest thing he had ever caught was a wild boar, which he had bragged about for years. Now, a 16-year-old boy had shot through a bear with one arrow. He thought about it over and over but couldn't understand it. How did that broken bow manage it? Tadao glanced at him. He hasn't returned yet. At the village entrance, several children were playing. The children were chasing a calico cat, their laughter crisp and clear. The cat darted onto a haystack, and the children reached for it below, unable to reach, laughing in a huddle. A black dog lay beside the haystack, its tail lazily sweeping the ground. Suddenly, the black dog stood up. A low whimper came from its throat, and then it began to bark wildly toward the village entrance. The children stopped. The older boy, Daisuke, 9 years old, was the village chief's grandson. He frowned and glanced toward the village entrance. Then, he froze. On the dirt road at the village entrance, something was standing there. It wasn't tall, but it was as wide as a door, with thick, short limbs. The eerie part was that its skin was dark green, covered in bumps of various sizes. It stood there, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. What was this? A person. It didn't look like one. A beast. It didn't look like one either. He had never seen such a thing before. The monster before them was inexplicably eerie, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The next second, the thing moved. Its neck turned stiffly, and its jet-black eyes fixed directly on the children. Daisuke screamed in terror. The surrounding children panicked completely, and cries of alarm erupted instantly. A ghost. Daisuke's father, Sanro, heard the noise, grabbed a firewood chopper, rushed out of the courtyard, and strode toward the frightened children. When his gaze swept to the monster at the village entrance, he stopped abruptly. The thing before him exuded an indescribable evil. What is this thing? Following closely behind, footsteps arrived one after another. Kansuki, the best in the village at using a hunting fork, hurried over, his sturdy arms supporting the hunting fork, standing firmly by Sanro's side. The two exchanged a look, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Kansuki did not hesitate at all and shouted instructions backward. Gonta. Get on the roof. Shoot its eyes. Gonta was a hunter in the village. His archery wasn't as good as Tadao's, but it wasn't bad either. He stepped on the stone block by the wall, climbed onto the roof, crouched behind the ridge, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the monster at the village entrance. Sanro took a step forward, blocking the children, and roared at the thing. What are you? Stop right there. The monster didn't listen at all and walked toward Sanro step by step. Sanro gritted his teeth, not having the slightest thought of retreating. Behind him was his son, Daisuke, a group of children, and the entire village. He gripped the firewood chopper tightly with both hands, and when the monster was 3 steps away, he rushed forward and slashed at its shoulder. Clang! The slash felt as if he had struck a block of iron. The webbing between Sanro's thumb and forefinger tore on the spot, blood flowed down the handle, and his entire arm went numb from hand to shoulder. The monster's shoulder only had a shallow white mark, not even breaking the skin. Sanro was shocked. No matter how thick a wild boar's hide was, he could cut it open with one slash. This thing's body was actually this hard. Before he could react, the monster raised its thick, short arm and slapped him across the chest. Bang! Sanro felt like he had been rammed by a large ox. He flew out, slammed hard into an old oak tree, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sharp pain came from his chest. He tried to crawl up, but his body wouldn't obey. Sanro. Kansuki's eyes turned red with anger. He rushed up with the hunting fork, using all his strength to stab the fork head into the monster's stomach. The iron fork pierced into the other's skin, but it only went in less than an inch before being clamped by the tight skin and flesh, unable to go any further. Kansuki pulled hard twice, but the hunting fork didn't budge. He was anxious and angry, shouting loudly. Beast! Beast! The monster looked down at the hunting fork in its stomach, extended 2 fingers to pinch the fork head, and bent it with a light snap. Crack! The iron fork bent directly. It casually pulled out the deformed hunting fork, pulling off a small piece of skin and flesh in the process, with black, murky blood flowing from the wound. Kansuki thought he had finally hurt it, but in a short while, that small wound healed itself. What kind of monster was this? His face turned deathly pale, and he let go, taking a step back. The monster clearly had no patience left and clenched its fist, smashing it toward Kansuki. Kansuki quickly dodged sideways, the fist grazed his shoulder and smashed heavily into the mud wall behind him. Boom! A corner of the wall collapsed directly, and gravel and dust flew everywhere. Kansuki sat on the ground on his butt, supporting himself with his hands as he scooted backward, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Gonta on the roof released the bowstring at this moment. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, hitting the monster's forehead squarely. The arrowhead pierced into the flesh, but the depth was less than a finger's width. Gonta's heart skipped a beat. Usually, with this shot, even the sturdiest wild boar would be put down, but now, it hadn't even penetrated much of the opponent's skin and flesh. The monster tilted its head, reached out to pinch the arrow shaft, and pulled it out gently. Gonta wiped the sweat from his palms, quickly knocked a second arrow, pulled the bow at its full draw, and aimed at the opponent's eyes. Release. The arrow flew, but the monster tilted its head slightly, and the arrow grazed its temple, piercing into the haystack behind. It missed. Cold sweat broke out on Gonta's forehead as he watched the monster walk toward his courtyard wall. The monster extended its fingers, dug directly into the wall, and pulled with force. Rumble. Half the wall collapsed on the spot, and dust filled the sky. The roof shook, and Gonta lost his footing, falling directly from the roof. His legs were pinned by broken bricks, and his vision went black from the pain, unable to move at all. The children screamed in terror and ran backward. Daisuke picked up his youngest sister and fled stumbling backward. Setsu, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the commotion and ran out. When she looked at the village in trance, her expression changed instantly. Seeing the monster rushing into the village, she turned back and shouted into the kitchen. Kenta! Quickly help your uncle Tadao get away. After shouting, she realized that Tadao was already standing in front of the courtyard, holding an old bow. The wound on his left shoulder had not healed, and after running just now, it had split open again. The cloth strips wrapping the wound were soaked with blood. Yet, his hand holding the bow was steady, not shaking at all. He knocked an arrow, slowly drew the bow, aimed at the relatively soft part of the monster's neck, and released. The arrow hit the monster's neck, piercing 2 fingers deep. The monster frowned and reached out to pull the arrow out. This time, it hurt a little. Tadao's heart instantly went cold. His strength wasn't enough, ordinary arrows couldn't hurt the opponent at all. Tadao threw the empty bow aside, drew his firewood chopper from his waist, and reached out to push Setsu and Kenta back. He stared intently at the monster, and when his peripheral vision swept across the road at the village entrance, he froze completely. Behind the first one, another one walked out of the woods. Same skin, same physique. Immediately after, a third, a fourth. One after another gathered at the village entrance. Tadao counted carefully twice, there were 10 in total. 10 monsters crowded the dirt road at the village entrance, dozens of eyes looking straight into the village. Setsu's face turned ghastly pale. Kenta hid beside her, his small body trembling non-stop. The village chief, who had hurried over, looked at this scene, his lips trembling. How could there be so many suddenly appearing? The old lady had just poked her head out from the kitchen doorway. Seeing the scene outside, all the strength left her body, and she slid down the door frame to sit on the ground. Tadao took a deep breath, looked at the villagers in chaos on the street, and shouted loudly. Any man who can still fight, stay. Everyone else, go to the shrine in the middle of the village. Everyone present stood frozen, no one moving. Facing so many monsters that couldn't be harmed by swords or arrows, everyone understood in their hearts that staying meant death. Hurry and go. Tadao raised his voice and roared, the veins on his neck bulging. Setsu was the first to react, stepping forward to help the old lady who was paralyzed on the ground, pulling her arm. Go quickly, listen to Tadao. With someone leading the way, the crowd began to move. Women supported the elderly, adults pulled children, and a group of people stumbled toward the shrine. Cries, calls, and footsteps mixed together, becoming a mess. My child. Wait for me. The child's father is still at the village entrance. Tadao stood in place, watching the crowd running away, then turned to look at the 10 monsters at the village entrance. They didn't rush in immediately, They just stood there, not knowing what they were waiting for. Kansuki supported himself on the ground and slowly crawled up, limping over to Tadao's side. Gonta moved the broken bricks beside his legs, endured the pain, climbed out of the ruins, and also walked over, dragging his injured leg. Sanro, lying on the ground, really couldn't stand up. He forcefully threw the firewood chopper in his hand forward, and it landed at Tadao's feet. With blood in his mouth, he spat out the words with effort. Hack them to death. Tadao bent down to pick up the two firewood choppers, holding one in each hand. Footsteps kept coming from all directions. Guro, the blacksmith's 19-year-old son, ran out, tall and sturdy, carrying an iron hammer used for smithing in each hand. The farmer Tasuk also rushed over with a shoulder pole. He usually only farmed and had never fought, his legs shaking non-stop, but he still braced himself and stood beside Gonta. Jinbei on the roof, having just handed the allotted bear meat to a neighbor, turned and took down his old boxwood bow that he had used for 10 years. He stood on the roof, nocked an arrow, and aimed directly at the group of monsters at the village entrance. Kansuki's 15-year-old son, Kantaro, also ran over, holding a hunting fork longer than he was tall. Kansuki saw him and became anxious and angry. What are you running here for? Hurry up and hide. Kantaro didn't move, gripping the hunting fork with both hands and aiming at the monsters in front. The teenager's chin kept trembling, terrified, but he refused to take even half a step back. One villager after another arrived. The air was filled with everyone's footsteps, panting, and the light clinking of weapons. At this moment, everyone stood together. Those 10 things stared at the line of humans before them. They were low-level demons, having only recently turned into demons, and they hadn't eaten many people yet. Their brains weren't sharp enough. In their understanding, when humans saw demons, they should run, if they couldn't run, they should cry, and after they finished crying, they should be eaten. They had never seen anyone block the road like this. The demon at the very front tilted its head, and a low growl rumbled in its throat. How foolish. Tadao gripped his 2 firewood knives tightly. Don't separate. Back to back. Dozens of people suddenly huddled together, shoulder to shoulder, weapons facing outward. On the roof, Jinbei's arrowhead was aimed at the center of the demon pack. Attack! Tadao roared. The demons charged. 3 on the left, 3 on the right, 4 in the middle. But the villagers coordinated better than expected. Guro and Kinoshita stood back to back, one striking at the lower body while the other slashed at the upper body. Kansuki and his son pinned a demon from both sides, Linlu and Tasuk entangled another. The first wave of fighting, they surprisingly didn't lose. Goro's iron hammer struck a demon's knee, causing it to kneel forward, and Kinoshita's axe followed through, slashing the back of its neck. Black blood sprayed out, and the demon let out a shriek. Although it didn't die, its movements were clearly slowed. Good. Someone shouted. Kansuki's hunting fork pressed against a demon's chest, while Kantaro forked its waist from behind. The father and son duo pinned the demon in place. The demon struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. On the roof, Jinbei fired arrow after arrow. He aimed specifically for the demon's eyes, hoping to blind them. An arrow pierced the eye socket of a demon on the left, and the demon howled and flailed its arms, knocking the demon beside it off course. Hold on. Hold out until dawn. Tadao shouted. Someone glanced toward the east. It was still dark, but there was hope in their hearts. So these things weren't invincible after all. They could feel pain, they could be blinded, they could be trapped. As long as they could hold on. The hope only lasted for a few seconds. The largest demon in the middle suddenly let out a shrill howl. All the demons changed their tactics simultaneously. They no longer fought individually, but charged at a single point. Before Guro could swing his iron hammer, 3 demons lunged at him simultaneously. He blocked one, was sent flying by the second, and the third stepped on his leg. The sound of bone cracking was exceptionally clear in the night. Kinoshita's axe struck a demon's shoulder and got stuck. He pulled twice but couldn't get it out, and another demon's fist already slammed into his chest. As he flew backward, he heard the sound of his own ribs breaking. Kansuki's hunting fork was grabbed by a demon, and with a yank, the prongs bent. The demon backhanded him, and Kansuki flipped over onto the ground. Kantaro lunged forward to grab the demon's leg but was kicked away. Jinbei fired 3 arrows in succession from the roof, but 2 demons raised their hands to block, and the arrows were deflected. Before he could knock the 4th arrow, a demon had already dashed to the base of his house wall and smashed half the wall down with one punch. Jinbei fell from the roof and was buried waist-deep in brick rubble. Tadao alternated his 2 firewood knives to strike at a demon's neck, each blow harder than the last. He struck over a dozen times, the demon's neck tilted to the side, and black blood smeared all over his face. The demon reached out and grabbed Tadao's right arm. Tadao heard his own bones creaking, but he didn't let go. He continued to slash with his left hand. Slash. Then he heard Goro's voice. Tadao, count. Tadao looked up sharply. He scanned his surroundings, most of the people had already fallen. He counted the demons still standing. 8. There were supposed to be 10. He counted again. 8. 2 were missing. Tadao's blood suddenly ran cold. He looked toward the depths of the village. The shrine, they went to the shrine. His voice trembled. The remaining 8 demons didn't give him more time to think. They lunged. A-Setsu grabbed Kenta's arm and ran toward the center of the village. Kenta was dragged along, stumbling. He looked back toward the village entrance. There were sounds of iron clashing, men shouting, and strange shrieks he had never heard before. He wanted to break free from A-Setsu's hand. Mom, Uncle Tadao and the others are over there. I have to go help. A-Setsu didn't stop, didn't look back. Her fingers gripped Kenta's upper arm tightly. What can you do if you go? Do you know how to fight? Kenta's mouth opened. He wasn't a child anymore. Uncle Tadao needed people. If Kai were here, he would definitely charge in. A-Setsu didn't give him a chance to speak. She stopped abruptly, turned around, and glared at Kenta face to face. The moonlight shone on her face. A-Setsu's face was deathly pale, her eyes red-rimmed. When your father left, you were only 3. I raised you until you were 15, didn't let you starve, didn't let you freeze. It wasn't so you could go throw your life away. Kenta closed his mouth. He thought of his father. He didn't remember his father's face, only the words A-Setsu had said. Your father was a hunter, he went into the mountains and never came back. He had known since he was small that there were things in the mountains that ate people. But he had never been afraid, because A-Setsu and everyone else were there. Now A-Setsu was saying, if you die, what will I do? Kenta stopped struggling. He lowered his head, looking at his bare foot. Tears fell. A-Setsu didn't say anything more. She turned around, grabbed his arm, and kept running. This time Kenta didn't look back at the village entrance. He followed A-Setsu, running through the alleys, around the haystacks, and across the dried-up ditch. The doors of houses along the road stood open, dark and empty inside. They reached the stone steps. The shrine was built on a high platform, requiring them to climb over a dozen stone steps. The stone steps were steep. By the time A-Setsu ran up, her legs were starting to go weak, and Kenta pushed her from behind as the 2 of them scrambled up. The shrine doors were wide open. It was already packed with people. Old people, women, children. They were stuffed full into the small shrine, with barely any room left to even stand. Old lady sat in the innermost corner, her back against the wooden board of the shrine altar. She held it tightly, as if holding a child. Her eyes were closed, her lips moving, though it was unclear what she was chanting. The village head crouched beside the statue, hands clasped in front of her chest, fingers intertwined. She was chanting, Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. Daisuke stood leaning against the shrine pillar, holding his younger sister in his arms. His sister was already asleep. A-Setsu pushed Kenta inside and turned to shout at the crowd. Is everyone here? No one answered. Her voice sounded exceptionally loud in the quiet shrine. Is everyone here? She shouted again, even louder. The village head raised her head and began to count. Chanting names, one by one. My family is here, the old lady next door is here, the 3 children from the hunter's house at the foot of the mountain are here. With every name called, someone would answer. Here. 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 Voices rang out one after another in the shrine. Everyone is here, the village head said. A-Setsu's heart eased a little. Close the door, she said. A few men squeezed to the door. They were the ones left in the shrine to look after the elderly and weak. They hurriedly closed the two wooden doors. The latch was slid into place. The offering table. Setsu shouted. A few people carried the offering table over. It was the heaviest piece of furniture in the shrine, a thick pine board, usually used for placing incense burners and offerings. They braced it against the very center of the door panel. Wooden stools were wedged on both sides. The incense table was turned sideways to wedge it in. Everything that could be moved was moved, everything that could be braced was braced. Old Carpenter tested it, the door didn't budge. He panted heavily and nodded. Setsu crouched behind the door, pressing her ear against the door panel. She heard no sound outside at all. The silence was the most terrifying thing. She didn't know how things were at the village entrance. The shrine fell silent. Only the sobbing of children, the wheezing of the elderly, and the sound of the wind outside. Setsu closed her eyes. She wanted to say something. It's okay, dawn is coming soon. But she couldn't open her mouth. Creak, creak. The sound of fingernails scraping against the wooden board suddenly rang out. Once, twice, and again. Setsu's eyes snapped open. Everyone in the shrine froze. The scraping sound stopped. It stopped for about 2 seconds. Then, thud. A muffled sound. The entire door panel shook. Dust from the door frame fell down in showers. The offering table wobbled, and one of the wooden stools tipped over. Thud. The latch rattled. The wood, shaken loose a little, let out a creak. Thud. The offering table slid forward 2 inches. One of the wooden stools braced behind the door fell over, hitting the ground. The night peeking through the crack in the door widened bit by bit. Something outside was pushing, squeezing, and ramming. Several men lunged forward, using their bodies to brace against the offering table. Old Carpenter gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands pressing against the edge of the offering table, his shoulder bracing against the tabletop. The blacksmith, limping on one leg, leaned against the side of the offering table, bracing it with his shoulder. The old farmer crouched down, bracing his back against the wooden stool. Thud. The incense table overturned. The wood hit the ground with a clatter, scaring the child nearby into tears. As soon as the crying started, an adult covered the child's mouth. Thud. The door panel cracked open. From a spot slightly below the middle, a thin crack split along the wood grain, letting in a sliver of light from outside. Something was looking in through the crack. Completely black, no whites of the eyes, like 2 black holes. Daisuke pressed his sister's head into his chest, not letting her look. Those eyes were pressed against the crack, slowly scanning from left to right, then right to left. It was seeing how many people were inside. It was counting. The moment Setsu saw those eyes moving, her mind went, buzz. It's over. It saw clearly. Everyone's face went deathly pale. There were over 100 lives crammed into the shrine. No weapons, no retreat, nowhere to run. Thud. Another ram against the door. The offering table slid another 2 inches. The crack in the door panel widened a bit more. If the door was rammed open, everyone would. Hold it for me. Setsu's voice exploded. The sound tore through the deathly silence in the shrine. She lunged in front of the offering table, bracing her shoulder against the warped board. Hold it. Everyone brace against it. Don't let go. Then came more people. The village head walked over shakily, leaning her old bones against the wall beside the door panel, both hands pushing against the door frame. Old lady stumbled over and blocked another crack in the door with her back. Daisuke put his sister in the corner, told her, close your eyes and count to 100, then ran over, bracing his thin, small hands against the side of the offering table. The children from the hunter's family who had been hiding behind the pillar also came over. The oldest one bit his lip, bracing his shoulder against old Carpenter's back. The second one crouched down, using his hands to brace the legs of the wooden stool. The youngest one, not knowing how to brace, just stood beside them, pressing both hands on the offering table, his little face flushed red. One after another. Everyone who could move, moved. Men, women, the elderly, growing children. Some pushed with their hands, braced with their shoulders, leaned with their backs. Some couldn't squeeze in, so they stood behind, placing their hands on the backs of the people in front, passing their strength forward. Someone fell down, climbed back up, and kept pushing. Everyone huddled together, pressing desperately against that door. Like a wall built of flesh and blood. Don't let go. Setsu roared again, her voice already hoarse. No one is allowed to let go. No one let go. Another ram against the door came from outside. The entire door buckled inward. Some let out muffled groans, some ground their teeth, some panted heavily. But not a single person retreated. Over 100 lives were crammed behind this one door. Hold on, hold on, hold out until dawn, hold out until someone comes. Thud. The final blow. The door burst open from the middle, wood splinters flying everywhere. The offering table was knocked over, and the people holding the door collapsed in a heap. Two dark green demons stood at the entrance, their eyes scanning the huddled crowd inside. Setsu scrambled up from the floor. She gripped the fire poker, blocking the front. Kenta stood beside her, empty-handed, save for his two fists. It's over. Someone whispered. Everyone knew it was over. The two demons lunged inside. The one in front opened its mouth and lunged toward Setsu. On this small human woman, it smelled fear, but also defiance. It liked that. At the critical moment, a beam of purple light shot in from outside the door. The purple light came so fast that the air didn't even have time to part. Before the shrill whistle of the arrow piercing the air could arrive, the light had already struck. The arrow, like a burning meteor trailing a long, blinding tail of light, cut through the darkness and illuminated the entire shrine gate. The arrow pierced through the first demon's head. It entered from the left temple and exited the right. In that instant, time seemed to stretch out. The demon's lunging motion continued, but the purple light had already exploded inside its head. The arrow didn't stop. Carrying that ball of burning purple flame, it struck the second demon square in the chest, with absolute precision. It entered the left chest and exited the back. The second demon didn't even have time to turn around before the purple light exploded from within its chest cavity. Its body cracked from the inside out, skin peeling away in chunks to reveal the burning flesh and bone beneath. Two demons, one arrow. Both dead instantly. Black ash rose into a mist at the shrine entrance. Trails of purple light lingered in the air, slowly thinning, fading, and vanishing. The arrow was pinned to the shrine's doorpost, its fletching still trembling, emitting a faint, humming, sound. There was a deathly silence inside the shrine. What was that? Someone finally spoke. The purple light, an arrow. Who shot it? Who shot that arrow? The old carpenter crawled to the entrance and poked his head out. The stone steps were empty, there was no one there. It's a god has manifested. The village head's old wife knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Kenta didn't speak. He stood up and pulled the arrow from the doorpost. The arrow shaft was wrapped in hemp rope, stained with dried blood. The arrowhead was blunt and curled at the edges after piercing the two demons. Kenta recognized it. He recognized this arrow. Kenta's hands were shaking. He looked up, toward the stone steps. Kai. His voice was very soft. It's Kai. What? Setsu looked at him, her eyes rimmed with red. Kenta gripped the arrow tighter, his voice growing louder, laced with tears. It's Kai. It was Kai who saved us. This is his arrow. He raised the arrow high above his head, letting everyone see the old arrow shaft wrapped in hemp rope. Everyone's gaze fell upon the arrow. It's Kai. Kai is back. Kenta clutched the arrow and turned to run outside. Kenta. Setsu's voice suddenly rose. Where are you going? To find Kai. Why are you going to find him? If he can come back, he will. What can you do to help him by going? Setsu rushed forward and grabbed Kenta by the arm. Kenta stood at the entrance, looking at the dark path below the stone steps, tears falling. He will come back, Setsu said. She didn't know if she was comforting Kenta or herself. She only knew that she couldn't let Kenta go out now. There were still demons outside. Spiritual power exhausted. Immediate rest advised. Kikyo's voice echoed in his mind. No time to rest. Kai gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He had to get to the village entrance. Kai ran down from the mountain. When he rushed into the village entrance, he saw devastation. The blood rushed to Kai's head. A fury that burned from within his bones, making his whole body tremble. He wanted to rush over and help. But he heard the sound of doors being rammed from the direction of the shrine. Demons were slamming their bodies against the door. He glanced at the battlefield at the village entrance. He glanced again at the direction of the shrine. Finally, gritting his teeth, he turned and ran toward the shrine. In your current state, going to the village entrance is just suicide. Then you want me to watch them die. Kikyo was silent for a moment. Then she said something, her voice softer and warmer than usual. Your spiritual power is growing. E to E. Your rage has allowed you to break through. Kai paused. E to E. It wasn't just a number. He could feel it, he was stronger. His spiritual power was thicker, more stable, it didn't drain instantly like before. He tried to circulate it, spiritual power flowed from his chest to his arms. Although weak, it was there. It didn't disappear. That's enough. Kai gripped his bow tight and rushed toward the village entrance. Village entrance. Tadao could no longer stand. He knelt on one knee on the ground. In front of him, 8 demons surrounded him. Like cats watching a dying mouse. They knew he couldn't run, knew he couldn't win, and knew he was just holding on. Only one thought remained in Tadao's mind, the shrine. He didn't know how things were over at the shrine. The demon in front raised its foot. All the demons stopped. They turned their heads simultaneously, looking toward the village entrance. Footsteps. Not just one person, they were running fast, getting closer and closer. Black figures rushed in from the dirt road at the village entrance. Dark blue Demon Slayer Corps uniforms, the character, Destroy, written on the back, Nichiren sword reflecting the cold moonlight. The one leading them had short black hair, features so ordinary he would be lost in a crowd, no decorations on his uniform, and the handguard of his sword was a simple, light-colored ring. But he charged in front, his footsteps steady, his breathing controlled. Demon Slayer Corps, Murata. Demon. Murata's voice exploded in the night sky like a thunderclap. The 4 members beside him drew their swords simultaneously, the light of their Nichiren swords tracing 5 arcs under the moonlight. Tadao's eyes widened sharply. He didn't know what the Demon Slayer Corps was, nor what they did. But he saw that their swords were no ordinary blades. He had heard of a type of sword that could kill demons, but he had never seen one. Murata had already engaged the lead demon, the flash of his blade sweeping past. Were these people here to save us? Murata's blade was fast. Every slash struck the demons in their most lethal spots. He stepped back half a pace, flicking his blade upward to slash the crook of a demon's elbow. The demon's arm buckled, causing its clawing strike to veer off course and graze past his ear. He followed up with another strike, hacking into the demon's neck a full inch and a half deep. Black blood sprayed out, splattering across his face. Captain! On your left! One of the members shouted. Murata didn't look back, his body already leaning to the left. A demon's claw swept through the space where he had just been standing, grabbing nothing but air. His blade followed the momentum, slashing across that demon's waist, causing it to shriek and retreat. Murata gave it no chance to catch its breath, pursuing it with another strike that landed in the same wound, cutting even deeper. 2 members stood back to back. One used the basics of wind breathing, flashing away to a new position before the demon could react to his speed. The other used the fundamental form of flame breathing, his blade radiating heat as he slashed at the demon's arm, causing it to smoke with every hit. The 2 advanced and retreated in turns. A demon was slashed 7 or 8 times by them, its movements growing slower and slower. But they couldn't kill it. Every slash drew blood, and every slash forced the demon back. The necks were too hard, their blades would get stuck in the flesh and couldn't be pulled out. The demon's stamina was endless, while the human's stamina was draining away. Murata's breathing began to grow ragged. He glanced at the 2 members beside him, both were panting, both were holding on. Murata cursed, driving his blade into a demon's knee. The demon's knee buckled, and it knelt down, but another demon was already pouncing. Murata didn't have time to retract his blade and dodged sideways, but the demon's claw tore through the sleeve of his left arm, leaving 3 bloody gashes from his shoulder to his elbow. It hurt. He gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. Guro propped himself up from the ground. He had been a blacksmith for 20 years, but only now did he realize that these people fought by shaving, cutting, and piercing. Every strike was precise, and every step was calculated. Kinoshita leaned against the base of the wall, clutching his chest. He watched the coordination of those 5 people, advancing, retreating, moving left and right. It wasn't improvised, it was something practiced thousands of times. When one person retreated, another stepped into cover. Who are these people? Footsteps came from the alleyway. The footsteps were urgent. Everyone's gaze turned toward the sound. A blood-covered youth rushed out of the alley. A broken bow was clutched in his hand, and an empty quiver dangled at his waist. His face was covered in blood and ash, making his features indistinguishable. But his eyes were bright. Kai. Tadao's voice squeezed out from his throat. Everyone looked at the youth. Something about him was different. Guro stared at Kai for 2 seconds. He had known Kai for 15 years, ever since he was a toddler in split-crotch pants. He knew that child, thin, quiet, and hardworking. But this was not the person before him. This person's eyes were different. Kai first glanced at Tadao. His father was covered in blood, kneeling on one knee. Then he swept his gaze across Guro, Kinoshita, Kansuki, Linlu, and Tasuke. They were all still alive. His shoulders relaxed slightly. Then he looked toward the dark blue figures. The Demon Slayer Corps. Murata saw him too. He frowned. In a place like this, at a time like this, why was there still a child outside? Kai crouched down and supported Tadao. Tadao was covered in wounds. Kai's throat tightened. Father. Tadao looked at him. What about the shrine? It's fine. 2 demons, killed. Tadao's eyes widened. The eyes of those nearby who heard him widened as well. Kai turned his head to look at the dark blue figures and explained to those around him. They are the Demon Slayer Corps. They specialize in killing demons. Tadao's lips moved. He had heard of the words, Demon Slayer Corps, before. Decades ago, rumors had come in that there was a group of people outside the mountains who specialized in killing these man-eating things. He had always thought it was just a legend, stories told by the elders, ghost tales to scare children. Now, these people were standing right in front of him. Can they kill them all? Tadao's voice was very soft. Everyone looked toward Murata's side. Murata's blade had slowed down. It was clear the man was tired. He had slashed hundreds of times, every blow with full force. His breathing was ragged, and his footsteps were starting to drag. A demon grabbed the back of his blade and yanked it. Murata lunged forward, his feet carving 2 furrows into the ground. A member nearby rushed forward, slashing a blade into the demon's arm. The demon let go, and Murata stumbled back 2 steps before steadying himself. He panted heavily and glanced toward the east. It was still a long way until dawn. He looked behind him again. Retreat. Retreat to the shrine. Everyone who can walk, go. A Hashira will come. Just hold out until the Hashira arrives. Hashira. Goro's voice came from behind. Murata shouted at those lying on the ground. The Hashira are the strongest people in our Demon Slayer Corps. They have already received the news, hold on. Goro scrambled up from the ground. His legs were still shaking, he couldn't lift his left arm, and his ribs ached. Goro pulled Kinoshita up. Kinoshita draped his arm over Goro's shoulder, and the two leaned against each other. Kansuki helped his son, Kantaro, to stand up. His back hurt too much to straighten, he was bent over, one hand supporting his knee. Kantaro was half a head taller than him, but at this moment, he huddled beside his father like a child. Linlu and Tasuke supported each other, walking forward step by step. Guro turned around and shouted to those still lying on the ground. Move. Don't hold them back. They are fighting here, and we are lying here, distracting them. One by one, the injured villagers supported each other and walked toward the shrine. When Tadao stood up, Kai gave him a hand. Tadao looked into Kai's eyes and asked, "What about you?" Kai did not answer. Tadao glanced at the empty quiver at Kai's waist, then at the broken bow in his hand. He looked at Kai for 2 seconds, then nodded. Be careful. Then he turned and limped toward the shrine. Kai watched his father's retreating figure and gripped his bow tightly. Jinbei did not leave. He sat on the side of the house that hadn't collapsed. Beneath the broken bricks was his bow, pinned down and unable to be pulled out. His quiver was still hanging at his waist. Kai ran up to him. Lend me your arrows. Jinbei looked into his eyes for 2 seconds. Then he unfastened the quiver at his waist and tossed it over. The quiver flipped through the air. Kai reached out, caught it, and hung it at his own waist. Can you do it? Jinbei asked. Kai fastened the quiver and drew an arrow. It was iron, a hunting arrow, much better than the rusty arrows he had been using. The shaft was straight, the arrowhead gleaming, and the fletching neat. He knocked it to the string and tested the bow. Murata roared from over there. What are you doing? Leave now. This is not. He saw the arrow in Kai's hand. A purple light shone on the arrowhead. The light spread from the arrowhead to the shaft, and the entire arrow was glowing. Murata was stunned. He had seen the blade light of a hashira. But he had never seen this. It was purple, without the rhythm of breathing, without the patterns of a blade, just pure light. He watched the youth knock the arrow, draw the bow, and stand before the group of demons. The purple light exploded from the arrowhead, brighter than before. Spiritual power surged from Kai, forming a halo around the bowstring. He looked as if he were standing inside a purple flame. Kai drew the first arrow from the quiver. A purple light exploded. The purple flame on the arrowhead was brighter than the one he shot at the shrine. Spiritual power surged from his chest and poured into the arrow shaft. He aimed at the demon in the front. He released. The arrow blasted forward. A purple trail burned a scorched mark into the air. It struck the center of the demon's chest. The demon looked down at the glowing purple hole in its chest, and its body began to disintegrate. Purple cracks spread like lightning, and in less than 2 seconds, the entire demon turned into black ash. The panel flickered. Kill. Demon, low tier. Proficiency plus 20. Current proficiency, D 8100s. Murata's sword was held in midair. He stared at the boy, a broken bow wrapped in hemp rope, a hunting arrow with an iron tip, and one shot had blasted the demon into ash. He had seen Hashira kill demons, but that required a Nichiren sword and a breathing style. This boy had blasted a demon into ash with one arrow. The team member next to him was also stunned. Hey, did you see that? The second demon pounced from the side. It didn't believe it. The brains of low-level demons weren't very smart, they only knew hunger. Kai turned. He knocked the arrow, drew the bow, and released. The purple light pierced through the demon's eye socket and out the back of its head. That demon turned to ash while still in midair. The panel flickered again. Kill. Demon, low tier. Proficiency plus 20. Current proficiency, D 100/100ths. Conditions met, proficiency is upgrading. Current proficiency, C 0/500ths. A new notification popped up. Skill unlocked, Shamanic Barrier Beginner. Effect. Deploys a spiritual barrier around oneself. Within the range, allies' defense increases, fatigue is reduced, and demons' movements are slowed. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Followed immediately by a second line. Exorcism Arrow Passive Upgrade. Damage against demons increased from 200% right pointing arrow 300%. Kikyo's voice rang out, carrying a hint of lightness. The barrier lasts for 5 minutes. Within the range, allies' defense increases, fatigue is reduced, and demons' movements are slowed. Use it well, they can help you. The remaining 6 demons were no longer scattered. Their eyes fixed on Kai in unison, surrounding him and sealing off all paths of retreat. Murata shouted from behind, Kid, step back. They're trying to surround you. Kai did not retreat. Kikyo, Shamanic Barrier. Shamanic Barrier, deploy. Purple light exploded from Kai, a circular ripple centered on him. Spiritual power surged out, forming a pale purple film of light in the air, washing over Murata, over the team members, covering the entire village entrance. Murata felt his body lighten. The feeling of exhaustion vanished, the wound on his left arm stopped hurting, his breathing became smooth, and his footsteps grew light. What is this? The team member exclaimed. A moment ago he couldn't catch his breath, but now he could inhale deeply, his lungs feeling as if they were filled with ice water. He looked down at the purple light on his body, his eyes wide. I'm not tired anymore. The flame-breathing user muttered. He had been knocked flying by a demon twice just now, but now his back didn't hurt, and his arms weren't sore. Goro's pain from his broken ribs vanished. He stood up straight, leaning against the wall, watching the boy standing in the center of the purple light, unable to speak. The movements of the 6 demons suddenly slowed down. Their claws seemed to be dragging lead weights, each step landing as if in mud. For the first time, fear appeared in their eyes. It worked. They've slowed down. A team member shouted. Kai knocked the third arrow and shouted to Murata. The barrier can hold for 5 minutes. Attack together. Don't let a single one escape. Murata raised his sword and charged. His stride covered nearly 3 feet more than usual. The demon's claws swung over. Inside the barrier, the demon's movements were like slow motion. He sidestepped, dodged, and slashed his sword onto the demon's neck. The blade cut 3 inches deep, nearly severing it halfway. Black blood sprayed out, the demon shrieked and retreated, its wound healing noticeably slower. It's cuttable. Murata roared. A second slash, in the same spot. The demon's head tilted to one side. Another team member flashed to the side, circling behind the demon. Before, he would have been panting for a long time after such a move, but now, he wasn't out of breath, and his legs didn't feel weak. He slashed the back of the neck, the blade got stuck, he pulled it out and slashed again. 2 gashes opened on the back of the demon's neck, and its body pitched forward. It really can be cut. The flame-breathing user's sword flames were twice as bright as before. He slashed the demon's arm, and the entire limb began to emit black smoke. Another slash, and the demon's arm was severed, falling to the ground and turning to ash. One demon finally sensed something was wrong and tried to escape. It turned and rushed to the edge of the barrier, stepping onto the purple light film, half its body protruding out. Its movements immediately returned to agility. But before it could take a second step, a purple arrow chased from behind, piercing through the back of its head. The ashes fell on the edge of the light film. Don't let a single one escape. Kai shouted. Murata gritted his teeth, slashing his sword onto the same demon's neck. A third slash, a fourth slash. A fifth slash, the head was severed, and the body turned to ash. He froze for a moment, then roared. Continue. There were 4 arrows left in Kai's quiver. He drew one. A demon struggled at the edge of the barrier, and an arrow shot through its skull. Ashes scattered all over the ground. The 4th arrow. Another demon lunged at Murata, and Kai shot an arrow from the side, piercing through its waist. The demon's body split into 2, its upper half still crawling. Murata chased after it, slashing his sword onto its neck. 1 slash, 2 slashes, the head was severed. The last demon had already rushed out of the barrier and was running toward the outskirts of the village. It was running very fast. Kai knocked an arrow and drew the bow. Spiritual power poured into the arrow shaft, and the purple light exploded. His spiritual power level was still E, and the barrier and continuous shooting had already consumed most of it. The spiritual power value on the panel was dropping. He released. The arrow chased out of the barrier, a tail of purple light dragging a long line through the morning light. It struck the center of the demon's back. The body split apart, and the ashes were blown away by the morning breeze. The demons were all wiped out. The purple light film vanished. The shamanic barrier ended. Kai's bow drooped, and the quiver was empty. Spiritual power remaining, 3%. He was panting heavily. Murata leaned on his sword, gasping for air. He looked at the ashes on the ground, then at the blood-covered boy. This kid, who exactly is he? To have changed the battle situation single-handedly. The eastern sky turned from gray-white to golden-red. The morning light crossed the mountain ridge and spilled onto the dirt road at the village entrance. In the distance, several figures appeared on the mountain road. They were running very fast. The leader had a flame-shaped sword guard, and his hair was yellow and red, like a burning fire. His voice crashed over like thunder. Murata. Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Where are the demons? Murata pointed at the ashes on the ground, then pointed at Kai. They've all been killed. Sunlight spilled over from behind the mountain ridge. The roosters crowed. The village roosters stretched their necks and crowed, one after another. The shrine door opened from the inside. The old carpenter poked his head out first, squinting at the sunlight. Then the blacksmith, the old lady, the village chief's wife, Daisuke holding his little sister, Eisetsu, Kenta. One by one, they walked out. Everyone survived. Dawn had broken. Kenta pointed toward the entrance of the village. What's that? The villagers looked toward the village entrance, where several figures stood, wearing deep blue uniforms, with one wearing yellow and red being the most conspicuous. That person stood in the middle of the ashes, hands on his hips. Everyone exchanged glances and walked toward the village entrance. Kyojuro Rengoku scanned the area. Ruined houses, ashes everywhere. His eyes lit up. Murata. Kyojuro turned and slapped Murata on the shoulder. Smack. Murata stumbled forward 2 steps, nearly falling to the ground. His shoulder was already injured, and this slap nearly brought tears to his eyes. Well done. You protected everyone. Not a single person died. Kyojiro's voice was so loud the entire village could hear it. The birds in the trees were startled into flight. Murata rubbed his shoulder, grimacing. Mr. Kyojiro, please go easy, my shoulder is still injured. Apologies. But you did very well. Kyojiro slapped him again, lighter this time, but it still made Murata sway. It wasn't just me. Murata pointed to the boy covered in blood beside him. It was mostly him. Kyojiro's gaze landed on the boy. He had seen him since a moment ago. The boy's face was covered in blood and ash. But the aura he exuded was extraordinary. He scrutinized the boy, and the boy scrutinized him in return. The two locked eyes for a second, and the boy did not look away. A hint of certainty grew in Kyojiro's heart. The villagers walked over from the direction of the shrine. First came a few bold men, walking quickly, cautiously. Then came the women, pulling their children, their steps slower. Finally, the elderly followed, leaning on canes, trembling. Are the demons all dead? Someone asked, their voice wavering. They are dead, Murata said. He was too tired to say more, but those 2 words were spoken with conviction. The old lady pushed her way through the crowd. She looked at the boy covered in blood, her lips trembling for a long time, then she cried out, Kai. Everyone looked at the boy. Kenta broke free from Eisetsu's grip. He rushed over and hugged Kai tightly. Kenta was half a head shorter than Kai. His head bumped into Kai's shoulder, making him grimace in pain. You scared me to death. Do you know you scared me to death? Kenta's voice was choked with sobs, muffled against Kai's clothes. Kai was knocked back a step by the impact. He reached out and patted Kenta on the back of the head, his voice raspy. Easy. I'm injured. But Kenta's arms were locked tightly around Kai's waist, as if afraid Kai would run away. This child saved us all. The old lady's tears fell. Jinbei stood up from the base of the wall. He leaned against the wall, his legs still shaking. I saw it. He took them down 1 arrow at a time, those things couldn't even run away. He was the one shooting at the shrine too. 2 with 1 arrow. This kid killed them all. The crowd erupted. Kai. 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 I don't know who started it, but then more and more people joined in. Chaotic, tearful, laughing shouts. The tips of Kai's ears turned red. He lowered his head, staring at the tips of his shoes. He wasn't used to this. Kenta let go, stepped back, and wiped his tears with his sleeve. Kyojiro Rengoku strode over. The villagers automatically cleared a path. He stood in front of Kai, looking him up and down for several seconds. His gaze swept from Kai's face to his bow, from the bow to the quiver, and from the quiver to the ashes on the ground. It was you. Using this bow. He pointed to the broken bow in Kai's hand. You killed those demons. Kai looked up at this man who was like fire, and nodded. Kyojiro crouched down. His eyes were level with the bow. He stared at the broken bow for 2 seconds, then reached out and touched the quiver. Murata told me that you used ordinary hunting arrows, without a Nichiren sword, without a breathing style, and without training. You shot and killed several demons in a row. Kyojiro stood up, hands on his hips, took a deep breath, and then. That's amazing. The voice was so loud it echoed on the other side of the mountain. Several villagers shrank back in fright. Kai was startled by the sound and took half a step back. His ears were already red, and now they were even redder. Kyojiro took a step forward. His hand patted Kai on the shoulder. Kai felt his shoulder sink, as if pressed by a large claw. Join the Demon Slayer Corps. Kyojiro's eyes were as bright as light bulbs. It would be a waste for a talent like you not to kill demons. I will personally recommend you. A recommendation letter from a Hashira. You can skip the selection directly. Kai's brain buzzed. Demon Slayer Corps. A Hashira's recommendation. Skip the selection. Murata opened his mouth behind them, wanting to say something, but closed it again. His face was filled with complicated emotions. He had to climb several mountains and pass several rounds of tests to get in back then. This kid, 1 arrow and he's flying right in. Kai didn't agree immediately. He turned his head and looked at the crowd behind. Tadao stood at the very back. Kenta stood beside Kai, watching him, his eyes still red. Setsu stood behind Kenta, her hand still in the position of pulling Kenta. She looked at Kai, her gaze filled with heartache, pride, and a little reluctance. Guro, Kinoshita, Kansuki, Linliu, Tasuke, Jinbei, the old lady, the village chief's wife, Daisuke, little sister. Everyone was looking at him. They had just experienced a night of terror, just learned that Kai had saved them, and that Kai was their hero. On their faces were smiles, tears, and the relief of surviving a disaster. Kai lowered his head, looking at the bow in his hand. This bow had been with him for a day, from not being able to pull it in the morning to killing several demons by nightfall. This day felt like a lifetime. He took a deep breath. His voice was a bit hoarse. I haven't thought it through yet. Give me some time. When he said this, his heart relaxed a little, then tightened again. Kyojuro was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this answer. Most young people would agree immediately, their eyes burning as they said, I'll go. But the boy didn't. Kyojuro looked into Kai's eyes. In those eyes were hesitation, reluctance, gratitude, and, not ready. This person needed time. Kyojuro smiled. The corners of his mouth turned up, but the light in his eyes was sincere. Good. Take your time to think. He straightened up, hands on his hips, and looked around. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to leave, Kyojuro said. Kai looked up. The village was just attacked, the walls collapsed, and people are injured. Kyojuro turned to look at the villagers. We in the Demon Slayer Corps cannot just leave after the fight. We will stay to help you repair the houses before we withdraw. That is the rule. Murata opened his mouth behind him. Since when does the Demon Slayer Corps have this rule? Leaving after the fight is the norm, who stays to repair houses? But he glanced at Kyojuro's back and closed his mouth. Mr. Kyojuro's intention is actually to persuade this boy to stay, right? The villagers looked at each other. This person with yellow and red hair and a voice as loud as thunder said he would stay to help them repair houses. The old lady asked tentatively, This lord, are you really not in a hurry to leave? Not in a hurry. Kyojuro's voice grew loud again. We are responsible for this area anyway. There are no more demons nearby, staying for a few days is just right. He sniffed, then turned to look toward the kitchen. Smells good. Is it bear meat stewed with radish? The kitchen was further away from the village entrance and had not been affected. The bear meat Setsu had stewed earlier was still there. Murata whispered to the member beside him, Mr. Kyojuro just wants to eat their bear meat. The member tried desperately to hold back laughter, his face turning red. Setsu was stunned. How did you know? I smelled it. Kyojuro strode toward the kitchen. Excuse me. I will help repair the houses. Roofs, walls, doors, I can do them all. The villagers watched the man who was like fire stride into the kitchen, unsure how to react. Kenta whispered, Is this person always like this? Kai watched Kyojuro's back, the corners of his mouth twitching, probably. Kikyo's voice rang in his head, Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku. Passionate personality, extremely strong combat power. He is a good person. Kai, of course, knew. Setsu clapped her hands and shouted to the crowd, The meat is stewed. Come and eat. Bear meat stewed with radish. Whoever doesn't eat it is not giving me face. The crowd surged toward the kitchen. Laughter, shouts, and footsteps mixed together. Kyojuro was already sitting at the kitchen door. He didn't know where he found a bowl, but he sat properly on the threshold, the bowl filled with bear meat soup. He was grimacing from the heat, but he was still shoveling it into his mouth. Delicious. Delicious. His eating manners weren't exactly refined, but he ate with such infectious enthusiasm that those around him felt hungry just watching. Kai walked in the middle. Tadao walked over from behind. He walked beside Kai, said nothing, just reached out and patted Kai on the shoulder. The force wasn't heavy, but Kai felt that pat travel from his shoulder to his heart. Kai slowed his pace by half a step, waiting for his father to walk in front. The two walked one behind the other, at the very back of the crowd. Spiritual power remaining 3%. Suggest eating first. Kenta was impatient, ran behind Kai and gave him a push. Hurry up. If we're slow, there won't even be any soup left. Kai was pushed and stumbled forward a step, then turned back and glared at him. Kenta was grinning, the tear stains on his face not yet dry, but his mouth was already wide open in a smile. The kitchen door was crowded with people. Kyojiro's voice came out. Delicious. Another bowl. It's too delicious. Setsu's voice also came out, laughing and scolding. Line up. Everyone line up. If anyone snatches, I'll be mad at them. Not long after dawn, the light in the bamboo forest was still soft. Kagaya Ubuyashiki sat on the veranda with a thin blanket draped over his knees, holding a cup of hot tea in his hands. His face was a little paler than yesterday, but his spirits were good. The light shone on him, and he squinted slightly, a faint smile hanging on his lips. His wife, Amane Ubuyashiki, sat beside him, peeling a peach. The weather is truly lovely today, Kagaya said. Amane cut the peach into small pieces and pushed them toward Kagaya's hand. I heard there have been demons appearing in a village to the southeast recently. Murata has led a team there. Murata, he is very reliable. Kagaya picked up a piece of peach and ate it slowly. A crow plummeted from the sky and landed on the railing. It was a size larger than an ordinary crow, with red feathers on its chest and a booming voice. Master. A letter from the flame Hashira. A letter from the flame Hashira. Amane sighed. Baiko, keep your voice down. The master didn't sleep well last night. Sorry. Baiko lowered its voice, but it was still quite loud. It tilted its head, staring at Kagaya with one eye, waiting to deliver the letter. Kagaya reached out. Baiko lifted its leg, revealing a small bamboo tube. Kagaya untied it, his fingers trembled slightly, his body feeling a bit weak. Amane did not help, merely shifting the plate slightly. Kagaya did not like others doing what he was capable of doing himself. He unfolded the letter. Rengoku's handwriting was large and bold, the ink bleeding into the paper. Kagaya read softly. Master, I have encountered a young man in a village in the southeastern mountains. His name is Kayano Kai, 16 years old, the son of a hunter. He uses an ordinary hunting bow and shoots arrows of purple spiritual power. A single arrow can kill a demon. Last night, he shot and killed several low-level demons by himself. He has no Nichiren sword, no breathing style, and no training whatsoever. Arrows of purple spiritual power. Amane tilted her head to look at Kagaya. What kind of power is this? Kagaya shook his head. I have never seen it. The Demon Slayer Corps had existed for hundreds of years. He had read countless journals and seen all manner of breathing styles and sword techniques. The phrase, purple spiritual power, was something he was seeing for the first time. Rengoku would not lie to him, nor would he exaggerate. There truly was something in that young man's arrows that they had never seen before. He continued reading. I have invited him to join the Demon Slayer Corps, but he hesitated, saying he needed time to consider. I did not force him. I am staying in the village for the time being to help the villagers repair their homes while observing this young man. The source of his power is unknown. I will continue to observe. Kyojiro Rengoku. Baiko shook its wings and puffed out its chest. He is amazing. 1 arrow, 2 demons. 1 arrow, 2 demons. Did you see it? Amane asked. No. Another crow was woken up. It was black with blue feathers on its chest, a size smaller than Baiko. It was the crow belonging to the water Hashira Gyu Tomioka, named Lin. It was very unhappy and covered its head with its wings. Sleep. Do not disturb my sleep. So noisy. A sharp, thin voice came from the other side. It was the crow of the wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa, named Lee, who had a fiery temper. I'll peck you if you scream again. Come on. Baiko hopped around, not afraid in the slightest. The 2 crows chased each other under the eaves, and a few feathers flew off. Lee was annoyed to death. It had been sunbathing, and its ears ached from Baiku's noise. But it also knew that Baiko was just like that, the same as its master, scolding it was useless. Amane watched the rowdy crows and shook her head, though a smile played on her lips. These crows, they shared the same temperaments as their masters. They were all good birds. Kocho Shinobu walked over carrying a medicine box, a gentle smile on her face. Those who knew her knew that there was a knife hidden in that smile. Master, here is today's medicine. She knelt on the veranda and took several small paper packets from her medicine box, lining them up neatly next to the plate. The dosage and time for the medication were written on the packets, the handwriting neat and meticulous. She did not trust others to deliver the medicine, so she came to deliver it personally, taking the opportunity to check on the master's condition. A person's complexion would not lie. Shinobu, you have come just in time. Kagaya handed her the letter. Rengoku mentioned a young man in his letter who can use arrows of purple spiritual power to kill demons. Kocho Shinobu took the letter and scanned it quickly. Her eyebrows raised slightly. Purple spiritual power. She turned the letter over to check the back, confirming there was no more content. No breathing style. An ordinary hunting bow. Interesting. A Nichiren sword absorbs sunlight, but where does his arrow draw its power from? If this were true, then the value of this young man was greater than that of the recruits who had passed the selection. But she wanted to know why even more. She did not like things she could not understand. That is exactly what I wish to know, Kagaya said. Yume Himahima walked over from deep within the courtyard. He was tall and imposing, blind, with his hands pressed together. He stood still on the veranda, facing Kagaya, and bowed slightly. Namu Amida Butsu. A young man who can kill demons with a bow and arrow. Although I have not seen him myself, listening to your words, Master, this may perhaps be the guidance of the Buddha. He could feel a sense of anticipation in the Master's voice. Regardless of whether it is or not, we must not force it. Rengoku remaining there is for the best. Firstly, to protect the villagers, and secondly, to observe that young man. When he is willing to come, he will naturally come. Kocho Shinobu folded the letter, stuffed it back into the small bamboo tube, and handed it to Baiko. Baiko clamped it in its beak and retreated to the railing to squat. Kocho Shinobu turned to Kagaya. With Kyujiro-san's personality, it is rare that he can resist the urge to rush someone. That loud-voiced man could never sit still when he saw promising talent. The fact that he could resist forcing the young man to join the corps showed that he was truly thinking of the boy's well-being. Yume nodded. That man may appear impatient, but he actually has a sense of propriety. He will handle it well. Just as they were speaking, laughter drifted over from the other side of the courtyard. A young woman with pink hair poked her head around the corner of the corridor, holding a skewer of dumplings. It was Mitsuri Kanroji, the love Hashira. Her hair glowed a pale pink in the sunlight, and her cheeks were flushed. Master. I heard Kyujiro-san sent a letter. What did it say? She walked over quickly, the dumpling swaying in her hand. She had been eating breakfast, but upon hearing the crows making a fuss, she knew a letter had arrived and hurried over. He met a young man who can kill demons with a bow and arrow, Kocho Shinobu answered for Kagaya. Wow. That's amazing. Mitsuri's eyes lit up, her voice filled with curiosity. She took a bite of a dumpling, her cheeks bulging. An ordinary person can kill demons. That's too strong. And using an ordinary bow to kill demons. That must require immense strength, incredible aim, and ruthless determination. She wondered if this person had some special talent. Her own superhuman strength was innate. That young man must be the same. That is why Rengoku wishes for him to join, Kagaya said. Mitsuri nodded vigorously. He must join. It would be such a pity if such a strong person didn't come. Beside her, under the corridor pillar, a young man was leaning against the pillar, dazed. It was Muichiro Tokito, the mist Hashira. He was holding a leaf, looking at it against the sunlight, the veins clearly visible. He seemed not to be listening, yet also as if he had taken it all in. He spoke, his voice very light, as if talking to himself. Purple, that looks nice. Kagaya smiled. Tokito was just like that. He didn't say much, but every time he spoke, people felt as though he actually knew everything. Kocho Shinobu sat kneeling, her hands on her knees, her expression thoughtful. This young man named Kai, Rengoku-san says to skip the selection and have a direct Hashira recommendation, would that be too fast? A Hashira recommendation meant responsibility. It meant that others would watch him, compare themselves to him, and have expectations of him. Was he ready? Kagaya picked up his teacup and took a sip. Shinobu, do you think someone who can kill several demons in a single night needs to participate in the selection? Kocho Shinobu was stunned for a moment. That is true. The selection is intended for those who have not yet killed a demon. The number he has killed is more than some members have in 3 years. The young man had already proven himself. His life had almost ended that night, but he had survived and killed the demons. That was more convincing than any selection. What about the other recruits? They are currently in the selection, aren't they? Amane's voice was light and calm. About a dozen people went in today. Those who will come out. I estimate less than half. Kagaya looked at the sunlight in the courtyard. Everyone has their own path. Those who walk out of the selection are remarkable. And this young man named Kai, he is walking a different path. Kyojuro Rengoku squatted on the roof, his left hand pressing down on the wooden board, his right hand gripping a handful of nails. He didn't use a hammer, he struck down with his palm. Thump. The nail sank entirely into the wood, and the board fit perfectly. The old carpenter beside him twitched his eyelids. Lord Kyojuro, doesn't your hand hurt? Not at all. Kyojuro laughed loudly and struck another one in. The roof beam shook, and dust rained down. Murata was moving wood in the neighboring courtyard. The injury on his shoulder hadn't healed yet, so he rested after moving each piece. He saw Kyojuro strike a nail until it bent with a single palm strike, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Yesterday, he struck someone's doorframe until it was crooked. The member lowered his voice. Later, he punched it back into place. Murata fell silent. Kyojuro jumped down from the roof, strode to the entrance of the village, and stared at an old locust tree for 2 seconds. This tree is blocking the path, let's cut it down. Before the member could stop him, Kyojuro had already drawn his Nichiren sword. A flash of the blade, and the tree trunk, as thick as a bucket, was severed at the roots. The tree fell, but the direction was slightly off. Murata pulled the old carpenter and dove to the side as the treetop slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The direction was off. Sorry. Kyojuro pressed his palms together. Murata scrambled up from the ground, covered in dirt. Kyojuro-san, you cut the tree, so you carry it too. Fine. Kyojuro laughed, hoisted the entire tree onto his shoulder, and walked forward steadily. Where should I put it? The old carpenter opened his mouth. Use it as a roof beam. Murata sighed. Nearby, a member of Flame Breathing was shaving wooden stakes with a blade. Another member was chopping firewood, 1 piece per strike, fast and even. No one dared to let Kyojuro work inside the house, fearing he would tear it down. Kai squatted at the kitchen doorway, staring blankly at the rice jar. Tadao sat on the threshold, his right arm still swollen, using his left hand to whittle a wooden stick. Your body is recovering well. When do you plan to set off? Wait a few more days. My father's hand hasn't healed yet. You are already procrastinating. Since Kyojuro invited you yesterday, you have already found 2 excuses. Kai fell silent. Kikyo was right. He was indeed stalling. His heart was calling to him, his arrows existed solely to eliminate demons. This was his responsibility. But this was the place where the original owner had lived since childhood, so he couldn't help but feel hesitant and reluctant to leave. Kikyo was silent for a moment. Then stock up enough food for your family. This is the only thing you can do right now. Kai stood up and took his bow in his hand. He walked to the doorway and looked at his father's back. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Kenta ran in. Are we going hunting today? Yes. Kai inserted the arrows into the quiver. Let's catch more. Catch more. Kenta was stunned for a moment. Didn't we catch a lot yesterday? It's not enough. Kai shouldered his bow and walked out, with Kenta following. Kyojuro saw them from the roof. He set the tree he was carrying on his shoulder down on the ground and strode to catch up. Hunting. I'm going too. You're fixing the house, Kai said. Murata. Kyojuro called out, looking back. You guys finish the rest. Murata poked his head out from behind the wall, looking at the unprocessed tree on the ground, the unfinished nailed boards, and the unstacked wall. He opened his mouth, but closed it again. The member beside him whispered. Captain, Kyojuro-san, he. I know. Murata sighed and picked up the hammer. What else could he say? Kyojuro-san has a new idea every minute. Kenta leaned into Kai's ear. If he goes, can we still catch anything? I heard that. Kyojiro's voice boomed from behind, making Kenta shrink his neck. Kai didn't speak and kept walking forward. Having one more person to carry the prey was always good. The three of them went into the mountains. Kai walked in front, Kenta in the middle, and Kyojuro brought up the rear. Every step Kyojuro took made the dead branches snap loudly, like someone setting off firecrackers. Kyojuro-san, could you be quieter? The prey will run away. Sorry. I'm used to it. Kyojuro lowered his voice, but it was still very loud. The first rabbit appeared. Kai knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and was about to release. Kyojuro suddenly shouted. There's a big one on the left too. The rabbit ran away. Kai's arrow stuck into the tree trunk. Kyojuro covered his mouth. Kenta squatted on the ground, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Kai took a deep breath, pulled out the arrow, and continued walking forward. He didn't have time to be angry. The second pheasant. Just as Kai aimed, Kyojuro spoke again. Do you want me to go around from behind and drive it toward you? No. I'll use flame breathing, it'll be fast. No. Kyojuro had already darted out. The footwork of flame breathing flashed through the forest a few times, fast enough to be invisible, but loud enough to sound like thunder. The wind kicked up by his feet swirled the dead leaves into a small whirlwind. The pheasants were startled, and 7 or 8 of them flew up from the grass at the same time. Kai shot 3 arrows in succession, and 3 pheasants fell. The rest flew away. Kyojuro emerged from the woods with leaves on his head and a red scratch from a branch on his face, smiling brightly. How was that? I drove them well, right? Don't drive them next time. Why? Kenta answered for Kai. Because the rest were scared away. Kai told the two to wait where they were, and he walked forward alone. He found a high ground and squatted down. He didn't use spiritual power, he relied on the feel he had practiced over the past 2 days. First arrow, a rabbit. Second arrow, a pheasant. Third arrow, a raccoon dog. He caught one after another. When picking up the prey, he was expressionless, just tying them to his waist, and then continued searching. Kyojuro stood in the distance, watching, and fell silent. He looked at the boy's expression. That expression didn't look like he was enjoying the hunt. It looked like Kyojuro couldn't watch anymore. How many could he catch by nightfall hunting like this? Depending on this method, how long would it take to get enough food for winter? Too slow. Kyojuro strode over. Kai looked up, and before he could speak, Kyojuro had already drawn his Nichiren sword. You, what are you doing? Kenta's voice changed. Kyojuro didn't answer. He took a deep breath, and a thin layer of flame ignited on the blade. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. He turned into a streak of fire and charged deep into the woods. It wasn't the kind of unhelpful driving from before, this time, he was serious. Kai and Kenta stood where they were, hearing a series of loud crashing sounds from the woods. The sound of breaking branches, the vibration of the ground, the sound of pheasants scattering, the howling of wild boars, all mixed together. Then it went quiet. Kyojuro walked out of the woods. The flames on the Nichiren sword had extinguished, the blade was still steaming, and not a drop of blood was on it. But behind him followed a group of animals. Kai's eyes widened. A wild boar rushed out of the bushes, running toward Kai and Kenta. Behind it followed 2 pheasants, 3 rabbits, a raccoon dog, and a fawn, and all driven out by Kyojuro's flames and commotion. What are you standing there for? Shoot! Kyojuro shouted. Kai came back to his senses, knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and released. The wild boar fell to the ground in response. Second arrow, a pheasant. Third arrow, a rabbit. Kenta scrambled to pick them up, nearly getting knocked over by the last fawn. Enough, enough, enough. Kenta shouted. Kyojuro walked over, looked at the prey on the ground, then looked at Kai, and pointed to the wild boar that had been shot through the head with 1 arrow. This one is enough to eat for half a month. Kai looked at Kyojuro, the corner of his mouth twitching. You, how did you do that? Flame breathing to flank from 3 sides, driving them in one direction. Kyojuro said nonchalantly, sheathing his sword. They just ran into it themselves. The heat of the flames changed the direction of the wind in the forest, and the animals could only run along one path. Kenta squatted on the ground, his mouth hanging open. This works too. It works. Kyojuro clapped his hands. Looking for prey one by one is too troublesome. This is faster. Kai and Kenta looked at each other, neither speaking. The three of them carried the prey and walked back. Kyojuro carried most of it by himself. The wild boars were the heaviest, he hoisted them onto his shoulders and didn't budge an inch. Kenta followed behind at a jog, carrying a few pheasants on his shoulders, panting. Kyojuro-san, aren't you tired? Not tired. Kyojuro's voice boomed from the front. Kai walked at the very back. He looked at Kyojuro's back. A Hashira is a Hashira. If he used his full strength, he could kill all the prey on the entire mountain by himself. But he left the chance to strike to Kai. Returning to the village, Murata was nailing a doorframe. He saw Kyojuro carrying several wild boars, with pheasants and rabbits stacked on his back, striding into the village. The nearby member of Flame Breathing muttered. Kyojuro-san, did he go to war? A-Setsu stood at the kitchen doorway, looking at the prey piled up in the courtyard. Wild boars, pheasants, rabbits, raccoon dogs, fawns, piled into a real mountain. She put her hands on her hips, opened her mouth, and couldn't say a word for a long time. Kenta whispered. We really can't finish eating this, right? A-Setsu squatted down, touched a wild boar, then looked at Kai, her eyes a little red. You child. She didn't finish, stood up, and turned into the kitchen. After a while, the thumping sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Tadao came out of the kitchen and looked at Kai. That look lasted a long time. Are you going? He asked. Kai was stunned. There is something in your eyes. Tadao pointed to Kai's eyes. Kai's throat was blocked. When his mother left, he was 8. He remembered the look she gave him at the end, exactly the same as the look Tadao had now. When are you leaving? Tadao asked. Tomorrow, Kai said. Tadao's hand paused. Then he nodded, squatted down, and began to pluck the pheasant feathers with his left hand. The movements were slow, but he plucked them very carefully. Kenta leaned over and whispered to Kai. You're leaving. Where to? The Demon Slayer Corps, Kai said. Kenta was stunned for a moment. He looked at Kai's eyes. There was light in those eyes, and something was burning inside. When did you decide? Kenta's voice was a bit hoarse. Last night. I decided last night. But I wanted to take care of things at home first. Kenta was silent for a few seconds. Then he rubbed Kai's shoulder, his voice muffled. Remember to come back. I'll remember, Kai said. You finally said it. Yeah, I said it. No regrets. No regrets. Kyojuro sat on the steps, holding a bowl of tea and drinking it with a slurping sound. He heard the conversation between Kai and Kenta, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Eat more tonight. Kyojuro raised the bowl and shouted toward the kitchen. Ms. A-Setsu. Make a few more dishes tonight. This kid is going on a long journey. A-Setsu poked her head out of the kitchen, her eyes still red, but the corners of her mouth were smiling. As if you had to tell me. Louder chopping sounds came from the kitchen. Sunlight shone into the courtyard, shining on the pile of prey. Kai stood in the middle of the courtyard, holding that broken bow in his hand. He looked exactly the same as he did a few days ago. But he was no longer the same person he was before. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Demon Slayer. The Arrow of Destruction, piercing Muzan with a single arrow. Part 2. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the Kayano courtyard was already full of people. But it was unexpectedly quiet. Daisuke was holding his younger sister's hand, she was still rubbing her eyes, unaware of what was happening. Everyone was looking at Kayano Kai. Kai was carrying a bow, and the quiver at his waist was stuffed full. It was a new quiver. Jinbei had brought it over last night. Kai had tried to decline it twice, but Jinbei glared at him, and he didn't try again. Inside the quiver were 12 iron-tipped arrows, their fletching neatly trimmed. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, his throat tight. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. What was there to say? I'm leaving. I'll be back. Whatever he said felt too light. Tadao came out from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of hot porridge in his hands. His right arm was still swollen, so he carried the bowl with his left hand. He walked up to Kai and handed the bowl over. Eat before you go. Kai took it. The porridge was very hot, steam rising from it. He took a sip, and the heat made his eyes turn red. He kept his head down as he drank the porridge, not daring to look at his father. He was afraid that if he looked, he wouldn't be able to leave. Kenta stood in front of the crowd, his mouth opening several times, but in the end, he only said one sentence. Don't forget to come back. I won't forget. Kai's voice was a bit hoarse. You chose this path. Keep moving forward, don't look back. Kai took a deep breath and returned the bowl to Tadao. Tadao took it without a word. His lips moved slightly. Jinbei squeezed through from the back of the crowd, clutching a whetstone wrapped in an old cloth, and stuffed it into Kai's hand. When your arrows get dull, you need to sharpen them. Don't use that crappy stone of yours, it won't get them sharp. Kai looked down at the whetstone, it was oily and polished from years of use. This was the one Jinbei used himself. Jinbei. Jinbei glared at him, his eyes red. Call me brother. Someone nearby laughed. Kai laughed too, the corners of his eyes wet. Rengoku jumped down from the roof. He had been staying at the village chief's house for the past 2 days, and the roof repairs were just about finished. He stood before Kai. I will have people keep an eye on this village. If the local contacts discover any danger, they will notify the nearby members of the Demon Slayer Corps immediately. Rest assured. Kai nodded. He knew this was the best guarantee Rengoku could give him. A weight lifted from his heart. Let's go. I'll take you back to headquarters. Rengoku turned around and strode toward the village entrance. Murata walked over with several members, each carrying a pack on their back. Murata nodded at Kai, not saying much, just, see you at headquarters. He glanced at Kai, then bowed to Rengoku. Rengoku-san, we have other missions, so we won't be going together. Rengoku waved his hand. Go, go. Be careful on the road. Murata turned and led the members away. After walking a few dozen steps, one member whispered. Finally, freedom. Repairing houses these past 2 days was more tiring than killing demons. Another member tried hard to suppress a laugh. Keep it down, don't let Rengoku-san hear you. Kai took one last look at Tadao. His father stood at the kitchen door, saying nothing. He was just watching him. Kai wanted to say, I'll be back, but he couldn't open his mouth. He knew that whatever he said was useless, his father didn't need him to say it. He turned around and took his first step. On the mountain road leaving the village, the two walked side by side. Once they were out of the village and away from those gazes, Kai's shoulders finally relaxed. Rengoku suddenly spoke, his voice as loud as ever. Repairing houses is much more tiring than killing demons. The corners of Kai's mouth twitched. That brat Murata would rest 3 times after carrying 2 logs. I carried a whole tree, and he still wasn't satisfied. Rengoku continued to complain. You cut down their feng shui tree. Kai said. That was an accident. After crossing the mountain, they arrived at a town. Kai had never seen such a scene. People were coming and going on the street, people selling fish, fabric, and dumplings, with shouts and cries rising one after another. The original host had grown up in the mountains, and the biggest place he had ever been was the market at the village entrance. He stood at the entrance of the street, watching the crowd, his pace slowing down. Rengoku, walking ahead of him, looked back. Never been here. Kai shook his head. Then take a good look today. From now on, you'll see plenty of places like this while hunting demons. Rengoku strode forward. Kai followed behind, looking left and right like a country bumpkin entering the city. The dumplings at the stall were arranged in strings on bamboo skewers, glistening with oil. The fish at the fish stall were still alive, thrashing their tails in wooden tubs. 2 women wearing beautiful kimonos walked past them. Kai was still wearing the tattered hemp jacket, patch upon patch. The women glanced at him, covered their mouths to giggle, and walked away quickly. Rengoku looked back and saw it, laughing loudly. Clothes don't matter. As long as you can kill demons. The uncle selling dumplings nearby poked his head out. Young man, buy a skewer of dumplings. They're hot. Kai felt his pockets, they were empty. He didn't have money for this world. Rengoku pulled money from his robe, bought a skewer, and shoved it at Kai. Eat. My treat. Kai took it and took a bite. It was sweet. His eyes brightened. The original host had never eaten this before. There weren't any in the village, and certainly none in the mountains. Walking around a street corner, Kai heard a voice. Someone was talking. The voice was shrill and thin, with a crying tone. This beautiful miss. Please wait. I just want to treat you to a skewer of dumplings. No other meaning. A blond boy was chasing a woman wearing a pink kimono, holding the dumplings in both hands, his smile radiant. His hair was yellow, and he was wearing a yellow haori. When he ran, he looked like a moving cluster of canola flowers. The woman didn't even look back, her pace quickening. Not needed. Please stop following me. Just one skewer. Just one. The boy chased even harder. The woman suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared at the boy. I said, not needed. If you follow me again, I'm calling for help. The boy froze, the dumplings nearly dropping. The woman walked away quickly, disappearing into the crowd. The boy stood in place, the smile on his face slowly collapsing. He squatted down, placed the dumplings on the ground, and held his head. Rejected again, the fifth time. Kai looked at that blond boy, and his brain went, buzz. He recognized this person. Agatsuma Zenitsu. Do you know him? Rengoku asked. Kai shook his head. I don't. But I know who he is. Rengoku glanced at him but didn't press. He strode up to Zenitsu and looked down at the boy squatting on the ground. Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? Zenitsu looked up. A man with yellow and red hair, like a ball of fire, stood before him, wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, his sword guard shaped like a flame. Zenitsu's eyes went wide, and he sprang up from the ground, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Hashira-sama. His voice went out of tune. Rengoku laughed. No need to be nervous. What is your name? Agatsuma Zenitsu. A successor of thunder breathing. I just passed the selection. Zenitsu's voice was still trembling. Rengoku looked him up and down. Is your grandfather Kawajima? You know my grandfather. Zenitsu's eyes brightened. Hearing his grandfather's name spoken by a Hashira, he felt immensely proud. I have heard of him. Rengoku nodded. What are you doing here? The crow told me to patrol this area. Zenitsu said stutteringly, his eyes darting around. Said there might be traces of demons, so I. So you were chasing a girl. Kai suddenly spoke. Zenitsu froze, turning to look at him. What? The one in the pink kimono just now. Kai's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Chased her for several meters. Was that part of the mission too? Zenitsu's face turned bright red, the redness spreading from his neck to the tips of his ears. He waved his hands frantically. That is reconnaissance. Yes, reconnaissance. I was observing if she had any suspicious behavior. What if she was a demon in disguise? You don't know, demons are very cunning. They specifically turn into beautiful women. Does reconnaissance require chasing people for 3 streets? Kai interrupted him. Zenitsu opened his mouth, unable to speak. His face turned even redder. Rengoku laughed loudly, his laughter so loud the whole street could hear. Ha 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 ha. Chasing girls for reconnaissance, that doesn't work. Zenitsu wished he could crawl into a hole in the ground. He lowered his head, his voice as soft as a mosquito's. I really was patrolling, by the way, chasing girls. Kai said for him. Zenitsu didn't dare to refute, only muttering. Who are you anyway? His name is Kayano Kai. Rengoku patted Zenitsu's shoulder, not lightly, causing Zenitsu to sink down a bit. I'm taking him to headquarters to report. Recommended by a Hashira, direct entry into the Corps. Zenitsu's eyes widened sharply. A Hashira. Recommended by a Hashira. He stared at Kai, looking him up and down. Tattered hemp jacket, straw sandals, an old bow wrapped in hemp rope, not even a shadow of a sword on him. He circled around Kai, making sure he hadn't seen wrong. Wait. Zenitsu's voice pitched up. You use a bow. You don't have a sword. Yeah, Kai said. Zenitsu's mouth formed an exaggerated O shape, pointing at the bow, then at Kai, back and forth several times. Why you? Use a bow to kill demons. Can a bow kill demons? I've never heard of such a thing. All Nichiren swords are swords. A person recommended by a Hashira uses a bow. What kind of operation is this? He leaned in, staring at the bow, and reached out to touch the quiver, but Kai pushed his hand away. This bow looks like it's about to fall apart. Have you really used it to kill demons? You're not lying, right? You're not a relative of Hashira-sama. Or is it? He has killed several demons by himself. Rengoku said, his tone flat. Zenitsu's voice stuck in his throat. He looked at Rengoku, then at Kai, then at that broken bow. His lips trembled a few times. Using this bow. 1 arrow, 1 kill. Rengoku added. Zenitsu fell silent. His worldview was under attack. The concept he had been instilled with since childhood was, to kill demons, you must use a sword, use a breathing style, use a Nichiren sword. A bow. A bow is for hunting, not for killing demons. But this Hashira had said to his face, 1 arrow, 1 kill. His gaze moved from the bow to Kai's face. There was no expression on that face. You, what kind of monster are you? Zenitsu muttered. Rengoku patted Zenitsu's shoulder again. Let's go, together. This street is on the way. Zenitsu hadn't recovered from the shock, following mechanically. He caught up, his mouth unable to stay idle again. You really use a bow. 10. 1 arrow, 1 kill. Do you shoot for the eyes or the neck? Do you know a breathing style? Is there something coated on your arrows? No, only a Nichiren sword can kill demons, how can an arrow? Quiet, Kai said. Zenitsu shut up. 3 seconds later. You still haven't answered my question. Kai took a deep breath. He talks too much. Yeah, going to be annoying in the future. Yeah, Rengoku pushed open the inn door and turned back to call to Kai, we're staying here tonight. Kai followed him in. Zenitsu stood at the doorway, not following them in, his gaze drifting across the street. Zenitsu. Aren't you coming in? Rengoku asked. Zenitsu puffed out his chest. I'm going out to patrol. Nighttime is when it's dangerous. You guys should get some rest. Save your energy. We have to travel again tomorrow. Rengoku's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily, how diligent. Good. Then I'll leave it to you. Zenitsu nodded guiltily, leave it to me. Kai glanced at him without saying a word. Rengoku had already strode into the inn, turning back to pat Kai on the shoulder, let's go, get a good night's sleep tonight. Kai followed Rengoku into the inn. The two of them got a double room, ate dinner, and then laid down separately. Zenitsu walked down the street, his shoulders hunched. Shops began boarding up their doors, and fewer pedestrians remained. Patrol? What kind of patrol? He muttered to himself, we've been here for so many days, and I haven't even seen a ghost shadow. Where are the ghosts? It's all just to scare people. He remembered his grandfather's words, where ghosts appear, people will act abnormally. You must listen with your heart. But Zenitsu had been listening for days and heard nothing. His ears were very sharp, he could hear dogs barking 3 streets away, the flow of the river, and the rustling of the wind through the leaves. But any unusual movements? None. Everything was completely normal. Since I won't run into a ghost anyway, how about? The figure in the pink kimono from the afternoon appeared in his mind. The woman had walked down the street, glanced back at him, with a smile on her lips and eyes curved like crescent moons. Zenitsu slapped his own face, making a loud smacking sound, calm down. I'm here to patrol. But his feet had already turned into a small alley, heading toward the center of town. Just walking around casually, going wherever his feet took him. Zenitsu walked into a narrow alley lined with high walls covered in vines, the withered yellow leaves rustling in the night breeze. The alley was deep and dark, with no lamps, only a sliver of moonlight filtering in from the end. Just as he was about to walk out, he suddenly heard a sound. A woman sobbing. It was very faint, like a cat mewling. If not for his ears, an ordinary person wouldn't have heard it at all. Zenitsu's ears perked up. He followed the sound, stepping very lightly. At the corner of the alley, a figure was crouched at the base of the wall, curled into a ball. With long, disheveled hair, her shoulders were trembling. Zenitsu's heart rate accelerated sharply. Are you okay? Do you need help? The woman looked up, her face streaked with tears, her eyes red, and the tip of her nose also red. Moonlight slanted in from the alley entrance, falling on her face, her skin was glowing white, and her lips were trembling slightly. Her eyelashes were long, with tears still clinging to them. I'm lost. Her voice was very soft, laced with a crying tone, every word trembling, it's dark, and I can't find my way back. I'm so scared. Zenitsu's heart softened instantly, he crouched down, trying his best to appear reliable. But his knee hit the stone slab, making him wince in pain. Don't be afraid. I'm from the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm here specifically to protect people. He patted his chest, making a thumping sound. Where do you live? I'll take you home. The woman wiped her tears and looked up at Zenitsu. Under the moonlight, her eyes were sparkling. At that moment, Zenitsu felt like a hero. His grandfather was right, the Demon Slayer Corps existed to protect the weak. Really? You can take me. The woman stood up, staring straight at Zenitsu. She was half a head shorter than Zenitsu, standing just at his chin level. Of course. Zenitsu straightened his back, leave it to me. The two walked out of the alley side by side. Zenitsu walked on the side closer to the road, shielding the woman on the inside. He felt very gentlemanly, walking with a spring in his step. What's your name? Zenitsu asked. Koya. The woman's voice was very soft. Koya. That's a pretty name. Zenitsu repeated it softly, feeling sweet inside. And you? Agatsuma Zenitsu. He said it so fast he almost bit his tongue. Zenitsu. What a strange name. Koya smiled, tears still at the corners of her eyes, but her smile was beautiful, revealing 2 small fangs. Zenitsu scratched his head and gave a silly smile, everyone says that. They walked out of the town and onto the mountain path. Moonlight paved the path, and the gravel shone like silver. Koya walked in front, and Zenitsu followed behind, turning his head to look at her from time to time. The moonlight softened Koya's profile, making her face appear even cuter. Do you live in the mountains by yourself? Zenitsu asked. Koya nodded, her voice very soft. I make a living picking herbs. I came to town to sell medicine today and got back late. Picking herbs. That's amazing. Zenitsu's eyes lit up. His grandfather also knew medicine. When he was a child and got injured, his grandfather would always go up the mountain to pick herbs to apply on him. He had a natural fondness for people who picked herbs, thinking they were both capable and kind. After walking for a while, Zenitsu noticed something strange. His ears could hear sounds from very far away. Dogs barking at the foot of the mountain, the creaking of the waterwheel by the river, the wailing of the wind through the pine forest. But Koya's footsteps, he couldn't hear them. Koya's feet landed on the ground without making a single sound. Koya, why don't you make any sound when you walk? Zenitsu's voice tightened, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Koya looked down at her feet, then looked up at him and smiled. The smile was different from before, holding something else. Playfulness. Because I am light. Don't you think I'm light? Zenitsu swallowed his saliva. Something was wrong. His grandfather had taught him to trust his own ears. But Koya's smile was too gentle, and her voice was too sweet, he couldn't bear to doubt her. Maybe she was just light, girls are all light. He convinced himself in his heart. Don't be suspicious. There are still many good people in this world. Zenitsu, why did you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Koya asked, her tone casual. My grandfather is a trainer. Zenitsu got carried away as he spoke, his voice rising, he taught me thunder breathing. Although I'm not very good at it yet, but I'm very powerful when I'm asleep. Really? Asleep? Koya tilted her head to look at him. It is a bit strange. Zenitsu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Koya smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Zenitsu looked at her smiling face, his heart beating like a drum. He felt like he was in love. Koya stopped at a fork in the road and pointed to a narrower path. Go in through here, we're almost there. Zenitsu didn't think much of it and followed her in. The path grew narrower and narrower, with deserted earth slopes on both sides covered in withered vines. The moonlight couldn't shine in, there was only a sliver of sky above, with a few stars visible. The place where you live is so remote, Zenitsu whispered. Koya didn't answer. Her footsteps in front remained silent. Zenitsu noticed that the hem of her kimono dragged on the ground, yet it didn't pick up a speck of dirt. He swallowed his saliva, not daring to ask. They reached the end, there was no more path. A dead end. Zenitsu froze. He stopped and turned to look at Koya, his voice wavering, Koya. Where's your home? Koya turned around to face him. Her expression hadn't changed, she was still smiling. But that smile was different from before. My home is right here, she said. Zenitsu's ears suddenly exploded. Sound after sound, exploding in his mind. His legs began to tremble. Koya. Koya's eyes changed. Her pupils slowly dilated, like ink dropping into water, occupying her entire eye sockets and turning completely black. Her lips turned from pink to dark purple, and her mouth split open bit by bit, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Zenitsu's legs completely gave out. He collapsed to the ground, pushing himself backward with his hands, his eyes wide, his lips trembling. Why you? A ghost. The kimono slid off Koya's shoulders, silently. Her body began to deform, her joints bending in reverse. Her limbs became thin and long, her arms hanging down past her knees, her fingers absurdly long, each with 3 phalanges. Her skin was gray and white, tightly wrapping around her bones. Her neck also grew long, tilted, her head dangling on her shoulders. The most terrifying thing was her abdomen, which was bloated and round. That bloated belly trembled slightly under the moonlight, something was moving inside. She had no expression, staring at Zenitsu, staring at prey that was already in her grasp. Don't you like me very much? What are you afraid of? The demon tilted its head, its neck making a crack, crack sound. Zenitsu's mind went blank. It's over, he hasn't even married a wife yet. When the demon lunged, Zenitsu scrambled away, rolling and crawling. The claws grazed Zenitsu's shoulder, tearing a hole in his haori. Zenitsu ran. The mountain road flew backward beneath his feet. Agatsuma Zenitsu, why are you running? He cursed himself as he ran, his face a mess of tears and snot. How did Gramps teach you? Isn't the point of patrolling to find demons? Now the demon is right in front of you. And you ran away. The demon was chasing from behind. But I'm really scared. Zenitsu's voice was choked with sobs as he ran, gasping for breath. I'm not a Hashira. I just passed the selection. He glanced back. The demon was less than 10 meters away, its grayish-white body looking like a desiccated corpse under the moonlight. Wah! Zenitsu wailed even more miserably, his feet moving like the wind as he ran at the fastest speed of his life. The demon chased behind, its claws gouging deep furrows into the ground, but it just couldn't catch up. This brat, how is he running so fast? The demon cursed internally. Zenitsu ran into the town, the moonlight illuminating the empty streets. The shops were all closed, and there wasn't a soul around. He shouted as he ran. Help! Someone save me! There's a demon here. A really big one. And it's really ugly. Two names flashed through his mind. Kayano Kai. Kyojuro Rengoku. That kid with the bow doesn't look reliable. But the Hashira. The Hashira is reliable. He turned into an alley, running toward the inn. Lord Kyojuro. Where are you? Come out quickly. There's a demon here. I'm actually patrolling this time. I'm not chasing girls. His voice echoed through the empty streets. At the other end of the street, two drunks sat against the base of a wall, clutching wine bottles in their hands. One was a bald drunkard, the other a bearded drunkard. Let me tell you, back in my day, I could beat a cow to death. The bald drunkard's tongue was tied, his speech slurred, and his wine bottle wobbled, spilling half its contents. You beat a cow. The bearded drunkard laughed, his laughter slurred. A cow would beat you, more like, you can't even beat my old hen. Bullshit. Back in my day. Thump, thump, thump. The sound came from afar. The bald drunkard looked up and saw a yellow shadow dash across the other end of the street, as fast as the wind, trailing a wail behind it. What was that? He rubbed his eyes. What do you mean, what? You've had too much to drink. Before the bearded drunkard could finish, he saw an even larger, dark shadow chase after it. It was grayish-white, with long, thin limbs, its joints bending backward as it ran. The bearded drunkard's wine bottle fell to the ground and shattered. Did you see that? See what? The bald drunkard was dazed, his eyelids fighting to stay open. Nothing. The bearded drunkard rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, blinking hard. I must have had too much to drink, tonight's wine is too strong. He buried his face in his knees, afraid to look again. I'll quit drinking tomorrow, I'll definitely quit tomorrow. The demon chased to the intersection and stopped. It looked in the direction Zenitsu had run off to. That brat was running too fast, it couldn't catch up. It then looked at the two drunken humans on the side of the road. Fat ones, tender ones, with warm blood. Mainly, they couldn't run, they were asleep. It tilted its head, weighing its options. Eating either one is the same anyway. That yellow-haired brat is too much trouble to chase. These two. It turned toward the drunks, taking the first step with its long, thin legs, a trail of sticky drool dripping from the corner of its mouth. Zenitsu ran a few dozen steps before realizing the footsteps behind him had stopped. He stopped and looked back. The demon wasn't chasing him. It had turned toward the two drunks. Huh. Zenitsu froze. Great, it's not chasing me anymore. I'm safe. But it's going to eat people. Hey, you thing over there. He yelled at the demon, his voice shrill and trembling. Why you, weren't you chasing me? I'm right here. Look at me. I taste better than them. Really. I'm young. I bathe every day. They reek of alcohol from drinking. Their meat is sour. The demon ignored him and continued walking toward the drunks. It was getting closer and closer to the drunks. Zenitsu stood at the mouth of the alley, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead. He could run. The inn was right ahead. The Hashira was inside. As long as he ran there, he would be safe. But his eyes were fixed on the two drunks. Let me tell you, back in my day. Zenitsu swallowed hard. What does that have to do with me? He said to himself again, his voice weak. I don't even know them. They're drunk and sleeping on the street. If they get eaten, it's. He couldn't continue. His feet didn't move toward the inn. I'm not trying to save them. My legs went soft. Yes, my legs went soft. I can't run. He made excuses for himself, his voice shaking. Gramps' voice echoed in his mind. Zenitsu, although you are cowardly, your thunder breathing does not exist for the sake of running away. It exists to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Gramps, now is not the time for this. Zenitsu shouted in his heart. Do you know how dangerous it is out here? Do you know how ugly that demon is? Gramps' face appeared in Zenitsu's mind. He turned around and ran while crying. I must be crazy. I must have been scared stupid by the demon. Why can't I control these legs? Just as the demon's claws were about to descend, a yellow figure slammed in from the side, crashing between the demon and the drunks. Zenitsu tackled the bearded drunkard, dragging him back 2 steps. The demon's claws missed, slamming into the ground and cracking the stone slab. Cough, cough, cough. Zenitsu coughed incessantly, choked by the dust, and scrambled up from the drunkard in a panic, spreading his arms to block the way. Why you, your opponent is me. His voice was shaking, his legs were shaking, and his whole body was shaking. The demon tilted its head, a flash of confusion passing through its pitch-black eyes. This human was just crying for his parents and running away, and now he's run back. I am from the Demon Slayer Corps, I won't let you eat people. The demon tilted its head. Trying to trick me again. It raised its claws and swung at Zenitsu. Zenitsu closed his eyes. The sound of the bearded drunkard's sobbing reached his ears. Help. The sound was like a needle pricking into Zenitsu's ears. His fingers rested on the hilt of his sword. Gramps, if I die here, you'll burn me some extra paper money, right? He muttered softly and took a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. His heartbeat slowly dropped from his throat back into his chest. His fingers stopped shaking. Zenitsu closed his eyes. The demon's claws stopped in midair. It could feel that the aura on this human had changed. A moment ago, he was a trembling rabbit, but now, something was different. Like a lake in the dead of night, without wind, without ripples. Zenitsu seemed as if he were asleep, yet more awake than when he was awake. Thunder breathing. His voice was very soft. The demon took half a step back. Its instinct told it, this human is a bit dangerous. Zenitsu's eyes were closed, shutting the world out. His right hand rested on the hilt, thumb pushing the guard, the blade exposed by an inch. His breathing was steady. The demon lunged. Claws brought a foul wind, aiming straight for Zenitsu's throat. Zenitsu didn't open his eyes. He could hear the demon's footsteps, its heartbeat, the sound of its nails tearing through the air. Gramps had said, thunder breathing isn't about brute force, it's about perception. First form thunderclap and flash. Golden lightning exploded. Zenitsu's body turned into a beam of light, passing through the demon's body. The sword light drew an arc in the night, brighter than moonlight. A faint scorch mark left in the air. The demon's chest was sliced open, black blood gushing out. It shrieked and retreated. Zenitsu knelt on one knee, sword tip resting on the ground. His expression remained unchanged. His breathing was steady. The demon clutched its chest. The wound was healing, but slower than a normal demon. It stared at Zenitsu, shock flashing in its pitch-black pupils. Such a fast sword. But only one strike, right? Out of energy now, right? Hey, yellow-haired brat. Bald drunkard peeked from the wall, eyes wide. That lightning just now, it was the real deal. I thought I'd drunk myself into a hallucination. That thing, shing. A flash of light. You passed right through its body. Bearded drunkard huddled in the corner, hands shielding his head. Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. Zenitsu sheathed his sword, fingers resting on the hilt, gripping lightly. Breathing shifted from rapid to steady, then to calm. The world went quiet. He could hear the demon's footsteps. It took half a step back. Gramps' voice echoed in his mind. The old man sat on the veranda, pipe in hand, squinting at him practicing. Zenitsu, though you are timid, your ears are a gift from heaven. Using the same technique twice isn't for fools, it's for confirmation. Zenitsu's breathing became completely steady. The demon's footsteps faltered. Staring at Zenitsu, fear flashed in its eyes. It hurriedly raised its arms to block its chest, thick scales growing on its arms. Zenitsu drew his sword. Second lightning bolt. Faster, brighter than the first. The moment the blade left the sheath, the air tore, emitting a sharp ring. Golden light exploded from the scabbard, lighting up the entire street. The demon's pupils tightened sharply. This brat. What's going on? The speed is too fast. He's a completely different person from that coward just now. It tried to block, but couldn't. The sword light precisely slashed the demon's neck. The demon's head flew up, spun twice in the air, hit the ground, and rolled to the corner. Its eyes were still open. Even in death, it didn't understand how this human suddenly became so fast. The demon's body turned to ash, scattered by the night wind. Zenitsu knelt on one knee, eyes open, sword supporting his body, panting heavily. A bit drained. Those two strikes had exhausted him. Bald drunkard clapped from behind. Good. Good. Nice work, young man. He had done it, successfully killed the demon. Gramps would be so happy to know. Zenitsu was about to stand up when he suddenly heard footsteps. He looked up and saw three young women walking out from the corner. Hair neat, expressions weak and heartbreaking. What was that just now? So scary. The pink-clad demon covered her mouth, voice trembling, eyes teary. The night is so dark, we are so scared. Sir, can you help us? We're lost. Their posture, expression, and tone were all like helpless women in need of protection. Zenitsu's heart rate accelerated. So cute, so pitiful. But he wouldn't fall for the same trick again. Sorry. I can't help you. Pink-clad demon paused. Why? We're just scared. Because you are not human. Zenitsu pointed to his ears. My eyes might deceive me, but my ears won't. The three women's expressions froze. They looked at each other, anger flashing in their eyes. This idiot actually didn't fall for it. Pink-clad demon said in a low voice, the sweetness gone. What's with the act? A blue-clad demon curled her lip, the weak expression falling off like a mask. A yellow-clad demon sighed. Forget it, since we've been seen through. Just eat him. Acting pathetic is too tiring. Zenitsu retreated a step, legs weak. Using those two attacks had exhausted all his strength. There were three demons now, he couldn't even beat one. Pink-clad demon walked toward him, claws extended. Suddenly, a figure jumped from the roof, landing beside Zenitsu. Coarse linen short coat, straw sandals, an old bow slung over his shoulder. Kayano looked at the three demons expressionlessly, then turned to look at Zenitsu. Zenitsu was stunned. Then a rush of warmth flooded his eyes, almost crying. But he immediately became nervous again. He looked at the bow in Kayano's hand, then at the three demons. The demons looked fierce, each larger than the one he killed earlier. Kayano. Zenitsu was shocked and happy. What use is that broken bow of yours? Where is the Hashira? Go call him. While pink-clad demon confronted Zenitsu and Kayano, the yellow-clad demon took advantage of the chaos to drag the two drunks into an alley. It was very strong, carrying one in each hand, disappearing instantly. Kayano wasn't in a hurry, just took the bow off his shoulder, held it in his hand, and looked at the remaining two demons. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. Zenitsu, you have grown. You actually didn't fall for the girl's trick. Zenitsu blushed, but obviously had no time for jokes. Go call the Hashira. Do you think you are a Hashira? Do you want to fight these two demons yourself? Pink-clad demon looked at Kayano, then at Zenitsu. It's lively tonight. One pretty boy, one pauper. Both tender, enough for a meal. Zenitsu closed his eyes, voice trembling. It's over, it's over, it's over. In the alley. Help. Bald drunkard shouted. Shut up. Yellow-clad demon was impatient, claws tightening. Bald drunkard's face turned purple, unable to shout. My life, ending here. Haven't drunk enough yet. Bearded drunkard fainted, drool hanging from his mouth. He knew nothing, sparing him this fear. The alley entrance suddenly lit up. Yellow-clad demon stopped, turned to look. A tall figure stood at the boundary of moonlight and firelight. Hair yellow and red, like a burning fire. The Nichiren sword was unsheathed, orange-red flames dancing on the blade. His eyes shone in the firelight, like two burning coals. Another one here to die. Yellow-clad demon sneered. It threw the drunk on the ground, turned to face the man. Looks good, what a pity. I hate these righteous-looking men the most, they hurt my teeth when I eat them. Kyojuro Rengoku didn't speak. He took a step forward. Soul stepped on the stone slab, making a dull thud. That step wasn't heavy, but yellow-clad demon felt the ground tremble. Its instinct told it, this person is different from that yellow-haired brat earlier. You demons, too much nonsense. Rengoku's voice echoed in the alley, low and deep. What did you say? Yellow-clad demon didn't finish. Flame-breathing first form unknowing fire. Rengoku's figure rushed out from the flames. The flames on the blade exploded, the entire alley lit up red. Heat waves rushed, tongues of fire licked the walls. Yellow-clad demon's pupils shrank to pinpoints. It saw the sword formed by flames. One slash. Sword light with flames, precisely slashed on yellow-clad demon's neck. Yellow-clad demon's head flew up, mouth still open, confusion remaining in its eyes. Body stiffened for a moment, then began to turn to ash. Rengoku sheathed his sword, flames extinguished. He bent down to look at the two drunks, picking them up from the ground one by one. Bald drunkard hung in midair, legs dangling. He looked down at the ashes, then up at Rengoku's face, lips trembling for a long time, squeezing out a sentence. You, who are you? Rengoku looked at him, grinned. Demon Slayer Core, Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. You are safe. Don't be afraid. Demon Slayer Core, Flame Hashira. He didn't understand. But when this man smiled, the whole alley shook. Rengoku put the two drunks by the wall at the alley entrance, bald drunkard's butt hitting the ground, muffled grunt. Bearded drunkard slumped on the ground, still fainting. Rengoku stood up, took a handkerchief from his chest, threw it to bald drunkard. Wipe your face. Drink less in the future. Encountering danger in the middle of the night, can't even run. Bald drunkard caught the handkerchief, blankly looking at Rengoku. Then he looked down, looked at his crotch. Wet. Face turned red to the roots of his ears. Rengoku laughed loudly, laughter echoing in the alley. It's fine. Just stay alive. He stood up, walked towards Zenitsu and Kayano. Finish it quickly. Go back to sleep. When that flame exploded at the alley entrance, the entire street lit up. The pink-clad demon's head snapped toward the alley entrance, fear appearing in her eyes. Her instincts told her, there was something in that direction that could kill her. The blue-clad demon also stopped, shrinking back. What is that? This doesn't look like a commotion an ordinary demon slayer core member could create. Could it really be, as that blonde kid said, a Hashira? Zenitsu propped himself up halfway from the ground, tears still hanging on his face, but his mouth was already stretched into a grin. Lord Flame Hashira. Lord Flame Hashira has come. You're done for. You are completely done for. He laughed, laughing until tears and snot streamed down together. The pink-clad demon turned her head, her pitch-black pupils staring at him, then at Kayano. Before the Hashira arrives, I'll kill you two first. Zenitsu's smile froze on his face. It took less than a second to go from saved to doomed. That's right, Lord Flame Hashira hasn't arrived yet, they still have time to kill us first. Hey. Finish these two off first. The pink-clad demon's body tensed, she drove all her power to the limit. Zenitsu tried to stand up, but his knees went weak, and he sat back down. Kayano, can you handle this? I can't go on. The two female demons lunged forward simultaneously. Kayano's right hand drew an arrow from his quiver and knocked it onto the string. His eyes were fixed on the two demons drawing ever closer. Shamanic barrier, deploy. Purple light exploded from Kayano's body, forming a layer of pale purple light film in the air, spreading from under Kayano's feet in all directions, passing over Zenitsu, and enveloping the two demons inside. The pink-clad demon's claws were halfway through their swing when she suddenly felt her body become heavy. Her limbs were dragged down by an invisible force, every movement required several times more effort. Her movements slowed down significantly. What is this? This thing was not a Nichiren sword, not a breathing style, it was another type of power she had never seen before. This human was far more dangerous than the blonde kid with the sword. The blue-clad demon also slowed down, turning her head to look at Kayano. Kayano stood in the center of the purple light film, the arrow already knocked, the bow fully drawn. That light exploded into another layer of purple light within the purple film, like a blooming flower. Zenitsu slumped on the ground, looking at the pale purple light film above his head. He reached out to touch it, his fingers passing through the light film, feeling nothing at all. What is this? Kayano, you. He had thought Kayano was just lucky enough to be recommended by a Hashira. Now he knew, that wasn't it. Kayano really had something he hadn't shown yet. The pink-clad demon stared at the purple light on Kayano's arrowhead. Kill him first. The pink-clad demon roared and charged at Kayano again. The blue-clad demon flanked from the side, both of them attacked almost simultaneously. Mid-tier demon, excels in defense. Can you handle it? Not good enough. Kayano released his grip. The arrow broke through the air. The purple trajectory burned a scorch mark in the air, and the sound of the air being torn apart was like fabric ripping. The arrow pierced into the pink-clad demon's left chest and exited from her back. A fist-sized hole exploded in her chest, and purple light spread outward from the wound, burning over her entire body, and her body began to disintegrate. Zenitsu's eyes widened to the size of saucers. He had just used thunder breathing to slash twice before killing one low-tier demon, and he had even had to cut its neck. He knew how hard a demon's neck was. Yet this demon had been pierced through the chest by one of Kayano's arrows, without even having its neck cut, and it had turned to ash directly. Oh, one arrow. Zenitsu's voice drifted. And you didn't cut the neck. You just killed it instantly like that. What kind of arrow is this? The panel flickered in his field of vision. Kill. Mid-tier demon. Proficiency plus 50. Current proficiency, 210 500ths. The blue-clad demon was stunned. She was stronger than me, and she died in one arrow. She was a mid-tier defense type, even swords couldn't cut her, so how could she not block a single arrow? What was that arrow? What was that person? She saw Kayano draw a second arrow from his quiver and knock it onto the string. The blue-clad demon's instincts screamed at her to run, but the purple light film was still there, and she couldn't escape. She stopped running. She crouched down, crossed her arms in front of her, and the scales all over her body stood up, layering one over another, like she was wearing iron armor. She piled the resentment of all the people she had eaten onto her skin. Come on. Let's see how you pierce through my. Her words were cut short. Kayano released his grip. The second arrow. The same purple light, the same trajectory. The arrow slammed into the blue-clad demon's arms, and the scales were torn apart like paper. The arrow pierced through her arms, then through her chest, and exited from her back. The blue-clad demon's body disintegrated. The panel flickered again. Kill. Mid-tier demon. Proficiency plus 50. Current proficiency, 265 hundredths. Kayano slung his bow over his shoulder and turned to look at Zenitsu. Zenitsu was slumped on the ground, his mouth agape, his eyes wide, unable to say a word. Too terrifying, is this even human? One arrow, one kill. Those two female demons were much stronger than the one he had just killed. Yet Kayano killed them one by one with a single arrow each, without even blinking. Kayano took less than 10 seconds from start to finish to shoot those two arrows. He hadn't believed before that Kayano could kill demons with a bow, thinking the Hashira's recommendation was due to nepotism. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, his worldview collapsed. Simply like a Hashira. Kayano glanced at him. Let's go. Back to sleep. Zenitsu suddenly sprang up from the ground and grabbed Kayano's thigh. Lord Kayano. From today on, you are my big brother. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Whoever you tell me to cut, I will cut. Can you teach me your archery? What is that purple light of yours? Do you take disciples? I'm very talented. Kayano took a deep breath, and just as he was about to say something, laughter came from behind. Zenitsu, it's useless to hug his thigh. He isn't your master. Rengoku strode over, stood beside Kayano, first looked at the two piles of ash on the ground, then looked at Kayano. His gaze lingered on Kayano for 2 seconds, then he nodded. I had only heard Murata mention it before, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. It is true. Your use of about to kill demons is indeed true. And you are even stronger than I imagined. Kayano wasn't used to being praised, and didn't know how to respond. Zenitsu let go, climbed up from the ground, and looked at Rengoku with pleading eyes. Tears were still hanging on his face, snot still on his nose, but his eyes were bright. Lord Rengoku, do you also think he is very strong? Very strong. Rengoku patted Kayano on the shoulder. However, his path is still long. So is yours. Your futures are still far off. Zenitsu opened his mouth, suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. He looked at Rengoku, then at Kayano, then at the two piles of ash on the ground, then toward the alley entrance. His face turned into a complex expression. You. His voice trembled. You couldn't have known from the start, could you? Rengoku looked at him, not speaking. Kayano looked at him, also not speaking. Zenitsu's finger pointed back and forth between the two. You knew from the beginning. You were deliberately watching me make a fool of myself. His voice grew louder and more aggrieved, and his eye sockets turned red again. I was almost eaten. You were watching from the shadows. Do you have any conscience? Rengoku laughed loudly, his laughter echoing down the street. Ha 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 ha. This is a test. Newcomers must accept trials. Zenitsu wanted to continue, but Kayano had already turned around. Let's go. If we don't go back, it'll be dawn. Zenitsu chased after him, his legs still weak, running stumbled, but his mouth didn't stop. You haven't answered me yet. Kayano. Stop. What exactly was that purple light from earlier? Why could your arrow kill a demon without needing to cut its neck? You. Shut up. Tell me and I'll shut up. Kayano. Walk slower. My legs are weak. Wait for me. Kayano. Zenitsu was called away by a crow, saying there was an urgent mission. Kayano Kai finally had some peace and quiet. Rengoku came out from next door. Let's go. Time to hit the road. After walking for half a day and crossing 2 mountains, a dense forest appeared before them. Follow close behind me. Rengoku walked in. Kayano Kai followed behind, noticing that Rengoku's footsteps began to weave, turning left and right, as if walking a path only he knew. This forest has traps, it's not natural. Rengoku stopped and called out to the trees, come out. I've brought him. Several people dressed in black with face masks jumped down from the trees, they were the Kikushi. The leader bowed to Rengoku. Rengoku-san. Is this the newcomer you recommended? Yes. Kayano Kai. The leader sized up Kayano Kai, paused his gaze on the bow, pulled a black cloth from his waist, and handed it over. Rules are rules. Those entering headquarters for the first time must be blindfolded. Kayano Kai took the black cloth and held it in his hand. Seeing that he didn't tie it on immediately, the leader explained proactively, it's not just you. Regular members, newcomers, and non-core personnel are all guided by his Kikushi and must be blindfolded the entire way. This is to prevent demons from infiltrating, as they might disguise themselves as humans to sneak in. It's also to prevent betrayal and leaks. In case someone is controlled by a demon, they won't know the location of headquarters. It's also to prevent being tracked. On the way here, the Kikuchi had already swept the trail behind them 3 times. After hearing this, Kayano Kai didn't hesitate. He tied on the black cloth. The leader nodded, turned, and walked ahead. Follow closely. The world went dark. Kayano Kai's ears became exceptionally sensitive. He could hear the leader's footsteps. He could hear Rengoku walking behind him, with large strides and steady breathing. He could hear the fluttering of crow wings overhead and the rustling of bamboo leaves in the distance. On both the left and right, there was a very faint sound of breathing. One on the left and one on the right, about 10 steps away, walking in the shadows. Kayano Kai followed the sound of the leader's footsteps. The leader deliberately circled a few times, going uphill and downhill, turning left and right. Kayano Kai's footsteps remained right behind, the distance unchanged. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the stone path underfoot became level, and the air held the fresh scent of bamboo leaves. We're here. The leader helped Kayano Kai untie the black cloth. Kayano Kai blinked, the sunlight stinging his eyes a little. He saw an ancient Japanese-style mansion, with white walls and black tiles, nestled among bamboo groves. This place, he had only ever seen in the anime. Now he was standing right here, the air was cool, the bamboo leaves were real, unfamiliar, and surreal. The leader led him through the corridor. Several members passed by, saw Kayano Kai's battered bow, and whispered among themselves. We're here. Nervous. A little. The leader brought Kayano Kai to the entrance of a Japanese-style room, knelt down, and slid the door open. Please, come in. Kayano Kai walked in, looked up, and his scalp tingled. The room was already full of people. The master, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, sat in the main seat with a thin blanket over his lap and a gentle smile on his face. Several pillars were sitting on both sides. Kocho Shinobu, Tsunemi Shinazugawa, Mitsuri Kanroji, Yume, Muichiro Tokito, Tengen Uzui. Rengoku walked to the side and sat down. Kayano Kai stood in the center of the room. The Japanese-style room wasn't large, the pillars were sitting very close, and all their gazes landed on him. There were other pillars who hadn't arrived due to missions. But just these few in front of him were enough to make Kayano Kai's palms sweat. He had seen all these people in the anime. Each had a distinct personality and looked incredibly cool when fighting demons. But now that they were standing in front of him in reality, staring at him, the feeling was completely different. It wasn't the excitement of a fan meeting an idol, it was the oppressive feeling of being surrounded by a group of big shots. Is this really necessary? I'm just a newcomer, do this many pillars really need to come together to welcome me? Aren't the pillars' appearance fees expensive? They aren't here to welcome you. They are here to scrutinize you. Rengoku swept his eyes over everyone. I recommend Kayano Kai for official induction into the Corps. He used this bow to kill over a dozen demons alone. My team members and I saw it with our own eyes. Tsunemi Shinazugawa was the first to challenge him. He crossed his arms, his face scarred, his eyes sweeping over Kayano Kai like knives, using a bow. When did the Demon Slayer Corps become a hunting party? Kid, what breathing style do you use? Kayano Kai said. None. Tsunemi's eyes widened. No breathing style. Then what do you rely on? Brute force. He looked Kayano Kai up and down and scoffed. With that build of yours, your brute force isn't enough either. Kocho Shinobu smiled and chimed in. No Nichiren sword, no breathing style, just a bow. Kayano-kun, you wouldn't happen to be a distant relative of Rengoku-san, would you? Kayano Kai was stunned. No. That's strange. The spots recommended by pillars are very precious. Kocho Shinobu tilted her head, her smile unwavering. Rengoku coughed from the side. Shinobu, say less. I'm just showing concern for the newcomer. Kocho Shinobu blinked innocently. Mitsuri Kanroji sat kneeling on the cushion, leaning forward, staring fixedly at Kayano Kai's bow, her eyes sparkling, her face slightly flushed. Can I touch it? Kayano Kai handed the bow over. Mitsuri touched the bow body carefully, her eyes brightening even more. Wow. It's warm. It feels like it's alive. Tsunemi, can you be serious? I am being serious. Mitsuri pouted, then looked at Kayano Kai. What was your name again? Kayano Kai. Kayano-kun. Good luck. She gave a thumbs up. Yume pressed his hands together, facing Kayano Kai's direction. He was blind but seemed as if he could see. His voice was deep and resonant. Namu Amida Butsu. Young man, can you hear my heart's voice? Although I cannot see, I can perceive the human heart. Is there any confusion in your heart? Kayano Kai was silent for 2 seconds, not knowing how to answer such a question, at the moment. I cannot. Yume nodded. Honest. Good. Muichiro Tokito turned his head to look at Kayano Kai, expressionless, purple light, I feel like I've seen that somewhere before. Then he lowered his head and didn't speak again. Kayano Kai waited for a long time, confirming he was finished. Tengen Uzui crossed his arms, a playful smile on his lips, with red markings on his face and white hair tied behind his head, he was dazzling. He looked Kayano Kai up and down, a look of amusement in his eyes, a bow. Interesting. Hey, kid, besides archery, what else can you do? Are you fast? Can you jump high? Kayano Kai thought about it. Not really. Not really. That's not flashy enough. Tengen shook his head. Forget it, we'll talk after you pass the test. Then I'll show you what it means to be flashy. Kayano Kai stood in the middle, dizzy from the barrage of questions. One question after another, one pillar after another, their mouths never stopping. He only had one thought in his heart. Can you let me catch my breath? They are testing you. They don't actually want the answers. I know. But it's still so annoying. The master coughed softly, and everyone quieted down. The master's voice was very soft, but every word was clear. Although I trust Rengoku very much, a Pilar's recommendation should still follow protocol. Let's start with a simple test to check your breathing style, footwork, and will. Upon hearing this, Kayano Kai's brain went, buzz. Breathing style. Footwork. Will. He froze in place, his heart in turmoil. Where would I know any breathing style or footwork? I haven't even heard of them. Here we go again. What do I do? Those people are all staring at me. You know how to walk. That's footwork. You know how to breathe. That's breathing style. Are you serious? Serious. As for will, you stood there just now being questioned by them in turns, didn't cry, didn't run, and didn't shake, that is already will. Kayano Kai took a deep breath and exhaled. The tangled mess in his heart loosened a little, but he was still panicked. He looked at Sanemi's expression. You'd better know how. Then he looked at Kocho Shinobu's smile. Can't wait to see the joke tilde. He shifted his gaze back to the master. The master looked at him and smiled gently. Don't be nervous. We're just taking a look. He wailed in his heart. Take a deep breath. Kayano Kai took a breath and almost choked on it. After the master finished stating the test requirements, everyone stood up and moved to the training ground behind the estate. The clearing wasn't large, covered in fine sand and surrounded by a bamboo forest. Kayano stood in the center of the clearing, holding a bow, feeling like a monkey being watched for a performance. Rengoku stepped aside, arms crossed, his expression serious but encouraging. Shinazugawa leaned against a bamboo stalk. He wanted to see what this guy was capable of. Kocho Shinobu stood to the side, smiling. She hoped this person wouldn't be too boring. Kanroji squatted to the side, chin in her hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Uzui sat with his legs crossed, looking like he was watching a show. Tokito squatted by the bamboo forest, watching the leaves. Don't be nervous. Of course you're not nervous, you're not the one being watched. Kocho Shinobu announced with a smile. First item, breathing style. Please demonstrate your breathing. Breathing style is the foundation of the Demon Slayer core. For example, total concentration breathing can boost oxygen levels in the blood to the limit, significantly enhancing physical strength, reaction speed, and recovery. Even a newcomer who has just passed the selection can at least perform an introductory breathing style. This kid was recommended by a Hashira, he should at least. Kayano froze for 2 seconds. He didn't know any breathing style. His brain spun rapidly, then he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Inhale. Exhale. The whole place was silent for 3 seconds. The wind blew through the bamboo forest, rustling. It was just the most ordinary deep breath. Shinazugawa's mouth twitched. The hell is this breathing style? Are you kidding me? This is clearly just someone breathing. Kocho Shinobu's smile didn't change, but her tone carried a hint of helplessness. Kayano-kun, is this how you usually breathe? Yes. Then how do you kill demons? Draw the bow, aim, hold my breath, release. Kanroji whispered. But his breathing is so steady. Not chaotic at all. Uzui shook his head. Not flashy. Too unflashy. Breathing style should have rhythm, like music. Are you counting sheep? Kayano stood there, the tips of his ears turning red. Rengoku coughed, saving the situation. Next item. Second item, footwork. Please take a few steps, said Kocho Shinobu. Footwork is crucial in battle. Not ordinary walking, but breathing footwork. Through the coordination of breathing and steps, one achieves high-speed movement, dodging, and instantaneous changes in direction. Excellent swordsmen can weave through the gaps in a demon's claws, while newcomers can at least keep their steps orderly and their center of gravity stable. Kayano took a deep breath and walked forward. It was just ordinary walking, left foot, right foot, alternating, leaving a trail of shallow footprints on the sandy ground. He walked 5 steps and stopped. Shinazugawa's mouth twitched even more violently. You call this footwork? Or you taking a stroll? The worst newcomer he'd ever seen at least knew how to move with small steps and maintain their center of gravity. This is just a person walking. Not footwork. Kocho Shinobu smiled and added insult to injury. The purpose of footwork is to move quickly and dodge attacks in battle. Kayano-kun, with the way you walk, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to dodge the attacks of a low-level demon. And, your footprints are too deep, which means your center of gravity isn't lifted. But Kanroji said. But he walks so well. Very steady. Not hurried, not slow. Like a samurai taking a stroll. Shinazugawa, whose side are you on anyway? I'm on his side. He really is very steady. Although he walked normally, his posture was very good. His body didn't sway. It shows his core strength is good. Uzui shook his head. His steps are too heavy, no sense of rhythm. Not flashy at all. You should learn my footwork, light as the wind, like dancing. He stood up and took 2 steps. It was indeed light, with almost no footprints on the sand. Rengoku interrupted. He uses a bow, he doesn't need to get close. Uzui shrugged. Fine, whatever. Kayano felt helpless. One of you says I'm no good, one says I look good, one says I'm not flashy, who exactly should I listen to? Last item, willpower. Please stand here, don't dodge. Kocho Shinobu signaled to Shinazugawa. It's up to you. Shinazugawa walked over, stood in front of Kayano, very close, and stared down at him. His eyes held scrutiny and impatience, along with a hint of intentionally applied pressure. This kid was so talkative before, now let's see how many seconds he can last. If someone recommended by a Hashira goes weak at the knees just from me glaring at them, that would be too embarrassing. Kayano felt uneasy, his palms sweating, but he didn't look away. It's just staring, isn't it? I was glared at by my boss for 3 years in my past life, am I afraid of this? 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Shinazugawa's gaze grew fiercer, but Kayano's eyes never blinked. He was so scared that he actually froze. Shinazugawa stepped back and snorted. Not bad. Kocho Shinobu nodded with a smile. Good willpower. Many people would go weak at the knees just from being stared at by Tsunemi like that. At least you didn't shake. Kanroji clapped. Amazing. Aren't you afraid of him? Kayano. Afraid. Kanroji. Then why are you still standing there without moving? Kayano. My legs are frozen. The whole place was silent for another 3 seconds. Uzui was the first to laugh out loud, his laughter echoing through the bamboo forest. Ha 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 ha. Legs frozen. I accept that reason. Kanroji also laughed. Kocho Shinobu covered her mouth, and even the corner of Shinazugawa's mouth twitched. See, the unexpected effect is good. They laughed. This isn't the effect I wanted. The master was about to summarize, when Rengoku suddenly stepped forward. Master, I think it's unfair. Everyone looked at him. Shinazugawa frowned. What do you want to say now? Rengoku pointed at the bow in Kayano's hand. He uses a bow. Breathing style and footwork are certainly important to him, but what truly reflects his strength is his arrows. I propose testing his archery. Kocho Shinobu tilted her head slightly. How to test? There are no demons here. Shoot a target. Rengoku pointed to an old tree at the end of the clearing, where a tattered target hung on the trunk, its bullseye worn away until it was unrecognizable, about 100 paces away. Shoot that. Shinazugawa looked at the distance and scoffed. With that broken bow of his. It'd be good if he could even hit it, let alone the bullseye. Uzui leaned against a bamboo stalk and also shook his head. Too far. The effective range of an ordinary hunting bow is no more than 50 paces. At 100 paces, who knows where the arrow would fly. Kayano glanced at the tree, then at the bow in his hand. Shinazugawa was still mocking. Forget it, don't waste time. Master, I think it's better too. He didn't finish his sentence. Kayano drew the bow. No spiritual power, just an ordinary draw. String fully pulled, release. The arrow pierced through the air with a sharp hiss, carving a straight trajectory. It hit the bullseye exactly. No, it pierced through the bullseye. The arrow went through the center of the target and embedded itself into the tree trunk behind it, the fletching still vibrating, emitting a buzzing sound. The whole place went quiet. A round hole was left in the bullseye of the target. Shinazugawa's mouth was still open. Kocho Shinobu's smile froze for a moment. Kanroji widened her eyes and covered her mouth. Uzui straightened up from the bamboo, whistled. Fine. I'll count that as flashy. Uzui was the first to break the silence. Rengoku laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the bamboo forest. What did I tell you? Shinazugawa came back to his senses and snorted. Luck. Kayano slung the bow back over his shoulder and looked at Shinazugawa. Not luck, all hard work and sweat. Shinazugawa's shoulders tensed. Kocho Shinobu chuckled softly. Kanroji whispered. So cool. Uzui shook his head, but there was a smile on his lips. Rengoku strode over and slapped Kayano on the shoulder, making him sink down a bit. Well said. That is true strength. The master sat under the veranda and nodded gently. The archery is excellent. Rengoku, the person you recommended truly has skill. Rengoku puffed out his chest, smiling happier than anyone else. Kocho Shinobu looked at Kai with a smile. The scrutiny in her eyes had diminished, replaced by approval. Shinazugawa crossed his arms, saying nothing, but he did not object either. This was already the greatest concession. The master continued. As for whether he can kill demons, Rengoku and the squad members have already witnessed it firsthand. I trust this, so there is no need for further testing. Passed. Kai replied in his heart. He felt half relieved. Kanroji clapped happily. That's great. So he doesn't need to participate in the MT Fujikasane trial. Right. Shinazugawa snorted. That's the benefit of a Hashira's recommendation, skipping the selection and joining the corps directly. Saves him from going to that place to die. Mount Fujikasane. Kai was stunned. Kocho Shinobu explained with a smile. The final selection. New recruits must stay in MT Fujikasane for 7 days, only those who come out alive can join the Demon Slayer Corps. There are demons in the mountain, low-level demons captured by the Demon Slayer Corps, specifically used to test new recruits. Many people die in there every year, the pass rate is less than half. She paused and looked at Kai. Even with a Hashira's recommendation, some lack sufficient strength. Master will judge based on the actual situation whether it is necessary to go to MT Fujikasane. However, the 7-day trial can be shortened to 3 days. Shinazugawa took over. That is to say, you have received approval. You don't need to go. No need to suffer through that. You lucky brat. Rengoku also nodded. Mount Fujikasane is intended for new recruits who have never killed a demon. You have already killed over a dozen, going there would be a complete waste of time. Kanroji nodded along. Exactly. And it's very dangerous. Kai's brain started spinning rapidly. There are demons in the mountain, low-level demons. How much proficiency does one add? He did a quick mental calculation. If he kills a few every day, how much will his proficiency increase after 3 days? Going from 265 hundredths to 500 500ths is not a dream. His eyes lit up. You want to go? Of course I want to go. A great place for free leveling up. Kai raised his head, looking at the master. I want to go to MT Fujikasane. The whole place went quiet. Shinazugawa frowned. What did you say? Kocho Shinobu's smile faded slightly. Kayano, you do not need to participate in the final selection. You were recommended by a Hashira and have received approval, you can join the corps directly. I know. But I still want to go. Kanroji widened her eyes. Why? It's very dangerous there. Kai thought for a moment and found a high-sounding reason. I want to see what level one can reach. Joining without going through the selection always makes me feel like something is missing. He paused. Missing that step. You said it so well that even I almost believed it. That means my acting is pretty good. Shinazugawa stared at Kai for several seconds, then snorted. Suit yourself. Don't blame others if you die. He turned around, took 2 steps, then stopped, and without looking back, threw out a sentence. Come back alive. Otherwise, having an extra dead person on the Hashira recommendation list is embarrassing. Kocho Shinobu looked at Kai, her gaze filled with a bit more contemplation. She was silent for a moment, then asked softly. Mount Fujikasane is not a game. Are you sure? Kai nodded. Kanroji grabbed Kocho Shinobu's sleeve, her eyes slightly red. What should we do? He wants to go. Kocho Shinobu patted her hand, her voice gentle. It is his own choice. We respect him. Uzui jumped down from the bamboo, hands in his pockets, a smile on his lips. I actually think it's quite interesting. A new recruit recommended by a Hashira running off to participate in the final selection. He looked at Rengoku. What do you think? Rengoku folded his arms across his chest and was silent for a moment. Then he smiled, an understanding, gentle smile. If he wants to go, let him go. He looked at Kai, his gaze serious. But you must come back alive. That is an order. The master coughed gently, and everyone went quiet. The survival trial at MT Fujikasane aims to confirm that new recruits can fight in real combat, will not defect, and can kill demons. Since Rengoku has witnessed you killing demons firsthand, a 3-day observation period is sufficient. He paused and looked at Kai, his gaze gentle. Since you insist on going, then go. You will depart in 3 days. Kai lowered his head. Yes. Rengoku patted his shoulder. 3 days is enough time for you to prepare. Bow, arrows, physical strength, check everything well. Shinazugawa snorted and turned away. Kocho Shinobu said to Kai with a smile. Rest well and build up your energy. Kanroji gave a thumbs up. Good luck. Uzui whistled. Don't embarrass yourself, kid. The crowd dispersed, and Rengoku led Kai through the corridor. The setting sun shone through the paper windows, dyeing the corridor orange-red. You will stay here for these few days. Rengoku stopped at the door of a room and slid it open. The room was not large, but clean and tidy, the tatami mats were newly replaced, and it smelled of the fresh scent of straw. There was a sword rack in the corner, empty, as it had already been removed, probably because they knew Kai used a bow. Rengoku pointed to the room next door and then to the rope at the door. If you need anything, pull the rope, and someone will deliver it. Meals will also be delivered on time. I will take you to Mt. Fujikasane in 3 days. Many thanks, Rengoku-san. Rengoku smiled and walked away with long strides. The sound of footsteps quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Kai leaned his bow against the corner and placed his quiver to the side. He sat down and took a whetstone out from his chest pocket. The one Jinbei gave him, shiny and oily, wrapped in an old piece of cloth. He pulled out an arrow and, by the moonlight, began to sharpen the arrowhead. He sharpened it a few times, flipped it over, and sharpened it again. The arrowhead glinted coldly in the moonlight, its edges slowly becoming sharp. Jinbei's face flashed through his mind, along with Kenta's voice, Tadao's back sitting at the kitchen door, and Setsu's figure busy in front of the stove. He wondered how those people in the village were doing now. His hand paused for a moment. Thinking of them. A little. Kai paused, then continued to sharpen the arrowhead. Kai looked at the sharpened arrow against the moonlight, the edge of the arrowhead was sharp enough to reflect his shadow. They should be fine. Rengoku-san has had people keep an eye on the village. After finishing one, he switched to another. Finally, he sharpened all the arrowheads, then pulled one out from the quiver to check. He inserted the arrow back into the quiver and buckled it. He lay down and looked at the ceiling. 3 days. He closed his eyes. Sleep. Early in the morning, Kai pushed open his door. The corridor was empty, not a soul was in sight. Even the squad members he usually saw occasionally were gone. It seemed they had all gone off on missions. Kai walked toward the training grounds. The grounds were empty, too. Kai stood in the center of the grounds, took his bow off his shoulder, and loosened up his shoulders. Just as he was about to draw his bow to warm up, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around. Tengen Uzui was walking over from the other end of the corridor, his whole figure shimmering in the morning light. He wore an open dark jacket, the lines of his chest muscles faintly visible. Are you that free? Kai asked. Uzui walked up to him, crossed his arms, and smiled. Just got back from a mission. Heard you were still at headquarters, so I thought I'd drop by. He looked Kai up and down, his gaze lingering on Kai's feet for a moment before shifting to his face. I really couldn't stand that footwork of yours yesterday. Today, I'm going to teach you real footwork. I didn't say I wanted to learn. You were recommended by a Hashira. When you step out there, you represent the face of the Demon Slayer Corps. I can't have people saying our archer walks like a duck. Uzui's tone brooked no refusal, his entire demeanor shouted that Kai had to learn today. His eyesight is bad. You clearly walk perfectly fine. He thinks I'm not flashy enough. Uzui didn't give Kai a chance to refuse, walking straight to the center of the grounds to demonstrate. His steps were as light as the wind, shifting left, dodging right, retreating, lunging forward, his body seemingly weightless, every step hitting the rhythm of music. His movements were as fluid as a dance, his white hair whipping into a silver arc in the sunlight. This is the basic form of sound footwork. Uzui finished his stance and looked at Kai. Did you get that? You try it. Kai walked to the center of the grounds, took a deep breath, and tried to glide a step. His left foot tripped over his right, and he almost fell. Uzui covered his forehead. It's not walking. It's gliding. Like ice skating. Keep your center of gravity low. He corrected him hands-on, prying Kai's feet into the right position and pressing down on his shoulders. Kai's legs were pushed and pulled about like a marionette. Kai tried to glide another step. This time he didn't fall, but his steps were stiff, like a penguin trying to dance. He instinctively spread his arms for balance, making him look even more like one. Tsunemi Shinazugawa happened to pass by the corridor, stopped to take a look, and sneered. Hey, you aren't actually teaching him sound footwork, are you? He doesn't even know a breathing style. In his eyes, the sound Hashira was completely wasting his time. He left after saying that. In reality, he wasn't wrong. For someone who didn't know a breathing style, it was impossible to learn. An hour passed. Kai still hadn't learned it. His feet seemed to have a mind of their own. Every time he tried to perform the movements Uzui taught, it turned into normal walking. He tried hard, but his body wouldn't listen. Uzui was silent for a long time, arms crossed, staring at Kai's feet as if pondering a problem of the century. Are you doing this on purpose to annoy me? No. Then you just have no talent. Kai didn't refute him. He was speaking the truth. Uzui sighed. Forget it, no more theory. You try to dodge my attacks, if you can dodge them, I'll count it as you knowing it. Kai was stunned. Dodge with what? With your feet. As soon as Uzui finished, he swiped a palm at him. Kai instinctively took a step back and dodged it. Uzui's second strike was faster. Kai sidestepped and dodged again. Uzui's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. Again, the speed increased. Uzui's palms slapped from all directions, falling like raindrops. Kai began to scramble, either crouching or leaning back, his steps a mess, nearly falling on his butt several times. His brain couldn't keep up with Uzui's speed, it was all body reaction. Uzui scolded him while attacking. Keep your center of gravity low. Don't just look at my hands. Look at my shoulders. When my shoulders move. He slapped Kai on the butt. You have to dodge. Kai was chased all over the grounds. He took several hits to the butt, burning with pain. But gradually, he began to get a feel for it. It wasn't the standard footwork Uzui taught, but rather his body's instinctive reaction. When the shoulder moved left, he shifted right. When the shoulder moved right, he shifted left. Uzui stopped and looked at Kai, nodding. Those moves you just did were instinct. But instinct doesn't last. You need to turn instinct into habit. Kai panted, hands on his knees. How do I do that? Fight more. Huh. Uzui increased the speed. Kai dodged left and right, his body's reactions getting faster and faster. He didn't think about anything, his feet moved on their own. His feet carved messy tracks into the sand, but every movement was shorter and faster than the last. Suddenly, Uzui slapped toward his left shoulder. Kai's body suddenly flashed to the right. A very short, very fast side step. His whole body was like it had been launched, instantly shifting half a step. Uzui's palm brushed past his shoulder, missing. Uzui was stunned. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if confirming something. How did you do that just now? Kai shook his head. I don't know. Uzui slapped again. Kai dodged again, this time to the left. Just as fast, just as short. His body seemed to have suddenly clicked, able to spring away at the very last second every time. Uzui withdrew his hand and then smiled. Alright. It's not flashy, but it's useful. He patted Kai's shoulder. That's not called footwork, that's called dodging. But for an archer, it's enough. At least you won't get slashed to death the moment someone gets close to you. Skill unlocked. Lightness step beginner. Effect. Short distance rapid side dodge, consumes a small amount of spiritual power. Kai was stunned. There really is a skill. You realized it yourself just now. I didn't do it on purpose. Then that's talent. Kai stood where he was and tried a side dodge again. His body shifted to the right, very fast, very short. A deep footprint was left in the sand, created by the force of his push. Uzui waved his hand and turned to leave. Enough. Keep practicing that dodge. Don't embarrass our Demon Slayer core. His retreating figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, his white hair flashing in the sunlight. Kai stood on the grounds, practicing the side dodge repeatedly. Lightness step. Infuse spiritual power into the soles of your feet for short distance instantaneous movement. Consumes no stamina, consumes spiritual power. Your current spiritual power is rank E, you can probably use it a dozen times or so. Spiritual power flowed through the soles of his feet like a warm current, each burst of force accompanied by a faint purple glow. Kai's eyes lit up. For an archer, positioning had always been his weakness. Shooting while standing still was no problem, but once someone got close, he had almost no power to fight back. With this side dodge, he could open up distance and regain space to shoot. Let's try again. He practiced it a few more times. Faster and stabler each time. The distance of the side dodge went from half a step to a full step, yet the spiritual power consumption remained about the same. The footprints in the sand became shallower, and his feet felt lighter and lighter. Kai stopped, panting, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This was the first time since coming to headquarters that he felt he had truly become stronger. In the evening, Kai came to the grounds alone again. Continuing extra training. He was already familiar with the rhythm, his body traced arcs in the moonlight, not flashy like Uzui's, but very practical. Every movement was to open up distance, to give himself a chance to shoot. Uzui was standing in the distance at some point, leaning against a bamboo stalk and watching. He watched for a while, his expression unreadable. He turned and left. In the shadows of the distant corridor, the leader Kagaya Ubuyashiki sat in a wheelchair, with Amane Ubuyashiki standing behind him, pushing it gently. They could clearly see the youth on the grounds. Is that the child recommended by Rengoku? Amane asked softly. Yes. The leader watched Kai's figure, his gaze gentle. The youth repeated the same movement over and over under the moonlight. Focused and earnest. Kai dodged again. This time he landed very lightly, with almost no sound. The leader nodded gently. Amane looked down at him. Should we tell him to take a break? No need. The leader shook his head. Let him practice on his own. Don't disturb him. He paused. This child is truly working very hard. Amane responded softly, pushing the wheelchair, and slowly disappeared into the depths of the corridor. Kai practiced a few more times, put away his bow, and walked back. You're stronger than you were this morning. I'm talking about your feet. Thank you. You're welcome. Just as dawn broke, 20 or 30 young people had already gathered at the foot of Mt. Fujikasane. They wore all sorts of clothes. Some were dressed like hunters, others came from samurai families. Some gripped their swords with trembling hands, others crouched on the ground, hugging their knees. Mist rolled down from the mountain, blurring the outlines of the crowd. A black-haired girl stood on the edge of the crowd, a Nichiren sword strapped to her waist. Her name was Aya, 16 years old, the sole survivor after her family was attacked by demons. Her face was expressionless, while that night replayed repeatedly in her mind. Fire, blood, and the last words her mother said as she pushed her into the cellar. She came here to survive, to kill demons. A youth was loosening his muscles, doing stretches. Mount Fujikasane, 7 days, just need to survive. His name was Kenichi, 17 years old, aiming to become the strongest member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He had trained for 3 years, swinging his sword 1,000 times every day, never daring to stop. He didn't know what was inside, but he knew he had to come out alive. Ryuji leaned against a tree, arms crossed, eyes closed. He had come alone and ignored everyone. A few young people gathered to whisper among themselves. Should we team up? We have a better chance of surviving if there are more of us. The one speaking was a round-faced youth, and the two beside him nodded. The final selection involved surviving alone on Mt. Fujikasane for 7 days, surviving meant passing. There was no explicit rule stating, must act alone, or, teaming up is prohibited. But most people would not form teams for long. Demons would be attracted by the smell of blood, human voices, and movement. Having more people actually made it more dangerous. Food, water, and hiding spots all had to be fought for. The weak would drag down the strong, and the strong would not protect the weak unconditionally. The purpose of the selection was to screen for swordsmen who could survive on their own, not for teamwork. Ryuji heard this and gave a disdainful laugh. Team up. Only the weak needed to huddle together. I am enough on my own. Suddenly, someone in the crowd whispered, look at that guy. In the direction they were pointing, a youth carrying a worn bow and wearing straw sandals was walking over lazily. He looked like he hadn't woken up yet, eyes half open, yawning. No sword. Is he serious? A youth frowned. A bow. Can that thing kill demons? Another voice. Could he have come to the wrong place? Someone chuckled. Aya glanced at the youth but said nothing. Her gaze lingered on him for a second, then shifted away. This person was not of her kind. She had no time to care about others. Ryuji opened his eyes, glanced at the bow-carrying youth, then closed them again. A bow. Flashy and useless. Someone without even a sword. Is he here to throw his life away? Excuse me. Move aside. Move aside. A booming voice erupted from behind the crowd, like thunder. Everyone turned around and saw a path open up automatically. Kyojuro Rengoku strode over. His hair was a mix of yellow and red, like a moving ball of fire. I'll leave you here. Kyojuro stopped, his voice so loud the mountain seemed to shake. The valley echoed his voice, buzzing several times. Kai rubbed his ears. Mr. Kyojuro, actually, you didn't have to go out of your way to see me off. That won't do. Kyojuro slapped Kai on the shoulder, hitting him so hard his whole body sank and his shoulder almost dislocated. You are someone I recommended. I will successfully escort you to the entrance. This is my rule. The surrounding newcomers heard this, and their expressions changed instantly. That's the flame Hashira. A youth recognized Kyojiro's sword guard and hair color, his voice cracking. A Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. The flame Hashira, Kyojiro Rengoku. A Hashira. Is that one of the 9 strongest swordsmen? Why is he personally escorting someone to the selection? Recommended by a Hashira. That person was recommended by a Hashira. The one using a bow. No sword, using a bow, recommended by a Hashira. A youth pointed at Kai, his face full of disbelief. Can that even work? Aya looked up at Kai, a trace of complexity flashing in her eyes. She had been sent out by her family who died protecting her, walking step by step to get here. What right did this person have? Just because he knew a Hashira. And he didn't even have a sword. Kenichi leaned into the round-faced youth's ear and lowered his voice. Recommended by a Hashira, no wonder he's so arrogant. The round-faced youth shook his head, his voice also very low. He's not arrogant, the Hashira next to him is the arrogant one. That's not the same. Kenichi muttered. Ryuji opened his eyes and glanced at Kai. But someone who could get a Hashira to personally escort them wouldn't be simple. Kyojiro patted Kai's shoulder, lighter this time, but his voice was still just as loud. Perform well. I have other missions, I'll wait for your good news. He gave a thumbs up, grinning so wide his teeth showed, shining bright in the morning light. Kai nodded. No extra words. Kyojiro turned and walked away, laughing loudly. The laughter echoed in the valley, lingering for a long time. Then, the scene went quiet. Everyone looked at Kai, their gazes strange and varied. Jealousy, curiosity, disdain, envy, confusion. It really was recommended by a Hashira, someone whispered. But that bow, can it really kill demons? Maybe he has other skills. The tone was sour. Kai sighed. Aggroed everyone right from the start. I know. And I'm being questioned for not having a sword. Let them be. He opened his interface and scanned it with his vision. Bow proficiency, C 265 Spirit power, D. Skills, exorcism arrow passive, shamanic barrier beginner, lightness step beginner. Over the past 2 days of training, his spirit power had risen from E to D. Exorcism arrow provided damage bonuses, shamanic barrier slowed down enemies, and lightness step helped keep distance. That was enough. Time to grind some proficiency. Wonder if I can successfully grind to C. Wait, is there a B above C? He shook his head. Forget it, I'll figure it out once I'm inside. The round-faced youth walked over with 2 others, a smile on his face, but it carried a hint of caution. You were recommended by a Hashira, right? You must be very strong. The 3 of us have already teamed up, do you want to join us? There's strength in numbers, and the survival rate is higher. Kai glanced at him. Survival. I'm here to grind mobs. No need. The round-faced youth was stunned for a moment. Why? It's very dangerous to go in alone. Although you were recommended by a Hashira, there are many demons in MT. Fujikasane. Kai didn't answer. His expression told the other party that this topic was over. He didn't need to explain. The round-faced youth opened his mouth, and the person beside him tugged on his sleeve. The 3 of them left awkwardly. Kenichi whispered, people recommended by a Hashira are just different, they look down on us. Aya looked at Kai, her gaze complex. Maybe he really does have some skills. Maybe that bow isn't just for show. A masked examiner walked out from the crowd, his voice devoid of emotion, the MT. Fujikasane final selection begins now. There is only one rule. Survive for the specified number of days. 7 days for ordinary newcomers, 3 days for those recommended by a Hashira. There are demons in the mountain, low-level demons captured by the Demon Slayer Corps. Those who come out alive pass. If you die inside, no one will collect your corpse. The crowd went quiet. Some swallowed hard, some gripped their swords tightly, some closed their eyes. Passing this test means becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. But it is also possible to leave your life here forever. Some looked at Kai, jealousy in their eyes. 3 days, 4 days less than them. Every day less greatly increased the chances of survival. Go in. The examiner stepped aside and pointed to the path covered in vines leading up the mountain. Ryuji was the first to step forward, not looking back, his figure quickly swallowed by the mist. People started to walk inside. Some ran, wanting to get ahead. Some hesitated, lifting their feet and putting them back down. Aya followed behind, her steps steady. Kenichi took a deep breath and followed. Kai walked at the very back. He glanced at the mist on the mountain, it seemed alive, writhing among the vines, obscuring the path, making it appear and disappear. Ready. Of course. Kikyo said nothing more. Kai stepped into the mountain path. 20 or 30 newcomers walked along the narrow path into the mountain forest. The fog was thick, with visibility limited to only a few steps. The mountain path was so narrow that only two people could walk side by side. On the left was a steep slope, and on the right was a mountain cliff. The group hadn't dispersed yet. Those in front were moving slowly, causing a blockage for those behind. Cannot be afraid. If you're afraid, you'll be eaten. Kenichi followed beside the round-faced youth, his legs shaking violently, but his mouth wouldn't stop. It's just a demon, right? If one comes, I'll kill one. The round-faced youth rolled his eyes at him. You're holding your sword backward. Kenichi looked down, quickly switched hands, and blushed. Ryuji tried to push forward but couldn't move, so he cursed in annoyance. He wanted to rush to the very front and didn't want to be blocked by these people. He felt that he was the strongest and shouldn't be stuck in the back. The group stopped at a bend. The people in front were afraid to move, those in the back were pushing, and those in the middle were being squeezed until they couldn't breathe. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the fog ahead, the sound of claws scraping the ground. A grayish-white demon darted out from behind a tree, crouched in the middle of the road, and its eyes swept across the crowd. Immediately after, another one jumped out from the bushes above the steep slope on the left, and one more crawled out from the cliff on the right. 3 demons surrounded the group in a triangle formation. Their positioning was extremely precise. It was as if they had been waiting here for a long time. This wasn't a chance encounter, it was an ambush. The demons' eyes glinted with a dark light in the fog, and thick saliva dripped from their mouths. Demons. 3 of them. 3. Screams erupted. The group fell into total chaos. Someone's legs gave out, and they sat on the ground, only to have their hands stepped on by someone behind them, letting out a shriek. Don't push. Don't push. Ryuji roared, but no one listened. He reached out, pushed the people in front aside, and squeezed to the very front. Attack together. We have the numbers, don't be afraid. A youth drew his sword, his voice trembling. Several people beside him also drew their swords, their hands shaking even more violently. The 3 demons opened their mouths simultaneously and let out sharp roars, the sound echoing in the valley, making everyone's eardrums ache. The first newcomer hadn't even reached the demons before being swatted away by one of their claws. The claw struck his chest, sending him flying. He slammed into the cliff, slid down, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He clutched his chest, unable to catch his breath, his eyes wide. He didn't know what had happened, it was too fast. The rest of the group recoiled in fear. Some started crying out of terror. Help! Suddenly, 3 rays of light shot out in succession from the very back of the crowd. They were incredibly fast, almost simultaneous, like 3 meteors thrown by the same hand. The first arrow nailed into the skull of the demon on the left. A flash of purple light, and the demon's body burned from the inside out like a paper effigy set on fire. No screams, no struggle, within 3 seconds, it collapsed into a pile of black ash. The second arrow pierced through the left eye of the demon on the right and exited through the back of its head. The demon's body stiffened for a moment before disintegrating like a statue made of sand. The third arrow struck the shoulder of the demon in the middle. The demon shrieked, clutched its shoulder, and retreated, black blood oozing from the wound. It wanted to run, but the purple spiritual energy at the wound burned like fire, making it bare its teeth in pain. Everyone turned around. At the very back of the crowd, a youth carrying a bow was drawing a 4th arrow from his quiver and knocking it onto the string. No one had seen when he shot the first 3 arrows. He had no expression on his face, his eyes half closed, as if he were doing something very ordinary. Kai released his grip. The 4th arrow. It struck the demon squarely in the throat. Purple light exploded, the demon's head tilted to the side, its neck was blasted into a hole, and its body began to turn to ash. Within a few seconds, it became a pile of ash. 3 demons, 4 arrows, less than 10 seconds. Ash fell all over the ground. The entire scene was dead silent. 3 of them. The round-faced youth's voice sounded as if someone had grabbed his throat. They're all dead. Kenichi's voice drifted, his eyes white as copper bells. Ryuji stood in the crowd, his sword not yet drawn. His fingers rested on the hilt, frozen. He had just been thinking about how to rush up, and it turned out the guy in the back had already taken care of all the demons. How is that possible? What kind of arrows were those? Who is that person? Everyone had a series of question marks in their minds. Aya wasn't staring at Kai. When she saw those 4 arrows shoot out, something in her heart had been shaken. She had never seen that kind of light before. Someone turned to look at Kai, wanting to thank him, wanting to speak, but Kai had already put away his bow. He glanced at his interface, frowned, and then turned and left. Within a few steps, he disappeared into the fog. Kai walked quickly along the mountain road, his eyes fixed on the interface in his vision. Kills. Demon, low tier times 3. Proficiency plus 20 plus 20 plus 20. Current proficiency. C 325 hundredths. Only 60 points. 3 of them for only 60 points. Kai frowned, his pace quickening, too slow. At this rate, I still need to kill 9 more to reach 500. You encountered 3 at once just now, it's impossible for them to be that concentrated every time. Then I'll just find more. I can't waste these 3 days. 20 points each is too little, I need to find mid-tier ones. There aren't many mid-tier demons in MT. Fujikasane. The Demon Slayer Corps mainly captures low-tier demons to test newcomers. Then I'll just clear out all the low-tier demons. Do you think this is a grocery market? No, this is a leveling ground. It's free. The crowd was still stunned in place. Someone crouched down and poked the ashes with their finger, they were cold, and they scattered with a rub. 3 demons, he used a bow and killed them all in 4 arrows, a youth muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. Are all the people recommended by the Hashira this strong? Another voice said. Ryuji stood to the side, his face pale. He had just been mocking the guy using a bow, calling it flashy, but now that person's arrows were much faster than him. Moreover, he had never seen that light before. It didn't resemble any kind of breathing technique. He felt blocked in his heart, he was unwilling to accept this. Aya looked in the direction where Kai had disappeared, took a deep breath, withdrew her gaze, and looked at the road ahead. She wouldn't lose. Getting to this point wasn't by luck. She didn't need to follow others, she could do it herself. The round-faced youth swallowed his saliva and looked at the person beside him. Why is he walking so fast? There are still demons behind us. Ryuji snorted, his tone no longer mocking, but carrying a hint of unwillingness and annoyance. He probably isn't afraid of these demons at all. He's simply not on the same level as us. Judging by his performance just now, that was indeed the case. No one could refute that. He didn't even realize he had said something strange. After saying it, he was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and started walking forward. In the fog, Kai's figure had long since disappeared. Some people started walking forward, their pace much faster than before, wanting to be closer to that person. Following him might be safer. They didn't know where Kai was going, but they knew the path he took must be the right one. But no one could keep up with his speed. Everyone finally realized. This guy isn't just a simple nepotism hire. Is this guy here to grind mobs? Outside MT. Fujikasane, the masked examiner sat under a makeshift shed, holding a cup of cold tea. He listened to the movements within the mountain. Occasionally, screams drifted out, intermittent and sporadic. He took a sip of tea, his expression unreadable. Beside him stood a young assistant member, his face pale, hands trembling. Senior, it seems like there are more screams this time than last time. The examiner set down his teacup, his tone flat. It's the same every time. Some die, some live. Only those who survive are qualified to become members of the Demon Slayer Corps. As for the dead, it just means they shouldn't have come. He paused. Cruel, isn't it? But these are the rules. What they face in the future might be 10 times more brutal than this. Mount. Fujikasane at least has a time limit. When you truly encounter a demon, it won't give you a countdown. The assistant member was silent for a moment. Senior, that newcomer recommended by the Hashira is also inside. Do you think he can make it out alive? The examiner looked up at him, then shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. Recommended by a Hashira. Just a newcomer. I have no expectations. A Hashira's recommendation doesn't mean anything, once you enter MT. Fujikasane, everyone is the same. A demon won't refrain from eating you just because you were recommended by a Hashira. If you're meant to scream, you'll scream. He picked up his teacup, then set it down again. Wait 3 days. If he comes out alive, he has talent. If he dies inside, it just means Rengoku misjudged him. The fog in the mountains grew thicker. Another scream came, louder this time. Inside MT. Fujikasane. The withered wood demon curled up beneath an old tree root. It hadn't eaten in a long time. The animals on MT. Fujikasane were getting smarter, they would run the moment they smelled a demon, and it couldn't catch them. It could only wait for this time when humans would be sent in, batch by batch. Those young people, holding swords, shouting slogans, thinking they were here for a trial. In the demon's eyes, they were merely food. It remembered last time, it had eaten 2 people. One fat, one thin. The fat one was chewy, the thin one had more bones, but both were delicious. It waited, and finally, today arrived. Before dawn, it had crouched here, waiting for this batch of people to enter. Footsteps approached. A lot of people, making a racket. Then came the panicked sounds of those people, some were screaming, some were crying. It licked its lips in excitement, drool dripping onto the ground. Then it heard the sound of something flying past. It sounded like the air being torn apart. Immediately after, the presence of its companions vanished. 1, 2, 3. It didn't know what was happening. But its instinct told it, don't move. Hide in the shadows. Make no sound. It shrank behind the tree root, curling itself into a ball. Its stomach was still growling, but it didn't dare go out recklessly. Footsteps came again. This time it wasn't a group, it was one person. The footsteps were unhurried. It held its breath, preparing to ambush. The footsteps stopped for a moment in front of the tree where it was hiding. It heard a faint sigh. A sigh. It looked up. It saw nothing. The footsteps moved away. It let out a breath of relief. Before it could even stand up, a purple light shot from afar, precisely nailing it in the head. Wasn't he gone? Ashes fell all over the ground. The red-tongued demon lay on a mossy rock by the mountain stream, its tongue extended, dragging a wet trail on the ground. Its body was slender, its tongue could extend 2 feet, and the tip was forked, capable of wrapping around prey. It wasn't good at ambushing, it liked to chase. Chasing prey, listening to them scream, watching them stumble, and then, at the last moment, wrapping its tongue around their necks. Footsteps approached. A person was walking in front. The red-tongued demon licked its lips in excitement, lowering its body, its slender limbs tensed. The youth appeared, carrying a bow on his back, looking like he couldn't run fast. The red-tongued demon didn't ambush, it charged out directly. Its speed was extremely fast, the wind whistled in its ears, and its slender legs would spring it far forward with a single tap on the gravel. It wanted to catch up to him, let him run, and then at the last moment. Halfway through its charge, the youth stopped. The youth turned around, knocked an arrow, and drew his bow. Purple light exploded from the arrowhead, like a small sun in the fog. The red-tongued demon's pupils constricted sharply, trying to change direction, but the arrow was too fast. The arrow pierced the back of its head and exited through its brow. The red-tongued demon's body slid a few meters in the air, its tongue hanging limply by its mouth, before it began to turn to ash. The ashes fell onto the surface of the mountain stream and were washed away by the water. The rock-hiding demon huddled in a crevice beside a giant boulder. Its skin was as hard as stone, with stalagmite-like protrusions on its back, and it loved hiding in rock crevices, waiting for people to deliver themselves to it. Defense was its greatest confidence. Human blades couldn't cut its skin, and arrows. They were just scratching an itch. It just needed to huddle here, wait for that person to leave, and then come out. Footsteps drew near. The rock-hiding demon sneered, its voice echoing from the crevice, "You finally see, eh?" It didn't finish its sentence. A purple arrow shot into the crevice, piercing its skull. The rock-hiding demon's body froze, and purple light spread from the wound. Impossible. It murmured, its voice growing weaker. Kai lowered his bow, expressionless, "Your breathing is too loud." The rock-hiding demon turned into ashes. Several hours passed. Kai had barely stopped walking. He tried to retrieve the arrows he shot whenever possible. If he couldn't find them, he used new ones. Fortunately, he had brought an extra quiver of arrows before setting out. The numbers on the panel kept jumping. Kill. Demon, low tier. Proficiency plus 20. Current proficiency, C 345 hundredths. Kill. Demon, low tier. Proficiency plus 20. Current proficiency, C 365 hundredths. Kill. Demon, low tier. Proficiency plus 20. Current proficiency, C 385 hundredths. Kai glanced at the panel and frowned. Only 380. Still need to kill 6. Kikyo said in his mind. You have already killed many, adding in the previous ones, a total of. Not enough. Kai interrupted her, 3 days, can't waste it. The efficiency is too low. Your efficiency is already very high. It would be good if other newcomers encountered 2 in a day. That's others. Kai quickened his pace, eyes scanning his surroundings, ears pricked to listen for any suspicious sounds. I want all of them. He turned into a side path, bow in hand, arrow knocked, ready to release at any moment. Kenichi was walking alone on a small path, his sword already drawn, his palms sweaty. He had been walking for nearly 4 hours, and hadn't encountered a single demon. He stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked around. The fog was still as thick, the trees still as numerous. Something was wrong. Wasn't it said that Mt. Fujikasane was full of demons? Why wasn't there a single one? He crouched down and looked at the ground. There was a pile of black ash. He reached out and touched it, it was cold. He stood up and continued walking forward. After walking a few hundred more steps, he saw another pile of ash. This was already the third pile. He swallowed hard. Could it be that they've all been killed by that person? On another mountain path, Aya was walking alone. Her steps were steady, her sword already unsheathed, but she hadn't had a chance to swing it. The longer she walked, the tighter her brow furrowed. She had heard of Mt. Fujikasane. Every selection had plenty of demons, one must be careful. How? She stopped and looked up into the distance. In the fog, a faint purple light flashed by, very fast, but very bright. Then another one. And another. Like distant fireworks, shining only for an instant. Aya stared at that purple light for a few seconds, then continued walking forward. She didn't head in that direction, that wasn't her path. But she knew that there were no demons left in that direction. Ryuji was trekking alone through a bamboo forest, kicking a stone in annoyance. He had prepared a belly full of harsh words and killing moves, but after walking for half a day, he hadn't even seen a shadow of a demon. Where are the demons? Have they all fooling died? He looked into the distance. In the fog, a purple light flashed. He stared in that direction, feeling a stifling sensation in his chest. Unwilling to accept it, but not knowing who to be angry at. The sky grew dark, and the fog didn't dissipate, instead, it became thicker. Kenichi leaned against a tree, panting heavily. In the distance, another purple light flashed, then a second, a third, as if rhythmic. Still killing. He remembered the youth with the broken bow, his lazy expression, his eyes looking like he hadn't woken up. The person recommended by a Hashira was indeed not normal. Aya stood on a rock, watching the purple light in the distance. She had lost count of how many times she had seen it. From the initial shock to later numbness, now only a complex feeling that couldn't be described remained. That person was strong, but she wouldn't lose. She took a step and walked in the opposite direction of the purple light. The examiner sat in the shed and picked up his teacup again to take a sip. The tea was completely cold, but it didn't matter. He listened to the movements in the mountains. Quiet. Too quiet. No screams, no demon roars. He frowned. The assistant member also noticed. Senior, why is there no sound? The examiner set down his teacup without answering. He stood up, walked to the entrance, and looked up the mountain. The fog was too thick, he couldn't see anything. But his intuition told him that something he had never seen before was happening in the mountain. A purple arrow pierced through the mist, penetrating the skull of the 12th demon. That demon didn't even have time to scream before its body began to disintegrate. Kai lowered his bow and stretched his sore shoulders. From entering the mountain until now, he had been killing continuously for several hours, and his arms were aching terribly. The panel flickered in his field of vision. Kill. Demon, low rank. Proficiency plus 20. Current proficiency, C 500 500ths. Conditions met, proficiency leveling up. Current proficiency, B 0 1000ths. Immediately after, several notifications popped up. Exorcism arrow passive upgraded. Damage to demons increased from 300% right pointing arrow 400%. Shamanic barrier beginner right pointing arrow intermediate effect improved. Ally defense within range increased, demon movement slowed. New effect. Wounds of allies within range heal slowly. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Then came the new skills. New skill unlocked. Archery type 3. Effect. Consumes a large amount of spiritual power to fire 3 special types of arrows. Type 1 Scattering Phoenix. Fires an arrow that splits into multiple spiritual arrows, area attack. Shaped like a phoenix spreading its wings. Type 2 Tiger Breaking Army. Concentrates all spiritual power into one arrow, extremely high piercing power, capable of penetrating multiple targets. Powerful like a tiger descending from the mountain. Type 3 Exploding Dragon. The arrow produces a spiritual explosion upon impact, area damage. Its sound is like a dragon's roar. Warning. Each special arrow type consumes a large amount of spiritual power. Current spiritual power level is D, usage is advised with caution. Kai looked at the panel and was silent for a few seconds. Congratulations. Although the new skills have a high cost, they can be used in critical moments. Kai put down his bow, glanced at the B 0 1000ths on the panel, and then looked at spiritual power level D. It would take 1000 points of proficiency to reach A, it was still a long way off. But he was not in a hurry. 3 days, and not even 1 day had passed. There should still be many demons in the mountain, right? Probably, yes. He wasn't sure either. Anyway, his proficiency had successfully upgraded to B. He looked around, the mist was getting thicker, and the sky had darkened. Mount Fujikasane did not have a true night, the mist blocked the light completely, making it hard to tell the time. But his body told him that a long time had passed. That's enough. It's time to rest. Find a place to sleep, and continue tomorrow. He looked around and selected a sheltered cliff face. There was a shallow crevice below that could barely shelter him from the wind and rain. The entrance was narrow, but it was slightly wider inside, like half a cave. He picked up some withered vines and leaves nearby, spread them on the ground, and used a few thick branches to block the entrance to prevent anything from crawling in while he slept. You have learned to build a nest. Basic survival skill. Kai leaned his bow against his side and placed the quiver within reach. He sat down, back against the stone wall, knees drawn up, and closed his eyes. But he wasn't really sleeping, just dozing for a while. He dared not fall asleep in a place like this. His ears were still pricked, and his spiritual power circulated slowly within his body. The spiritual power value on the panel slowly recovered from the bottom. Kikyo did not speak again. There was no more purple light in the mountain, it was as quiet as a grave. Inside a cave, a dozen or so demons were huddled together. Almost all the remaining demons in Mt. Fujikasane were here. Less than 20. There should have been over 30, but now, nearly half were missing. The leading demon was in the deepest part of the cave, its appearance made the other demons afraid to get close. Leg demon. Its lower body was abnormally developed. Below the waist, it had 6 thick legs, each ending in a huge hoof that left deep pits in the stone floor when it stepped. When it moved, it didn't walk, it was more like a spider crawling, its 6 legs stepping alternately. Its skin was grayish-brown, covered in gnarled lumps, just like the hand demon. Very much like the hand demon. That's right, they were brothers from the same brood. The hand demon died in Mt. Fujikasane last time. Leg demon still didn't know who killed it, only that it was a little brat wearing a green and black checkered haori and Hanafuda earrings. It hadn't seen that person, but it remembered the day its brother disappeared, it felt the moment that aura vanished. Roar. Leg demon slapped the stone wall, sending debris flying, which hit the head of a demon nearby. Another one dead. Another one. Its voice echoed in the cave, making the other demons shrink their heads and huddle together. A thin, small demon huddled in the corner, its voice trembling. Big brother, that person, is too strong. Purple light, 1 arrow, we can't even see him, we just see the light, and then. Shut up. Leg demon glared at it, its 6 legs pushing off the ground simultaneously, and its body shifted forward half a step. I don't care who he is. What kind of light he uses. He killed a dozen of our brothers. I can't swallow this anger. It stood up, its 6 legs supporting its huge body, its head almost touching the cave ceiling. Think about it. Leg demon scanned the demons, its eyes burning with rage. People come into Mt. Fujikasane every year, and we eat people every year. Occasionally, 1 or 2 brothers die because of carelessness or being surrounded and killed. But never has one person killed so many. Is he here for the selection? No, he is here for a slaughter. The demons whispered among themselves. A demon with long, thin arms shrieked. Big brother, what does that person look like? We only know about the purple light, we don't know the person, how do we find him? I haven't seen him with my own eyes. But I know he carries a bow. Leg demon paused, its voice lowering, filled with gnashing hatred. And he is strong. Strong enough to single-handedly kill a dozen of our brothers. We can't keep dying one by one, we must unite. The little brat who killed the hand demon was strong. But the one in front of them was even more terrifying than that little brat. Low whimpering sounds rose from the group of demons. They remembered the hand demon, they remembered that brother who once stood among them and was stronger than all of them. But he died. Killed by a little brat. At first, they didn't believe that the hand demon would easily lose to a little brat. They suspected the hand demon was just careless. Now they believed it. Because there was an even stronger guy slaughtering them. Leg demon raised 1 leg high and slammed its hoof onto the ground, causing the ground to crack. We are demons. We are the hunters. That human with the bow, he is the prey. The whole place was dead silent. They had never seen such a person. Wherever that person went, the purple light would shine, and demons would die. That person was more like a demon than a demon. Leg demon roared. Don't be afraid. Unite. Find him and attack together. No matter how strong he is only one person. There are a dozen of us, if we swarm him, how many arrows can he shoot? As long as we get close, he's finished. The demons began to stir. Kill him! Kill him! Scattered roars rose from the group of demons, gradually merging into one. Leg demon raised a thick leg, its hoof pointing outside the cave. Then go find him. Before dawn, find that human with the bow. and then, tear him to pieces. The group of demons swarmed out of the cave and disappeared into the mist. The six-legged leg demon walked in the very center, the ground trembling slightly beneath its feet. The round-faced youth Tajima and his two companions huddled closely together. A-Shin walked at the very front, Shoji brought up the rear, and Tajima was in the middle. This was the formation they had agreed upon, grandiosely named the triangular defensive formation, though in reality, everyone just wanted someone else to stand in front. They had been walking for several hours and hadn't encountered a single demon. At first, they were nervous, stopping every few steps to look around, drawing their swords and sheathing them, only to draw them again. Later, realizing there really were no demons, their courage grew slightly, and they began to whisper. Tajima, are you sure this path is safe? A-Shin's voice drifted, and his eyes darted around everywhere. Safe. Look at the ground, there are ashes. Tajima crouched down and poked at the black powder on the ground with his finger. These are demon ashes. The person who uses a bow has been here. All the demons have been killed by him. If we follow him, we can't go wrong. Shoji smiled honestly. That's great. As long as we follow behind him, we can get out alive. He touched his own sword. That blade had never been drawn from its scabbard. The three of them looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't seek to kill demons, they only sought to survive. 7 days in MT. Fujikasane, surviving to get out is victory. The person recommended by a Hashira was clearing the path ahead, and they were picking up the scraps behind. This idea was Tajima's. Although it was a bit shameful, their lives were more important. What if that person took a different path? No, that person must be walking in a straight line. People who kill demons are all like that. Actually, they didn't know, but they had to say something to put their minds at ease. Turning a corner, they saw a crooked tree. The trunk was covered in moss, and its branches leaned to one side. A grayish-white figure was crouching under the tree, curled up. Its build was thin and small, a size smaller than ordinary demons, and it looked like it posed no threat. Its head was buried in its knees, as if it were crying. The three of them stopped at the same time. The air froze. A demon, a demon. That demon also saw them. It raised its head, a flash of fear passing through its eyes. The demon took 2 steps back, its back hitting the tree trunk. Tajima was stunned. He had seen demons, he had seen those ferocious big guys when entering the mountain. But this one, how did it look? Even more scared than they were. The demon was also cursing in its heart. Why are there people again? Didn't that person go that way? I've hidden all the way here, why are there still people? It had watched with its own eyes as its companion was shot into ash by an arrow. It had been so scared that it scrambled and crawled to escape here. It thought it was safe, but then 3 more people arrived. They stood in a standoff for a few seconds. The demon stared at the 3 of them, its eyes sweeping over their bodies. Their hands were shaking, their legs were shaking, and they couldn't even hold their swords steadily. They are not that person. The demon's fear slowly turned into greed. It was hungry, very hungry. It couldn't eat that person, but these 3 were doable. The demon stood up, no longer shaking. Its mouth slowly spread open, revealing sharp teeth, and saliva dripped from between its teeth. A coward can also eat a coward. It charged toward A-Shin, who was in the front. The demon's speed wasn't fast, but it was much faster than the 3 newcomers. Ah! A-Shin raised his sword and slashed wildly. The blade drew an arc in the air, hitting nothing. The demon dodged to the side, its claws striking A-Shin's shoulder. Snap! The clothes on A-Shin's back were torn open, and blood gushed from the 3 claw marks. Then his whole body flew out, crashing into a tree. A-Shin. Shoji rushed up, gripping his sword with both hands, and slashed at the demon. The demon didn't dodge, taking the blow head-on. The sword struck its shoulder, sinking in an inch, and black blood gushed out. The demon looked down at the wound, then looked at Shoji, tilting its head. Its expression became impatient. It extended its claw and swiped at Shoji's chest. Shoji flew backward, falling to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were still open, but his body wouldn't obey him, he couldn't move. Tajima stood where he was, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead. He clutched his sword, his whole body trembling. His mind was a blank, with only one thought. Run. But his feet wouldn't obey him, he couldn't run. The demon walked over slowly. Shoji's sword was still stuck in its shoulder, but it acted as if it felt nothing. You, don't come over. The demon didn't attack Tajima. In its eyes, this coward posed no threat at all. It turned toward A-Shin, who was lying on the ground, extended its claw, and waved it in front of A-Shin. The demon enjoyed this feeling of mockery. A-Shin closed his eyes, muttering something, but it was unclear. Tajima's tears fell. He wanted to run, his legs were retreating. But his eyes were fixed on his two companions lying on the ground. They had come in together, and they had talked about getting out alive together. A-Shin had even said that when they got out, he would treat them to drinks. Shoji said he couldn't drink, and A-Shin said they would eat meat instead. They had laughed, laughing loudly. Now they couldn't laugh. Many things flashed through Tajima's mind. He came to Mt. Fujikasane because his family was poor. The Demon Slayer Corps provided food and lodging, and he could earn money to send home. He hadn't thought about killing demons, he just wanted to survive, get the status of a member, earn a salary, and let his mother stop having to work in the fields from dawn until dusk every day. But now, A-Shin and Shoji were lying on the ground. If he ran away, they would die. If he died, what would happen to his family? What about his mother? Tajima's tears were still flowing. I am also going to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He roared, his voice hoarse and laced with a crying tone, but he was no longer trembling. He raised his sword, took a deep breath, and his chest filled with cold mist. Then he charged forward. The demon was taken aback. It hadn't expected this coward to charge over. It raised its claw, preparing to swat him away. Just like it had swatted the previous two. Tajima didn't dodge. He closed his eyes and, using all his strength, slashed at the claw the demon extended. Snap! The demon's claw was severed by him. Black blood sprayed out, splattering his face. The severed hand fell to the ground, its fingers still twitching. The demon shrieked and took a few steps back. Tajima opened his eyes and looked at the sword in his hand. He had done it. He really had done it. How dare you? The demon was furious, its voice carrying a repressed murderous intent. Just as it was about to pounce on Tajima, it suddenly stopped. It turned its head, looking into the depths of the mist, its nose twitching twice, as if smelling something. In the distance, dense footsteps came from the mist, along with low roars, like beasts calling to each other, rising and falling, echoing in the valley. The demon hesitated. It looked at Tajima, then looked into the distance. Another roar came from the distance, this time closer. The demon no longer hesitated, it turned and ran. Tajima was stunned, then shouted. Coward! Do you want to run? The demon didn't look back and disappeared into the mist in the blink of an eye. Leaving behind only that puddle of black blood and the still twitching severed hand on the ground. Tajima panted heavily, just about to check on A-Shin and Shoji's injuries, when his peripheral vision swept into the depths of the mist. His body froze. In the mist, more and more shadows appeared. They surged out from the mist like a tide, one after another, more and more. The leader had 6 legs on its lower body, its body was 2 sizes larger than the other demons, and its eyes shone with a dark red light. They were moving in the same direction, and no one noticed the 3 people in this corner. In that direction, something was attracting them. Tajima's sword fell to the ground, and he couldn't say a single word. A-Shin saw the scene in the mist, his eyes wide open, his lips trembling twice, and he fainted. Shoji lay on the ground, using his remaining strength to tug at Tajima's pant leg. Tajima slumped on the ground, watching those shadows pass by them, the closest one was only a few steps away from him. His heart was beating fast, almost jumping out of his throat. What is this? He finally shouted, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the footsteps of the demon horde. No demon looked back at him. They had more important things to do. A demon with a peculiar appearance crouched in the shadow of a rock, its nose twitching incessantly. An olfactory demon, it didn't possess great offensive power, but its sense of smell was dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary demon, capable of distinguishing the scents of different people from miles away. It had been tracking that person's trail for a long time. Starting from the first pile of demon ashes, it followed the scent all the way here. Every time it passed a pile of ashes, it would lower its head to sniff, confirming the direction. It had found him. At a sheltered cliffside, there was a crevice at the base where a person was crouching. That person had his eyes closed, his breathing steady. The olfactory demon lay prone behind a distant rock, only exposing half of its head. This person wasn't truly sleeping, but he was resting, he had likely expended a lot of energy and was slowly recovering. The olfactory demon's mouth split open, revealing dense, sharp fangs. It slowly retreated, its body pressed against the ground, claws gently digging into the soil, making almost no sound. Kai had long been awake. Or rather, he hadn't fallen asleep at all. From the moment the olfactory demon had crawled behind that rock, he had heard it. The demon's breathing was very light. But in the silent mountains, it was loud enough. Kai knocked an arrow, drew his bow, and released. A purple light flared, and the arrow pierced the air. The olfactory demon's smile was still plastered on its face when the arrow arrived. Piercing its skull, the demon's body tumbled off the rock, turning to ash before it even hit the ground. Kill. Demon, low tier. Proficiency plus 2-0. Current proficiency, V 21,000. Kai lowered his bow, glanced at the pile of ashes, and frowned. This thing was being sneaky, it didn't look like it came to fight. Its sense of smell is very keen, it might have been here to scout. Scout. Scout for whom? Kai's voice had barely faded. Heavy footsteps echoed from within the fog. The ground trembled slightly, and loose stones jumped. What kind of racket is that? Boom, boom, boom. The sound grew closer, as if some gargantuan creature were moving toward him. Kai whipped his head toward the direction of the sound, his body instantly tensing. The fog was torn apart, revealing a dense mass of shadows behind it. Gray-white, of all shapes and sizes, some crawled on the ground, some walked on two legs, some had multiple arms, and some dragged long, thin necks. Their eyes gleamed with a dark red light in the fog. So many. Kai looked down at the pile of the olfactory demon's ashes, then back up at the horde of demons, and his mind went buzz, as he understood everything. That thing, it was here to mark the location. Your reaction time isn't bad. It's just a bit late. Kai scanned the entire demon horde. They weren't all low-tier demons, as several larger, more powerful ones were mixed in. There are a few mid-tier ordinary demons. Especially that one with 6 legs, it's a bit stronger than mid-tier. From the deepest part of the fog, that massive figure stepped out. It's you. The leg demon's voice was deep. It's you who killed my brothers, killed my companions, killed over a dozen of us. Kai looked at it, then at the demons behind it. Their eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. It seemed he had become famous in this demon-infested area of MT. Fujikasane. His mouth twitched, and he felt a bit helpless. I just came to farm proficiency, how did I become an enemy of the entire mountain? You've incurred public wrath, I can see that. Kai gripped his bow tightly. Your spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered, it's at 67%. You cannot fight for long. The leg demon didn't rush to charge. It stared at Kai for a while, as if gauging the quality of its prey and assessing his strength. Then it raised a leg, pointed at Kai, and called out to those behind it. Test him first. Long-range types, come out. 3 lanky demons stepped out from the horde. Their claws were long and thin, with webbing between their fingers, and their fingertips could manifest sharp stones or bone spikes. They were long-range attack demons, usually hiding in the back to throw projectiles, never engaging in close quarters. Because they were thin-skinned and soft-fleshed, they died easily in close combat. The 3 demons raised their claws simultaneously and flung them forward. 3 bone spikes tore through the air with a shrill whistle, flying toward Kai. The bone spikes were fast, covering Kai's upper, middle, and lower paths, sealing off any angle for evasion. A faint purple light flashed beneath Kai's feet. Lightness step. His body was like a chess piece flicked away. He instantly shifted half a step to the left, so fast that only an afterimage remained. All 3 bone spikes missed, embedding themselves into the cliff wall behind him, sending stone chips flying, while he remained completely unharmed. The leg demon's pupils constricted sharply. It had assumed this bow-wielding human could only stand still and shoot, never expecting his movement speed to be this fast. A flicker of unease flashed through its mind. Just how many hidden cards does this kid have? Kai steadied himself, drew an arrow from his quiver, and knocked it on the string. I don't have time to play along with your probing. He began to channel his spiritual energy into the arrow. A purple light flared on the arrowhead, brighter and denser than before. The light was changing, as if something were unfolding and expanding outward, like a flower in bloom. Within the demon horde, a demon that had once watched Kai kill from afar suddenly widened its eyes. It stepped back twice, bumping into the demon behind it. Something's wrong, this isn't what he looked like before. The previous arrows were single shots, and the light wasn't this strong. This one now, this light. What is that? Another demon noticed it too. They saw the purple light splitting on the arrowhead. 1 arrow became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. The purple light unfolded in the fog like the wings of a giant bird, covering the sky and earth, illuminating half the mountainside. Phoenix. It's a phoenix. A demon shrieked. Kai pulled the bow to its limit, spiritual energy surging wildly from his chest. He swept his gaze across the entire horde, then locked onto several ordinary demons behind the leg demon. This arrow was not just to kill the scouts, it was a warning. Form 1. Scattering Phoenix. Kai released the string. 8 spiritual energy arrows shot out simultaneously, trailing 8 purple streaks of light through the fog, shaped like a phoenix spreading its wings, covering a large area of the frontline demons. The 3 long-range demons couldn't dodge in time, the arrows pierced their skulls and chests, and ashes exploded outward like black fireworks. 3 or 4 ordinary demons behind them were wounded, their screams rising one after another. They clutched their wounds and retreated, black blood gushing from between their fingers. Kill. Demon, low tier times 3. Proficiency plus 20 plus 20 plus 20. Current proficiency, V 81 thousandths. Kai lowered his bow, his brows furrowed tightly. The spiritual energy on his interface dropped sharply from 67% to 37%. This single arrow consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy, much more than he had anticipated. He glanced at the injured ordinary demons in the distance and shook his head. Not proficient enough, the control is too poor. They should have all died. It's your first time using this skill, your control isn't precise enough. The spiritual energy output was too high, and the coverage area wasn't concentrated on vital points. I know. Kai gripped his bow, his fingers slightly numb, a side effect of excessive spiritual energy consumption. The demon horde behind the leg demon, however, erupted in chaos. Fear began to appear in the eyes of some demons. They had never seen such a way of killing demons. One arrow splitting into 8, purple light filling the sky. Is this kid even human? One demon shrieked. Could he be a Hashira? Another demon's voice trembled. A low whimpering sound echoed through the demon horde. Some demons began to retreat. The noise grew louder, and fear spread through the horde. The leg demon's 6 legs stomped the ground simultaneously, sending stone chips flying. It turned back and glared at the demons, causing the commotion, emitting a low roar from its throat. Those demons immediately shut their mouths, shrinking their necks as they retreated, not daring to make another sound. But in the leg demon's own heart, a trace of dread had grown. It remembered that Hashira who used water breathing. That man, with his blue and white Haori, whose blade light surged like ocean waves, it hadn't even had the strength to struggle before being pinned to the ground. In the end, it was tossed into Mt. Fujikasane like trash. That feeling of having absolutely no power to resist, that despair of one's life being out of one's own control, it would never forget it for the rest of its life. The youth before it, although the power of that purple light was decent, compared to that Hashira, it was still far behind. The leg demon looked at Kai, anger and dread intertwined. This kid was definitely not a Hashira. He was just a newcomer with decent strength. Besides, how could a Hashira possibly come to play at a trial? That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.